Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Well, it's my absolute pleasure here to welcome you all to the last day of the fifth edition of the PW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards 2020. My name is Bhavna Bhatia and I'm your host for the show. Well, we've had some exemplary sessions and engrossing debates across the past 4 days of the summit. The astounding viewership numbers for the last 4 days stand more than 200,000 views across the platform. This clearly shows that the Indian hospitality paid close attention as the absolute best minds discussed and debated reimagining Indian hospitality. Today, we have some remarkably interesting, empowering, and knowledgeable sessions lined up. In fact, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism and Culture, Government of India, has kindly consented to grace the National Award ceremony as the chief guest today evening. Well, let's spread the word outside and share the experiences from this platform with a wider audience. I request everyone to join the online conversation using the hashtag IHA2020. Before we get started, we would like to thank our partners who've made this event possible. Our associate sponsor, Blue Star. Can we have the Blue Star AV, please?
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
Thank you so much, Blue Star, for being our associate sponsor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to thank our beverage partner, Beanley. Could we have the Beanley AV, please? Well, that was Beanley, our beverage partner. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to thank our knowledge partner, Indian School of Hospitality. Could we have the Indian School of Hospitality AV, please? Well, thank you so much, Indian School of Hospitality, for being our knowledge partner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're also proud to be associated with our industry partners, HPMF, Awesome, Hothrimai, IWF, GHTP, IFAC, NRAI, MEPA, LCOI, and ICF. I would like to show everyone IHA's journey over the years. Can we have the IHA AV, please? Wow, what an incredible journey this has been. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the fifth and the final day of the summit, I would now like to invite Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, to come and give the welcome address. Over to you, Bhuvnesh.
Yeah, hi,
Very good
Bhavna.
morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Wonderful day. Wonderful Friday. Let's let on. Okay, bring me on the screen. Yeah. All right. Now, it's a time well, it's the grand finale, the final day. Always sad to see the EHA go, the fifth one, but happy that it's done well till now. It's brought in record numbers. Bhavna had said 200,000 we had crossed day before yesterday. So the numbers are much higher. We are at multiple platforms. We are on the Vertex platform. We are on the Facebook. We are on the Twitter. We are there on YouTube. We are there on BW Hotelier online. So there's a lot more action. So BW Hotelier is going to go places here on. So I must assure you, we're not going to sit on our laurels. We shall do a lot more, right? And we're not doing it for money, right? I'll be very honest. We're doing it so that we carve a niche for ourselves. Yes, I will not deny that, but we should be able to serve the industry. There's no point carving a niche for yourself if you can't carve a niche for yourself. So we shall carve a niche for ourselves, but serve the industry. And the industry we shall serve in the best possible, honest, transparent manner. Yeah. Having said that, yesterday was a very, very interesting day. We've had a lot of sessions yesterday. I couldn't close it very well because of the timing, right? We were running short. Because after we close the day, we have rehearsals. We iron out glitches. We had one with the ministerial team, right? And so we had this fabulous session by Yatendra Singh Yati. It had all the best people from the hospitality education and HR, right? I don't have to name them. Dilip Puri, Kamal Kant Pant, Dr. Murthy, Major Rajesh Chauhan, Sanjay Bose, Captain Gurmeet Singh. Then we had Dr. Suman Billa logging in from Madrid, along with Deep Kalra logging in from Switzerland, and George of Lufthansa logging in from Germany. We had Rohit Khosla. I mean, how do you even get better than these guys? Yeah, Deepak Deva, I'm getting old, right? And then we had Niranjan Khatri, right? We had Madan Sharma, Vinayaka, we had Bhaskar Gurunath, we had Bhaskar Messineni, Serena Chopra, Meenu Tugnata, Harinder Bajwa. We had the last session of IT, which Harish anchored. We had Ashish Kale, Vinesh Deshpande, Hemant Khattar, Nilesh Patel, Rajesh Chopra. Coming to today, I don't want to take too much of time. It's a grand day, right? It's a grand day. We start with a session. We play the national jury, and then we start with a keynote session by Priya Paul. Priya Paul, in her own right, is a great name. How many times do you hear Priya Paul come and give a keynote session? But every word that she says is worth recording. Pencil it down, record it, hear it, because she, in my view, is a brilliant hotelier, right? She's a brilliant hotelier. And then we dive into the first session of the day, which is led by Aman Nath. And you imagine the luminaries on it. Maharaja Gaj Singh Ji, Bapchi from Jodhpur, Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji from Udaipur. We have Abhinash Mangani. We have Jose Dominic. We have Steve Borgia. These are all very fine names, right? We have the next session with these phenomenal F&B players. They're all restaurateurs and chefs, and the president of NRAI, Anurag Katrayar. Manu Chandra leads it. We have Anurag Katrayar, Riaz Amlani, Zoravar Kalra, Manish Mehrotra, Ashish Dev Kapoor, Whiskey Samba, right? And then we dive into these players who will bring back domestic tourism, right? We call it regions ushering in the new domestic seeker, right? We have who else? Veer Vijay Singh, the former CEO of Vivanta by Taj. He was in the leadership of IHCL, right? He leads Saubhagya Mahapatra, Chandar Balji, Sohail Kanampilli, Satyen Jain, Atul Jain. मेरे को पता ही नहीं था दो जैन है इसमें. Vikram Kota, Arindam Kunar, another fine hotelier. Arindam Kunar with under Samir Jain heads Fortune Park Hotels, right? And then the last is our first time with architects and designers, the finest names. 3 of them coming from overseas. You see our shows, almost 20 of them have come from overseas, right? Started with Raj Menon. We have Vandana Saxena, this young architect. She leads it. We have Boggy Mukherjee, phenomenal architect designer. We have Ritu Bhatia Claire. We have Abhishek Mathur. And then we get in Marco Dobrota from Singapore. We have Peter Joheng. We had Jamie Hayes, right? So let's get on with it without much ado. Over to you, Bhavna. Oh, yes, of course, I haven't told you. 4 p.m., the Minister of Tourism comes in for the awards. Be there. Shri Prahlad Singh Patel is there. None other than Prahlad Singh Patel. He will be giving the opening address. He'll inaugurate the awards. He'll give a speech and he'll start giving the awards. So don't miss a moment. Stick on. Today is the last day. EHA is then coming in. Hashtag EHA 2021.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. A lot of energy right there. And yes, as you rightly said, that we've got an exciting day ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Now with this, I'd request our national jury AV to be played.
We are really privileged to have BW Hotel with us. I think it is very informative, educative, and it has a great reach. The selection and instituting awards to the real diamonds of the industry is itself a fabulous opportunity for all of us in the industry. And the summit, and when I saw some of the sessions which have been organized, are going to be really educative and informative for everybody. I must say, your 5th year of your summit and awards has been even a great learning process for us. We have evolved. BW Hotelier has evolved in terms of setting up these awards. ISH did a fantastic job in actually doing the groundwork for this, and we need to compliment for that. And the jury actually had to spend a lot of time in discussing each individual. There have been different opinions. We had consensus at the end of it, but I think everybody was forthright in expressing their views on and how we need to really select people and send the right message in the industry. And unless we reimagine, reinvent, and reset ourselves, we cannot actually make a difference.
It was a great thing for scouting for all the gems in the industry, which was done by the BW Hotelier, and subsequently the system, the procedure which has been laid down by Dilip Puri and his team is something outstanding. And it will make our job very easy to look for the most precious diamonds out of all the gems. So with the changing tide, the need to keep on changing. And it's a great theme, as rightly said. We need to think ahead of the times and we have to move forward. We cannot think of the past, but we have to move forward and keep on changing ourselves. And so we have to think in what the future would be.
In the most recent years, BW clearly stands out. I think it stands out for the quality of its content, for its contributors, for its events, for the team at BW. So I'm delighted to be associated with the publication and with the event itself. Acknowledge and thank BW Hotelier and Bhuvnesh and team for giving ISS the opportunity to be the knowledge partners for these awards. It was an amazing experience for our students as well. I also want to clarify that I am a member of the national jury, and I was very careful to recuse myself from even the nomination process and the filtration process when it came to those categories of awards which I was to judge. And I made sure that our team at ISS knew that as well. So we did try and follow all processes as being unbiased. I think the great thing about these awards is that I think it's the first virtual awards of our industry. It might set a new precedent, but I think as all my jury members will agree that this is a great start to improving the whole process, getting the selection right, and truly recognizing outstanding leaders of our industry. So delighted to be a part of it. We are recognized to have had the biggest impact of COVID, and we will take the longest to recover. So there's so much for us to do in terms of reimagining, rebooting, retraining, reskilling. There are a lot of things which have to be done, and I think this platform of this awards should go a long way in motivating all leaders and all people who work in the hospitality and tourism and travel industry to give it their best shot to make sure that we recover as soon as possible.
Well, let me congratulate BW. I think it's shining brighter in the last few years, and it's a competitive landscape. But really, what I like about BW is that there is a concerted effort to bring in more gravitas into the content, and also, try and make even your events, everything that you do, you try and do it better and better, and more power to your elbow. It's important to have a platform to showcase talent and to celebrate excellence, and therefore the jury has a responsibility that it picks the right people. I think we have done. I think most of us are very satisfied with what we've been able to do. We were able to eliminate bias and try and be as transparent and fair in the entire process. I think this was greatly helped by a lot of heavy lifting that had been done by Dilip and the ISH team. Without a doubt, the industry is going through its gravest crisis ever. This is a time that will test us. We are a very resilient industry, but this will really test us in a way that we have not been tested before. I think what we really need to do is search deep and look and analyze as to what will change forever, and also what will not change. So you need to retain your strengths and be clear about what needs to change and what needs to stay.
मत देख इस खिड़का पोशी में इरादत हो तो ढूंढ उनको BW की वजह से हिंदुस्तान का हुनर लिए बैठे हैं संभाल के अपने बाजुओं. That is my belief on BW Hotelier. I am a little amazed because there was no tug of war. Normally in many juries that I am a part of, there's lots of tug of war, there's lots of lobbying, and what we call as some backroom parlays happen. But this is a very convivial experience. And I must say, what everybody arrived at, and I must compliment Dilip Puri and his logofication for leading us into what we call the filial allegiance to the truth. You take on the brave new world of the reinvention of the hotel business. What you have given them is the encouragement. What you've given the industry is the encouragement, and the fact that you've managed to keep a fifth year going in itself is a testament to what you will bring to the industry itself. Strength.
We're delighted with BW coming into the hospitality sector a few years ago and having taken pole position today. This was one occasion, and purely I think because the efforts made by BW on this and the efforts made by ISH, Dilip and his team, then it made the whole process far more simplified, far more organized, and a lot more pleasurable in having done this exercise. Like we were discussing earlier, This is the first time that ISH has done it, and I've done a fabulous job. I'm sure there will be learnings from here, and the next time we do it, it'll be even better. So I think that, it was a far more rewarding exercise this year than it has been in the past. We're going through a very, very difficult time in the Indian hospitality industry. And I think that there is a lot that leaders need to think about, to gather all the learnings they have from this. And of course, I believe that despite the devastation and all of that is going to be caused by this pandemic to this industry, there are going to be some fabulous positive takeaways which will permanently change the industry. But I think it's going to be a wonderfully engaging session on reimagining hospitality that BW is putting up.
To deliver information, knowledge, and excitement to the industry. And that's what you do. That's what leaders are supposed to do in the information age. And you are carrying the flag high for our industry. So that's what I see with BW. You should be commended. And certainly Bhuvnesh should be commended for all the effort him and his team are putting. A lot of candidates, a lot of detailed questions, a lot of answers and responses to read. And then the investigation on the side to try and remove emotional bias and put in as much empirical or factual evidence as possible. Such a large gathering of senior hoteliers have agreed to zero down on individual candidates who are at the topmost point of their game. And we're celebrating talent in our industry. It's a tough time and fantastic that we're doing it now. So the jury's been tiring, but the jury's been very, very exciting at the same time, and that's what good juries are about. There's no choice that we have. We will have to reimagine, we'll have to recreate, we will have to rediscover and rise again.
I mean, over the last 3 or 4 months during the lockdown, I have seen BW Hotelier ahead of the reader. You guys are letting people know what's happening. I think it's a great brand. I must say that it was a very, very comprehensive process. Very well done, by BW with the help of ISH. Everything was so structured. It was comprehensive. It was long. There could have been a lot more effort into this that could have gone from our end, but frankly speaking, a lot of that was very articulately done, and I must say that it was a very unbiased process, a very democratic process. I think it's not only about us adjudicating, but it was also about learning out of the process that we as adjudicators had. I mean, it was a fantastic journey. So I think this is that tipping point for all of us, whether you are in this industry as a service provider, as a hotelier, as a vendor, and as a guest. Everyone has to do this, in a very different manner from here on. It's that time where we all kind of hit ourselves. So it's a very appropriate theme, and again, pushes us all to think, to rethink, to unlearn, and to learn again.
We need magazines such as BW Hotel because hospitality industry needs representation, and I think BW does a fantastic job of it. I must say I was very happy and very delighted and grateful to be heading the jury for West. I think two things that I very clearly observed, and I've heard that from other jury members also. One was, of course, the fact that they moved the whole process forward and made it very seamless, because today you see digitization has actually helped, and doing a lot of the homework that BW has done behind the scenes has actually made the job of the jury so much more simpler. Yeah, I would say it's difficult to choose when you're choosing from the best, but I think that whole process that they have actually said that these are the shortlisted candidates for you. They step back and they say, we only want the process, and then the rest is the jury to do. I also feel that the hospitality Summit and Awards in 2020, fifth one now. I think it's a brilliant effort in these times, particularly when we have such a difficult time to go digital, virtual actually, and have a summit over 5 days. And that's a commendable effort from, I must say, from Bhuvnesh and his team, who've actually built this brand. And we're looking forward to really exciting 5 days ahead. Interactions were so interesting and so encouraging, and also to just see so many young professionals kind of apply for getting this recognition. And also, I think for me, it was also a learning process. Let me be honest with you. I was learning in this process, whether it was application of chief engineer, or whether it was an HR manager doing something very interesting, very different to the times that when we used to work in the operations. I think very, very interesting and relearning process.
To do sort of an award program, and that too BWIHA, which everyone looks forward to in a big way. And no doubt you are the established and the best of the best awards that all hoteliers and all hospitality personnel look forward to. It's commendable on your part here, despite the fact that people are going through extremely trying times. You had a very fair selection, probably, as I was told, the highest ever numbers that came in for East in the fifth edition of BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit, Indian Hospitality. And yes, time for reimagining. It's been very good.
Kind of effort that has gone in only shows that I think how concerned the senior leadership and also the BW Hotelier are concerned about the rewards and recognition of the people who are working in the industry. I'm so happy to run through the entire process, because I think for the first time in many years I found that already many of the entries have already been filtered. So the senior jury of the region that I worked very closely, I realized that I think so much of work has already been put into this business. So the focus that each individual jury member can give to a very targeted numbers has been absolutely brilliant.
Most difficult times when, unfortunately, the hoteliers are not getting any support, financial or otherwise. Hotels are closed. They are working under pressures. Some of them are doing literally jobs which most hospitals would do. Yet they are working 24/7. And BW Hotelier Hospitality, I think Hotelier has recognized this, and I think I must compliment them for this wonderful job. The nominations came in really large number. There's a 40% growth of nominations. Questionnaires that were designed were, I think, very well done. It covered both things. It covered performance from January 2019 to December, and it also covered from 2020 January till now, the post-COVID time, and how each individual has performed and changed its way to look at the world during the post-COVID times.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible AV that was. Thank you so much to our entire national jury. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I please call on screen Priya Paul, Chairperson of PJ Surendra Park Hotels, to give the keynote address. Over to you, Priya.
Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be with you all at the 5th BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards 2020, with reimagining Indian hospitality as its theme. I extend my heartiest commendations to BW Hotelier, because it's absolutely a Herculean task to do such a virtual summit, defying all odds and with multiple, I think almost 200 plus speakers and an audience across the world. I'd also like to congratulate the entire Indian hospitality industry for showing their amazing spirit to fight these challenging times, and to show absolutely the most amazing spirit across the country. Hoteliers, restaurateurs, vendors, suppliers, culinary experts, and every single team member across all the companies that are represented here today have stepped up and reimagined Indian hospitality in 2020 and beyond. When I look back to March 2020, for me personally and for our company, APJ Surinder Park Hotels, it was a complete high. We were very excited, and I was particularly proud that our team at ASPHL had achieved at what we had achieved over the past few years. In March 2020, we were looking at 22 hotels with 2,000 rooms owned and managed, and a very healthy pipeline of about 1,500 rooms that were under development. Across our 3 brands, which are the Park Hotels, the Park Collection, Zone by the Park. And I was particularly also, and I have been proud of the way that both the Park Hotels as well as Zone by the Park have made a very distinctive identity for themselves and being uniquely Indian brands that have developed over the past over 50 years. Our recently acquired Fleury Swiss confectionery business was also doing exceedingly well. And we were in the middle of a roadshow in order to do our IPO, which was just 3.5 to 4 weeks away. All that came crashing down on March 24th, and we had to pivot ourselves completely and pivot the business completely. From running a 24/7 business to staying at home, from 90% occupancy to 0. It's been a huge learning curve. So obviously the first thing the teams started doing was looking at what we were doing internally, and of course there were a lot of firefighting in the early days. Now that we look back, it seems almost like a surreal dream. And at ASPHL, we looked at our 7 brand pillars and looked at reimagining, resetting, and restarting those. So, really deep diving into those 7 brand pillars during the lockdown, what we were going to do then, what we were going to do as the opening happened. The opening, of course, has become very gradual, and there are new things that we all have to be responding to every time and every week and every month. So our teams really looked at each customer point and to see how we could continue to deliver our anything but ordinary experiences. Design is in our DNA, and the new ways of operating in this new normal are inspired by a brand pillar of 360-degree design. We use design to rethink all our customer experiences and introduced, of course, QR-based menus, contactless interactions, and payments, as well as the health and hygiene shield program. So really using design in a very unique manner to look at the entire customer experience and customer interaction. We really realized very quickly that we need to reach our customers to where they were. Ruling India's nightlife and entertainment scene for almost 50 years made our teams very anxious to continue with that live experience, which was so intrinsic to our brands. Some, like Someplace Else, which is a live music venue in Calcutta, just celebrated their 25th anniversary last year. So that brand went out and did, for their anniversary parties, an online function had about 35 artists. And through this events and the kind of the spin-offs after that, they reached over 300,000 music lovers across India and the world. We also wanted to take some of our other brands out right to the customers' homes. And one of those was kind of a music event curated around Aqua, which is our glamorous poolside venue. We've now had about 20 DJ sessions, which go out every Sunday, and they're out on SoundCloud and Mixtape, trending and with some great music, which anyone can listen to at home. Another pillar is delivering food reimagined. And certainly all of us have had to reimagine our food and beverage business in this pandemic. So there are deliverables and deliveries during the lockdown, immunity boosting recipes. Chefs were engaging with all those type of things. And then going forward, taking a more deeper engagement with sustainable food sourcing and sustainable living from some of our food brands. F&B teams have worked very hard on some of these things, which will be rolled out in the months to come. Fleury's, our 90-year-old Swiss confectionery, was faced with its closure of all 40 of its outlets in Calcutta. But they quickly realized there was a huge market in delivering all these essential commodities such as bread and cakes directly to customers. So they started a business, and I think they had only one day in lockdown, and the business has run very successfully throughout these past few months. One of these things is communication that is essential during this time such as this. Our guests and teams have been constantly talking to each other, sharing stories, guests posting, missing the park videos. And we like some of them so much that we started creating a quarantine chronicle on social media, which shares these stories, because we can see that our customers are social beings. They want to be engaged. They want to come back and experience the brand in multiple ways. And I think that's very important for kind of an urban brand such as ours, that you have that engagement. We've built that over 50 years of hospitality, and that's something that people want us. They want us in their lives. That our teams worked to help those in need, particularly in the first few weeks and months of this pandemic. As we all know, all over the country, industry has come across to help those. But I'm particularly proud of something that we call the Park Heart of Hope, which is a neighborhood service initiative to support senior citizens particularly. And I think our team, starting in Bangalore and then Hyderabad, realized that senior citizens could not move out of their houses, and they needed help for, to buy medicines and groceries and food, and they were necessarily locked off and cut off from the community they lived in. So our teams proactively reached out through people that they knew, and then that set it off. And that was, I think, a very unique space to help people in. And of course, we were doing giving free food to workers, to frontline workers, to people who were just passing by, poor laborers, and also giving clothes and food to different communities that we found that had not been touched by let's say, the government machinery. So I think that was very rewarding to see that. And in doing this, we also came across a community in Bangalore which actually were migrants but couldn't go back, and they actually work in removing rubbish and garbage. And the Bangalore hotel of ours is continuing with that project, and that's going to be something that they will do as part of their CSR going forward. And it was a kind of a very marginalized community that was found, 150 meters away from the hotel. And so it was really good to see this, not just within our companies, and everybody was just going out without being asked and without any kind of, let's say, a corporate program to do it. So we left everybody to do what they could in every single community that they were in, and I think that has been really rewarding. So these are some of the actions we've taken at the Park Hotels, and I think what has also been very good is that on a national level, it's been very gratifying to see the entire industry working together, both at the center and at the state level, and really sensitizing people to the economic losses, the job losses. And I think for the first time, we see a kind of a deeper understanding of the industry. It's not complete enough, because as we all know, we've received some support, but it's certainly not enough to counteract the severe shock that the travel and tourism and hospitality industry has faced and is facing. I think as we open up, there will be many more pain points and many more issues that we will face in the next year and a half. And I think we all will have to continue to work together, and there's much work to be done to make this a healthy and sustainable industry. I am, however, an optimist, And I believe in this industry. I believe in the people who are the pillars of it, which is all of you. And I believe in all your creativity, your intelligence, your resilience. Many of us have faced tough cycles in the hospitality business. And we know that we have to keep on working at it. We know that we have to learn the new norms. We know that we have to adapt quickly and just persevere. And I know that we will succeed eventually, all of us. But we just have to keep on at it. So at this time and success, I would like to celebrate the success of the BW Hotelier Awards. This is the 5th edition, and I believe there's a record number of 900 nominees for this year's awards. I think there's a jury of about 36 members across India, and they've had a tough time looking at all those 900 applications, sorting them out, and using a very rigorous methodology to announce the winners, which I think are going to be happening all through the course of the week. I'm looking forward to seeing that. But everyone is a winner. I think we must celebrate all the 900 people. And, obviously an award ceremony can only choose a few, but everyone needs to be celebrated and everybody in the hospitality industry needs to be celebrated. So thank you once again, BW Hotelier, for creating this absolutely unique platform for the industry. My congratulations, and I think, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Priya Paul. As she rightly said, that everyone in hospitality needs to be celebrated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, incredible India is known for its deep cultural heritage, diversity, palaces, colors, and cuisine. We're talking about moving to our first session of the day. Let's hear what the hospitality veterans have to say on heritage and environmental tourism, a reality check. Well, the moderator of this session is Aman Nath, founder and chairman, Neemrana Hotels, and the panelists include His Highness Maharaja Gat Singh Ji Bapji of Jodhpur, founder president of Indian Heritage Hotels Association Jaipur, Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji Mewar of Udaipur, executive director, HRH Group of Hotels, Abhinash Manghani, the CEO of Welcome Heritage. We've got Jose Dominic, CEO CGH Earth Group, and we've also got Steve Borgia, the CMD in Deco Leisure Hotels. I would now like to call on screen Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities, to join me.
Bring everybody in.
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you. Everybody is there. So I'll wait for Maharaj to come in. Yeah. So, welcome everybody. Hello, Aman.
Yes, welcome. Can you hear me?
I can very well hear you. How are you?
Great.
All right. I'll thank you. Aman is my senior from school, right? I hold him in great respect. Yeah. Welcome, Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji. All right, Steve.
Hi.
Steve. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
So you got the Spanish pronunciation for Joe. Joe's. You called him Jose. Well, he's Joe's, right? Let's keep it the Indian way. All right, Abhinash. And I'm waiting. Maharaja Gaj Singh Ji ka camera nahi chal raha hai. Can somebody switch on the camera? Yeah. So he shall come in. We'll just take a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one show which I have eagerly awaited, right? It's an amazing show. You've got the best names. Yeah. So we've got the best names in the business on show today. You have Amarnath, you have Maharaja Gaj Singh Ji, you have Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji, Steve, Joe, and Abhinash. They all need the heritage and environment tourism properties and business in the hospitality industry. Without much ado, I will not take too much of time. I shall bring in Aman to lead the show.
Okay. Great. I think I see some movement at Bapji's end also.
Yeah, Bapji will come in. There are people with him on the team.
Do you want me to begin before that? Or
I think we'll wait you could maybe introduce the show. Chose, your camera is at an angle we can see pots and grills. So you need to come into the screen.
Okay.
Your face is completely out.
No,
Nice
so
friend.
I could start by saying actually that the spade work for this has been done by Himmat, and it's unfortunate that he's not well, and I have been catapulted to become the moderator when I was only supposed to be a participant, and I am not somebody who's good with statistics, but I'm a man of action, a man of the field. So I think it's interesting that we talk on whichever subjects, and I'm not sure I like the idea of being called a veteran, because I always think of bullet marks, and when you're called a veteran, as Josie is also called so often, but we are young warriors still. Okay, so I think that should we actually begin, because then we'll be short of time at the end.
Yeah, begin.
Yeah. I don't know if you can hear me. If you can't see him, can he hear me? Would you know?
He will be able to hear you. I'm fixing this. I'll go on mute. He's stuck.
Okay. No, as Priya said, that we are all optimists, and we are players in the field. We are talking today of environment and heritage, which are both very physical things. And we are, all of us, in different capacities, important players on this physical landscape of India, bringing our positivism, our optimism to this. And I think Babji is there now. Welcome, Babji.
स्कैन और ये सब करवाने के लिए बोला, किसी न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट के पास जाने के लिए बोला.
Welcome. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. I can hear you.
No, I've lost you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've lost your sound.
All right.
No. I've lost the sound.
So I think the first question, which actually was laid out by Himmat, was that each of you now can give two reasons.
I've lost the sound.
Can you hear me, Babji? No. I can hear you, yes.
No?
We can hear you.
I'm going to try something else. I'll leave on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Aman, go on.
Yeah. No, so I think that there are 6 questions, and we are going to take about 10 minutes on this so that we don't overrun it at the end, and we'll have a few extra minutes for ideas which you can note down during the course of our conversation, so that it's not entirely chaotic. So would each of you talk about the 2 reasons for our lack of achievement on the front? On the fronts we are talking.
I'm going to rejoin.
Sorry?
He will rejoin.
Okay. I'm saying that so the 2 reasons. I think that we could begin with Joe's, because what do we say? I don't know. It could have been Babji, but then it will have to be beauty before age, Joe's. You can be first. To tell us what is the best and the worst in the scenario of environment that you have seen in Kerala and in heritage, or in other parts wherever you are present. Did you get that, Jose?
Okay.
Hello? I think there are some technical glitches.
His mic is off. His sound mic is off.
Jose, are you with us?
Yeah, it's on now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Oh no.
Bapti,
All right.
did you hear
Let
this
me
or?
I heard. There's
Yeah, I
some
can hear you. Can
disturbance,
you hear me?
but I heard enough of you. Can I will just start. Shall I start to tell you what
Yes.
Volume
we can see
Because
looking south?
Acha. We could increase the volume a bit if it can at your end. Bhuvnesh, you'll tell me what to do next.
Am I heard now?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, but can't see you. Yeah, now it's good.
Why don't we move to the others while he can fix it? Yeah.
Okay, no, because I'd asked this to Jose, Babji. Are you with me?
yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, you see,
Yeah,
the
can you hear
first
me?
question, yes,
Yes, we can.
We can hear you, yes. No, the first question which was framed was that we have to think of two reasons for our lack of achievement in the fields of environment and heritage. I don't think that we are doing so poorly on heritage, but of course we can do much better. So I thought perhaps, Babji, you can tell us about the best foot forward, the Rao Jodha Desert Rock Park, if you want, the water conservation projects, which we know a little bit about, and what is the worst in your region where an environment is being put to, endangered, and heritage being endangered. So that first we look at the problems, and then if we see there are some solutions on the national front.
Fine. Let me quickly answer the first one. Heritage, I think when you say we're doing quite well, I think Rajasthan is doing well. And also, in fact, in the other states, I think apart from Kerala, they're all in single figures. Kerala is the only one in double figures, and Rajasthan is in triple figures. So I think a lot more can be done in other states. And I think what happened in Rajasthan was that necessity was the mother of inventions, and basically they were all landlords, most of us. And when the lands went, there was nothing to do, and therefore tourism came as a godsend, and so everyone got involved, and the real pioneers were there, and the pioneers were the founder members of the heritage movement. So I think the problem in other states is that people are preoccupied with other things. They don't quite, they don't have that passion that the owners in Rajasthan have. And in Rajasthan, a few people like you, Maman, came in as entrepreneurs and also did a great job. So that model we've been trying to spread around. We've been talking to other states, state ministries, and they have launched various heritage policies, and hopefully we can push it further. On the question of environment, yes, I think a lot needs to be done in environment, particularly environmental tourism. I think here we're stuck with a problem because I don't think anyone has a real definition of what heritage tourism is all about. We all have our different ideas. Are you talking about taking tourists to an environmentally friendly place and allowing them to mess it up? Is that heritage tourism? Or are you going to cut these places off and have very limited footfall there? So I think we need a proper, a full holistic definition of what heritage environment tourism has to be. You spoke about Desert Park in Jodhpur. That we have, it's a wonderful project. And Pradeep Krishna, the tree man of Delhi, he's on it, and It's very unusual because it's not a park in the normal sense. We are reintroducing, removing firstly all the kikar and the nuliflora, which has been done, and in those crevices left behind, he has been planting all kinds of seeds of indigenous plants and grasses, which are not obviously seen. But when you go to a little brochure and you look at the little flowers that come, then you realize. So now we have in one place, which is just at the root base of the fort, a kind of repository of a lot of not only what was there locally originally, but what has been brought in from other parts of the desert, which are actually slowly getting extinct. So you will have a kind of repository to actually look back on and
Is
see
it
what we've
becoming
got
like a
there.
museum? Is
Hello, sorry?
Is it becoming like a museum? Because then
Yes,
you've got all the samples there.
It's more than a museum. It's become a kind of laboratory for future
Yeah.
botanists to have a look at. What's been damaged most in Rajasthan is, I think, our mining is totally out of control. Mining, and now recently we've got this oil, and in Barmer area, the total destruction of the land and a lot of the water table, which is criminal, is happening.
But those are
And
lobbies,
otherwise,
how do we deal with those lobbies? Because the tourism lobby is very weak compared to, political lobbies.
yes, we have, but we've been taking them on via Intac, and we have had a few successes in court cases. In fact, there's one very excellent example of a village coming together, a whole village, and they filed. We helped them, and they filed the application to the Green Tribunal, and the Green Tribunal gave a wonderful judgment. And what was to have been, it was some electrical station was being put up in the catchment area, which is going to affect a lot of villages around, and one of the main water tanks. And it was shut down, and they were asked to move it. And the villagers had a victory. It is a great example, and I think we need to have more people, public awareness. There's no good us NGOs doing these public interest things. The people themselves
Perhaps
have to be.
what we could do, because Joe's missed his turn because of a technical glitch. Perhaps Joe's, are you on? Because he's off the screen again.
We lost him.
Is Joe's on?
I think Joe's is there, but his internet is not stable.
Okay, Joe's, are you with us?
I can
see how.
Can you hear me?
I have a feeling he can't hear us.
I'm not able to.
So maybe we could move to Abhinash then, because he's a national player, if one can call him that, So he can tell us of the best and the worst that we've seen, because I think it's very important to be conscious of the good that is being done and the worst that we have to deal with, so that we, as a national lobby, we can talk about it. Abhinash, would you like to say something?
Good morning, all. Can you hear me, Aman?
Yes, I can hear you well. Yes.
Okay, great.
The volume could be a bit louder, though.
Okay, I'll speak a little louder. So I only wanted to add on to what His Highness just mentioned regarding how we need to promote the history, culture of this country and its monuments vis-a-vis the environmental areas in tourism. So I have seen in the last so many years that one of the main reasons that we haven't succeeded is that I feel that this subject, or both these subjects, except in maybe places like Rajasthan and Kerala, fall between stools, either in the government, in the policy makers, or even in industry, because everybody believes that it is somebody else's job to sort of promote or develop these two subjects. And one of those reasons is because there's a lack of ownership in stakeholders, that this whole process, which is frankly very live in India, tends to take a back seat. In all my various travels internationally, however, I have encountered people who are really interested in these two subjects. When the traveler, the international traveler at least, first let's discuss the international traveler, thinks about India, his first point of notice is the history and culture and the buildings and the heritage of this country.
Absolutely, yes.
However, the country itself is not sort of promoting it the way your so-called customer wants to, who wants to come to your country or our country. Similarly, people who go to, let's say, Kerala, they're very interested in the Ayurveda form of wellness, and again, there's a lot of interest there. And it is not only Kerala that can offer environment-oriented tourism. There's the Andamans, there is the Himalayas, there is the Northeast. There are so many locations in this country where this can be done. Again, I think this issue falls between stools. So I think there is a mismatch in the market where the consumer or the traveler wants to see what he wants to see, while in India we start promoting different products which we can promote. That's on the international side. I also feel that COVID allows us to reset this entire mode.
No, that
Frankly,
is a separate question. We'll come to that later because there's six questions. We'll talk about that. But I feel one thing. I mean, I think I'm saying this as a moderator and also as a participant, that I don't think that there is a lack of drive or willpower at the highest level. So it goes from PM to CM to DM to SDM to Tehsildar to the citizen. Now it's such a long way that it gets diluted at every step. I think that we should be making a jump from the PM to the citizen if it's possible, because there are, let's say, 500 plus districts in India, and if this heritage consciousness and the environment consciousness is taken up by citizen groups, because the DM is boggled with so many things. He's got a daily mess happening. This is not one of his priorities, and tourism is not his priority. So instead of waiting for that whole process from DM to CM to whatever I was saying, that train thing, we should jump the bogie, and the locomotive and the last bogie should get connected so that faster action takes place. I think should we move to the next question, because we spent enough time on this, no, Bhuvnesh?
Yeah.
What do you feel? Yes? All right. So there is a feeling that tourism is a partial destroyer of the environment, which is not entirely true. Depends who's reasoning, where and how. So Lakshiraj, you are a wonderful spokesperson for Udaipur. You're a physical stakeholder, and you've seen the best and the worst in Udaipur. So perhaps you could talk on this subject of, if tourism hadn't come to Udaipur, would it be what it is? Would it be better preserved, and so on? You understand what I'm saying, yes?
All right.
Kamagani and greetings to everyone. First and foremost, wishing everybody a very happy Teachers' Day. I know it's going to be tomorrow, but I think one couldn't begin on a more happier, positive note where you celebrate your gurus, where you celebrate your teachers. And thank you for all for coming together on this occasion. Coming to your question, Aman, as well, I think the word destroyer is an exceptionally harsh word for people generally in Rajasthan or in our beautiful country for it to be used. I don't think as a DNA we are people who like destroying things very aggressively. I'm sure there are slip-ups that do take place. There are things that don't kind of go according to plan. We could be slightly insensitive, careless, all of that. But I don't think that deep down, if you pick up that intent, that there is that feeling of wanting to destroy. On the other front, on the contrary front, what I would really like to say, I think we have all been, especially people from our land would know that we have been great preservers rather than great destroyers. I think the fact that we've been able to preserve so much and not and going back a little bit into the past, the fact that there were reservoirs that were created, there were forests that were created, there was an entire ecosystem that was created on which the entire civilizations have sustained. And also, if this was the outcome or the approach, things that were built in our land hundreds and thousands of years ago, would they be still serving the population of today? Giving a small example in terms of Udaipur, the population in 1947, the population of Udaipur was 45,000 people. Today, it's roughly around 10 lakh people. It is the same infrastructure that is supporting 10 lakh people that was created 300 years ago. Now, is that an example of something being destroyed? Or is that an example of something being preserved? Even in independent India, the job that was
I
done
think
hundreds
it's a
of
lack
years
of
ago.
planning, wouldn't you say?
Secondly,
I mean, because we are.
I think sensitivity. I think the fact that these reservoirs, lakes, infrastructure was created hundreds of years ago and it still
No,
sustains
that is,
today
but I'm
is
saying, let's
commendable.
talk, you know,
But if
suppose
there is sensitivity,
you were still in charge of all these matters, you could have put up another bund and made another lake in another low-lying area. But the government hasn't done it for whatever reasons. Its priorities are not that. But how do we get to this? We need the vision of the erstwhile rulers, because they were interested in ecology. They understood all these things about the people. And how do we get the government and this thinking to come together? Because there's no continuity in government. You know, 3 years, 5 years, a new guy comes and you have to start from zero. And therefore the results.
the simple approach to this mindset, Aman, is very, very clear. The forefathers thought generationally. Now the thought is yearly or daily.
Absolutely, okay.
Earlier, the ideology that thought through very, very clearly, all our ancestors, all our elders who were there, who thought very clearly that what is going to happen 10 generations later, what is going to happen 20 generations later, what is going to happen 5 generations later. Today, the question is, are we actually thinking what is going to happen 1 week later, or what is going to happen 24 hours later? So till this time that the poverty of the mind is not addressed, you know, you will never be able to make progress. And ultimately, it is not anything else that we are poor about or have been ever in our land. If there has been, and today, if we are exhibiting, it is the poverty of the mind and nothing else. And at the same time, the idea here is not to prove. We are not here sitting to prove. The idea is to improve. We need to add to that. We are not here to kind of say that this is what has been done or this is what we are doing and here we are trying to show a certificate. That has never been the ideology, thought process, or the approach. But yes, the ideology and the thought process has certainly been to keep improving. And somewhere or the other, that has come to a standstill, and that is exhibiting a great poverty of mind, unfortunately. And we are all part. You know, it's not as if you can just put the blame on one individual or a section or a segment or an individual. But at the end of the day, I think we are all party to it. This is something that is happening right in front of our eyes. We see it unfold. And I think rather than participating in it, we need to start involving ourselves in it. You know, the biggest thing that
I think the best person to talk in our group about it's not best because we are all doing something, but I think Steve is a very active spokesperson and he puts theory and action together. And all that we hear of him, all that we see of him, he's able to manage this lack of connect that we are talking between citizen and government, and I think he does it very well. So perhaps Steve, you can tell us, not just Swami Malai and beyond that, if there are some tips of how the government should feel a more continuous stakeholder in Jodhpur, Udaipur, Neemrana, wherever, because the country belongs to all of us, and we are delighted that every part of the country, the environment is preserved. When we are talking about environment, even the dunes whether you go to Marwar or Jungle Desh. I mean, that is environment. It's rare, for somebody if he comes from Scandinavia to just see dunes. But then we need that kind of hotel, that kind of experience. India should be selling such a diversity, and that nobody gets left behind. Steve, tell us.
Thanks, Aman, Hukum Babji, and all the panelists, Bhavnish. I'm happy. Somewhere down the line, I feel we are celebrating Corona today. The organizers have given us that kind of a mood, and so I think we should celebrate. Coming to what we are discussing, I feel there is no need to invent something. There is no need to do anything. This country deserves something that is appropriate. Somewhere, Corona has pushed us to that space where we should be looking at. Everybody is now looking at experiential holidays. They want to go to rural areas. They want to be alone in a fort, in a palace. Lovely. This is what we should have started concentrating 2, 3 decades ago. Unfortunately, nowhere in the policy or in the mindset or in the action plan of the government, be it the federal government or the state government, we had a focus on this. All these destinations have come about because of individuals. There is someone who created a hotel in a forest area, someone in a green field, someone in a fort. How many people have passed through the Nimrana fort staring at you when you pass to Jaipur? Nobody thought of it as a hotel or the place where I am. We put through 3 villages and created a hotel. We never changed anything in the village. So the opportunity is phenomenal. We never explored. Of course, as Babji said, there are certain passionate people in this country who took to it. Yes, there are a lot of pangs. But I think as a country, we need to look when I can do something or you can do something or they can do something, the country can do a lot more. At least look at supporting them.
No, but
The
the specific address to you is that you are able to involve the locals. And what is your relationship with the government? How do they participate willingly? Do they take, even if they take credit, that's all right, or are they obstructing the process?
No, they don't obstruct. I think I don't exist for them. But yes, now and then the local collector, the local tahsildar, they would come. They will question me. Hey, why are you using this? Why are you using this? This is not allowed. That is not allowed because it is traditional and it can be a hazard. Then I'll have to go to the court. We always talk to the court. There is no
So we
support
are back to
absolutely
what
from the government.
Laksharaj is saying and what Babji is, what all of us say, which is that, if you say you don't exist, and all of us sitting here think you're a national treasure. So then there's a big mismatch. No, there's a big mismatch, If 70 plus years after independence, the government has still got to prove some point to the Maharajas, then we're really off track. That means we are not on the same page, So
I think we should. I think we should accept that we sort of don't exist for the government. If they thought we are important and we have done something meaningful, the country should be far ahead. And the pangs that we are going through, fortunately for me, I don't like to talk about the pangs. I just go doing what I think is right and what should be done. And one day I'm able to prove to the government and to the people that is right. If government says if I'm working towards increasing the per capita of the rural zones is wrong, then I think I need to fight my case. So they don't interfere, they don't stop me, but they allow me to do these things, whatever we have done.
Yeah. Jose, you keep appearing and disappearing. Are you with us?
Am I heard now?
Yes, you're
Yes.
heard. Yeah, excellent. No, I think we were talking on a few issues. You missed the last one, which was actually the best examples of environment and heritage in your state, and now whether tourism is a partial destroyer. I think yes, destroyer is a very strong word, but if you go to Simla, Mussoorie, it is a destroyer. I don't know if it is just tourism, but I think it's urbanization, because the numbers game, is something that defeats India. You make a parking lot, and our planning is so much behind time that the day the parking is ready, there's already double the number of cars already ready to park there. So we're never ahead of ourselves. So in heritage also, if they vaguely accept us on the margins of it, but I think, Babji, that the change has come. And Jose, don't you think that there is a change from when you began today, when you talk to the government, that they think that we are not all madmen?
Let me come to you from the context of our experience, both as an enterprise and as an industry sitting in Kerala. Now here at the beginning, Kerala, I would think, was a late starter in tourism. And the statement here is red kept Kerala green. In other words, it kept the investor out, it kept the smokestack out. Its investments were in getting the highest rank in the subcontinent in HDI, the Human Development Index. Tourism was a dividend of that. Tourism grew in Kerala at the time when foreign investment, outside investment was refusing to come or afraid to come. Small local entrepreneurs did what they could, which was small, in a manner which they knew, which was local. So to their credit was that small, indigenous and small, could become world class. That's a Kerala story. Now in the context of tourism, how did, in that context, from a state which is left and left of left, whatever the government is, we have a situation when tourism now has become the largest employment generator, the livelihood creator in the state. The statistics show that 1 out of 3 new jobs come out of tourism, and in a recent what they call an investment summit, the Chief Minister's keynote address said that the 2 change agents of Kerala were, one, the phenomenon of NRK and tourism. NRK brings in remittances, tourism created livelihoods and jobs. It is in this context, it has changed. Kerala's landscape has been completely changed. It has been, and tourism has shown it has been, befriended people. It has shown how we have to maintain our cultures, preserve our nature. All justification for all that is brought in place. And this often repeated word that ease of doing business is is required, but at a certain precondition, not at the cost of environment, not at the cost of our community. So from that context, from our enterprise context itself, in CGH, we started out our journey sometime in the mid-90s. Before that, in the Lakshadweep.
But when you talk to the government today, because we know your story, but what I want, whoever is listening who may be new to this, who don't know you, is that this whole this thing about tourism destroys, but there's a positive story also. It brings so much employment, it does all that. So when you talk to government today about, let's say you're going to start a new hotel or enter a new area, do you find resistance? Do you find support? What do you find? I mean, I suppose everybody can participate, even Abhinash, you tell us, because we're all entrepreneurs in a different way,
I'm now talking in the BC era, BC before COVID era. In that context, tourism, wherever it has gone in Kerala, whether it has been in the heritage location, whether it has been in the rural locations, it somehow has contributed to rejuvenating that area. It has brought confidence. It has brought people's optimism to that place, and it is all because tourism, jobs, public spending, all of that are all interconnected. So tourism has been.
Then I want to say one thing. Then you see, in the notes that Hemant made, in the questions that he laid out, he says at the end is the tourism industry paying lip service to all this environment, I actually think it's the reverse. I think it's the government that pays lip service to tourism and environment, because we are all doing our best wherever we are. We've greened hills, we've done all that. In fact, the PM also, when he talked about 5 Ts, we were fascinated. We said we've never heard this from the ramparts of the Red Fort. But then what happened? Then PM to CM to DM to SDM, and we were back to square one. So I think that we could move to the next question. I think we are moving slower than we were scheduled to. The next question is really to say that this experience that is offered to the guests, I think the 3 players in this will be Bapji, Laksharaj, and Avinash. People want this to be cheap, or they perceive it to be very expensive. And I think maybe Laksharaj should speak first, because I think the most expensive room that is available in India or in the heritage sector is at the Lake Palace. It's for 22 lakhs. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would just start this with a rider that even in a democracy, everything cannot be for everybody. Even in a communist state, everything is not for everybody, because the lifestyles of the people who head the communist states is scandalous. Their bank accounts, all that we know. So why should anybody expect this cheap label when you offer a whole spectrum from the very top to the bottom? Laksharaj, perhaps you can speak first.
So what is it, the issue that we're trying to address here? What are we?
No, the issue we're addressing is the negativity attached to a high price tag. Because
well, I think every coin will always have 2 sides. I don't think that there is a debate on this that can ever be won by either or party. There will always be 2 sides to a coin, and there will always be people who will like one thing or the other. But as far as you are not doing anything which is unethical, immoral, illegal, and there is conviction, and you're doing something out of passion. So I think those are the things that one really need to concentrate on. And at the end of the day, those days are now gone where heritage hospitality was an excuse for bad hospitality. Now heritage hospitality is in par with the best of the best in the world. And today
often better, because they can't match our service, our manpower ratio, and so many other things.
Yeah, exactly. So, there are so many nitty-gritties, there are so many nuances, but without getting into all of those, I think world over, we are, I think, now very much in competition with the best. And I think our elders have worked very hard to put Rajasthan, the heritage hotels and all of that onto the world map, all over Rajasthan, not only just in southern Rajasthan, but generally Western India. And all the heritage properties, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, I think everybody there, with the help of a body and like-minded people, all have come together, popped up in a lot of places, and passion has been their predominant fuel. And we don't see it as a hotel, we don't see it as a business, we see this as our home. So the fact of the matter is that what we are actually doing today is sharing our homes. We are welcoming people into our homes, and it's not which is where the true tradition of Indian hospitality actually begins. That this is where hospitality began. That you didn't get somebody to come and stay at your place to make money. You got them there because that is what our culture was. And today, that aspect of things, that nuance with heritage hospitality is still so prominently existent that when those people come, they really actually say that, oh, it feels a home away from home. And that happens at so many of our places, be it here, be it elsewhere. And that's purely because the people who are there.
I don't think anybody who's a traveler, Laksharaj, has a home like your home. So, if they feel at home, that's good for them. But Bapji, what is your feeling about the price tag and the negativity which is, created around this, which continues actually? We can't hear you, Bapji, I think.
Yeah, I go back. I think that whole scenario is changed. And an element of Indians who now are affluent, they want to travel, they want the best, they are more demanding than foreigners, but they're ready to pay, and they pay, unlike before. And also, I think in the heritage segment, we have to differentiate between the starred palaces and the rest of our heritage properties. And if we start with the palaces, people are prepared to pay anything, and they, as Lakshma just said, they actually are very grateful. I've got so many letters saying, "Thank you for sharing your home with us," and they really want to feel a part of that. And also, the other thing we have to be very proud of is our people, our staff, what they can offer in terms of
Absolutely.
a natural uh, feeling towards hospitality. You don't get anywhere else. And when I was
Absolutely.
chairman RTDC, this is what the
No, so
other
I
people
think the
from the other states used
problem
to
is
say,
also,
that you've got your forts and palaces, but you've got one.
yeah. No, I
One
think that
Yeah, I
okay,
lost
we
you now.
can't hear. Is that okay? Yeah. I was thinking that actually, the problem in India, which has been, is always, a money problem. Either there's too little of it or there's too much of it. So I think that once the bottom, the money problem with those who have a want for it is settled to a certain extent, that everybody comes to a respectable level, then there will be less criticism of the luxuries of the upper style of living. And in that, I think we all play a role, but the government role in
Yeah.
that, at
No,
least in
can I?
developing. Yes, absolutely.
I want to make
We
one more
lost your
point.
point.
The thing is, we started with that. That's why I made the division between the super deluxe palaces and the rest of the properties. Now, this is where the misconception lies: is that the rest of the properties are out of bounds, which is not true. They are very, very reasonable. Many of our heritage hotels, especially the smaller ones, new ones, are giving you a home experience, giving you heritage, and giving you that kind of hospitality that you won't get in a chain of hotels. And they are at a very reasonable cost. And I think this is something we have to get across to the Indian traveler, particularly. And I think, as you rightly said in the beginning, now is the time. People are looking for getting away, having a home experience, getting out, and also a lot of the urban people, they want their
Yes.
children to know about our heritage. So this is the right time, and I think we must put across the fact that we are not as expensive as they might consider.
Okay. So
what they
I'd
perhaps you
like
could.
to I'd like to make a point here, sir, if I may.
Yes.
I think the concept of people expecting heritage properties or environmentally oriented properties to be cheaper, I think is a little misplaced, because both these segments are unique experiences for consumers, for travelers. And today's traveling public are looking, the 25, 35 millennials, post millennials are looking for experiential travel. And I also feel they're willing to pay. I think Zainaz mentioned that some time back. They're willing to pay. In India today, when I see and I talk to various hoteliers, we find that the Indian traveler is a higher paying traveler than the inbound uh, traditional, you know, series or group that used to come all these years.
Yeah.
Indians have the ability to pay.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
In places like Singapore and other countries, they seem to have the highest paying propensity. So today we have this situation. Steve mentioned some time back that Corona allows us to now leverage this, and the same traveler, double the number of Indians travel abroad than foreigners coming to India. So that whole market is waiting for these unique experiences, and I think price is not such a big
Yeah, that's a
consideration.
good point made. But your price is not the issue. But yeah, that's true. But I think that if this COVID had happened 25 or 30 years ago, it would have been much more tragic in that sense, because there was no Indian traveler to go to the heritage hotels at that point, not in these numbers,
True.
Anyway, yes. So the next point which Himat had made was that Ladakh has been declared by the Ministry of Tourism as God's second country. I didn't know God had a first country and a second country and a third country. I think
God's own country is Kerala.
I know, but that's God's own country. But this is the second country. I don't know, whichever. It's a stepchild or whatever they think it is. But
Case of dual passports.
Sorry?
Case of dual passports.
No, but I think that so the question here is that Ladakh is virgin country. It's a huge tract of land, and these 800 million people that we're talking about, the local, if they all, I mean not all, but even a small percentage, if that all start running to Ladakh, what is the future of Ladakh? It's going to be a mess, especially based on the kind of planning we've done since independence till today. So what is the solution? Jose, would you like to talk about this from God's own country?
Speaking from God's own country, to look at it, what is God's own country? And I think I just relate this to the previous question, what creates luxury? And the earlier question was it justifiable to charge a price which is beyond the realm of people? Here, I think we must remember tourism's purpose is an industry. Of course, it's great, it's a home and all that, but it's an industry. It's about creating livelihoods, and how it can create livelihood by not by creating built ostentations, but by experiences. And here, whether it's in a palace, whether it's in Ladakh, whether it's in backwaters of Kerala, all these places are capable of that. But important is that tourism is not for the tourist. That must be remembered. It is for the benefit you can provide to the destination, to the environment, to the local community. And that should be the priority of hierarchy. And here, I would say that Ladakh, if so many people go there, even a few people go there, they can be too many. And therefore, this concept of over-tourism is upon us. Here, I would just take 2 years ago, we had a meeting with the Responsible Tourism Society of India in Goa, very attended by many young players in Goa market, in Goa tourism, startup entrepreneurs, guides, many such people. And statistics was revealed that Goa's population was 14 lakhs, and Goa's visitor numbers, footfalls in a year, was 64 lakhs.
Wow!
One of
France.
When one of the speakers then said, "What has this done to Kerala?" And he was comparing done to Goa, and he was comparing it what tourism has done to Kerala. Kerala, they said that Goa was inviting in tourists, inviting investment. So large hotels were built, 500-room hotels were built, and the 64 lakh tourists who came, the cream was taken by the corporate investors, and we Goans, they said, and I'm just quoting that, we Goans are left to clean up the garbage. And that was the attitude that came out. Similar can be the situation in Ladakh if it happens that way. Therefore, the priority, I think the learning is that we must put environment absolutely number one, without excuse. The severest conditions to be applied. Community is next, and only then the consumer comes in. And consumer would I mean that the industry of tourism must serve the first two interests. And this is, I think, the biggest learning.
Do checks and balances work in India? Because, Bhutan did this, they put a cap, but then you flew into Bhutan and there was a minimum price you had to spend. So it was easy to do that, But in a destination like Nainital, which when we went as children, you could walk around, Now you get 5 lakh tourists, in summer, and it's an absolute blockade going up, coming down. So I think we have to have very strong checks and controls. And I think the local community factor is important. If you don't want a permanent mark, then if Ladakh is good in summer, for example, then we should do tents, and not just build hotels, because tents are wonderful. Local people can be trained to do that. But who does this? If the entrepreneur does it, he becomes an outsider. If those people can be sent out and trained, Ladakh is a huge area, and basically it celebrates wilderness or nothingness, or a planet, a lunar planet, which is completely different from Kerala or, the Andamans and so on. So I think it's again an issue of private-public partnerships, and the government, the government stepping back and letting the players play. I think that when the government doesn't consult the stakeholders and treats us like children, I don't know if we have too much time. I wanted to tell a story. I once went to a convent.
Go ahead. We've got 16 minutes to go. And after that, let's get Steve in.
Okay, we've got 2 questions. No, but I wanted to share this because you remember this, because I was once called to a convent, Tara Hall in Simla, to give a talk, and the subject I chose was limericks. So the Mother Superior, when I met her, I told her that, the limericks can be quite naughty and blue. So to what extent can I, go with these young girls, who are school girls? And she looked at me and she laughed and she said, actually, they know all about life and sex and so on, but we have to keep pretending that they don't know. So the situation with us is that the government knows we know better than them, but they don't listen to us. And they keep talking down to us like they were the principals and we were the students, So when will this change? How will this change? Because if it won't change post-COVID, then it's never going to change,
All right. So
Would you like to talk about this, Abhinash?
Yeah.
Or anybody, what do you have to say on this, Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Steve.
Coming in.
I think Ladakh is not a good example.
Okay, one moment. It's Steve. Jose, it's Steve. Steve, come in. Unmute. Steve, unmute. Steve, unmute.
Aman, I think we have passed those days where publicity and the government can push a destination. Today, our traveler is very smart. He does his own research. He gets his own feedback. A destination grows because of what it is. I think good policies governed very strictly can make Ladakh a very safe destination. Why are we reinventing? We have seen this all over the world. Take Gitoan. Take Gitoan. No petrol, no fuel, no electricity, nothing. So beautifully managed. I think we got to take, you cannot stop. You cannot say only 100 people can go, 200 people can go. No, it'll have a natural growth. But we got to be extremely responsible, sustainable, innovative, and regenerative.
Steve, if 5 lakh people land up in Ladakh, everybody sits in their car. How do you manage it? That's the problem.
I think it's a very good issue about it's an issue of carrying capacity.
Steve. Is such a large
How does a place that doesn't have
sorry, we can't hear you.
It doesn't have the carrying capacity of so many people is the point being made, I think.
If individuals can do it in special areas, why can't the government or the local state government do it for a state? We can do it. We have created transformed 3 villages into this. That is very responsible, and we have connected. We have connected the tourists. We have connected the tourists directly to the local communities. Give priority to the local communities. Take care of the environment, and we should create that. That's why we have regulatory bodies. Let the Tourism Development Corporation do it. If they can regulate me, we can regulate Ladakh. Let's take special care. There should be special zones. How is the world doing it? I can't go into Gitoin or into some places like Aachen.
No, you can't compare yourself with Switzerland and places like, I mean, the world does it because the world is more disciplined. Here, when you tell somebody not to do something in India, they derive double the pleasure in doing it, because there's this mentality first from the government side of like bureaucracy also to stop people, and from
I strongly believe, Aman, those days are gone. Today, if we want to do it, we can do it. This town is such a beautiful little town. It was the dirtiest town. We can educate people. We can regulate people. Those days are a passé and it's gone. Today, the world is different. Look at Kerala, rebuilding Kerala with the project Muzaris. They are taking Kerala back by 1,000 years and then regenerating it from there. I think we can do it.
Giving a very good example. Abhinash, you had something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to just bring some points on the table. Let's see the example of Khajuraho. Khajuraho is a city, excellent in terms of culture, heritage, temples, etc.
Yes.
Near tiger sanctuaries and so on. A lot of hotels are being built in Khajuraho, but there are no flights that they even have a brand new airport. But there's only 1 or 2 flights that go in that city, and really the industry is hurting very, very poorly because connectivity is poor. Let's take the example now, which is Ladakh.
The point is that we have to all gather. If just the hotels of that place are going to say, we are starving, we are dying, and all the rest of us are saying our hotels are doing fine, then we don't become a lobby strong enough, to deal with the government. I think.
So Ladakh, the issue of Ladakh being appointed, let's say, as God's second country, it's a small airport. There are hardly any aircraft that go there. There's not many hotels. I think this is a nice slogan. It helps that territory and that area, but the carrying capacity is just not there. And even if the people reach there, where will they stay? Because even today, Ladakh is a experiential travel destination. So,
No, but your point about Khajuraho is very well taken. It's a ready-made destination full of accommodation, excellent hotels, very nice villages, cleanliness. Why is it not developing? Because there is no vested interest to push it at the top or whatever the issues are, That is part of the tragedy. Actually, I had found a forward, which I think very relevant for what we are talking about, that all of us can't just say I'm getting my piece of the pie and so let's forget the others. It's a battle. I think that this post-COVID period is some sort of run banka moment, if you want to call it, Babji, because we all have to battle together for this constantly and for many years, for each of us, not for all of us, not just individually. And I think that there is a very beautiful little film. I don't know if you saw it. This is a race between differently abled children. They're running a track race, and they're all not fully in control of their bodies. And there's a child who's coming first. He reaches the end, and just before that, the child behind him falls down. So he stops and picks up that child, and together they run and they finish. I think that is the kind of attitude that the hotel industry has to follow. And I don't know, but it might be light-hearted, but it shows the double standards of how we want all of us to succeed together rather than one player grab the pie. Can we see that?
Babji, you have to mute yourself. Unmute yourself, Babji.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Unmute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So did you ask what is the question to me?
Yeah. The question is to you, Babji. The question is to you, Bapji.
Yeah, what is the question? Sorry. What precisely is the question?
No, it's not a question. What I was saying was that actually we can't have a double standard on watching one destination fall because we want to promote ours. I think, we all want a piece of the cake, and therefore we have to see that the whole cake is baked. The center of it might be, let's say, the expensive segment. In the outer, there are many more players, but people have to wade through this part to that part to that part, and our success lies in seeing the success of everybody, which is why that little, it's not a question actually, I wanted Bhuvnesh, you to show that little video, which is a few seconds only, but which shows the approach between how we shouldn't be behaving,
I fully agree. But when you're talking about heritage destinations, there are those who care and there are those who don't. And what happens is that you may start off with a destination with all good intentions, using local people, and is little known. The moment it gets known, like take the case of Jaisalmer, you find people just go in there for the sake of business. Or Mount Abu, I'm talking about Rajasthan, I don't know places. Or you're talking about Simla and places. Then people just come in there and they are only interested in making money. Whereas the people who really care, they care about the destination. So, and that's how it should be. Everybody, there should be something in it for everybody.
No, but even Rajasthan, Rajasthan, we celebrate heritage, but if you look at Valley of the Loire in France, it is the size of Sheikhavati and it gets 25 million tourists. So I think there's no complacency for any state, for any destination, shouldn't exist in India. We have to eat the cake at the share and then celebrate it together. Bhuvnesh, you can if you want.
Kunal, switch on the video.
Who's that? I'm having battery problem.
I think it's nice to end on a lighter note that, we all have to share everything, and there in that lies our future. And if anybody has an issue, whether it's a destination or a hotel, we should all be together on that front so that we are a voice that is heard. That is all I have to say, Bhuvnesh.
Thank you. I do not even know how to explain this, but makes me a little emotional. Having to share a screen with such luminaries. You have Bapji over here. I really look up to him. You have Maharaj Kumar, Laksharaj Singh Ji Mewar. Yeah, I'm really grateful. Steve, you. Yeah, I've always wanted to do a show with all of you, Steve, Jose, Avinash, and somebody I really look up to everybody, but Aman, who's 10, 12 years my senior from school, I really look up to him. Maybe someday my beard can also shape like him. Having said that,
I've trimmed it today because I was meeting Laksharaj.
I'm going to interrupt here, but I thought that Aman was, I think, perhaps the youngest member on the forum.
Yeah, he still is. He still is, sir.
No, I trimmed my beard today because I don't want to Laksharaj people to think that I look like his father, So I said I better put my long face today. Yes.
But whole lot of comments coming. People are commenting over here. Do not end the show. Let it go on. But for want of time, we're so sequenced, one show after the other. I must tell you, I will be doing another special full day on heritage, environment, and conservation, in which I want to bring out more from Udaipur, more from Jodhpur, a hell of a lot of more from Steve and Joe's, Aman and Abhinash. In all this, Aman and
those who are commenting, tell them that the show will go on.
The show will go on.
Tell them the heritage show will go on.
And let me tell you, in all this, we haven't spoken much about what Neem Rana has done, right?
No, but I'm the moderator. So there's moderation on that front. Yes.
We can see Neem Rana behind you. And
no, because I came to the office. I don't know how to do this, so I'm sitting in the conference room where they have a picture. Otherwise, you would have had my bedroom or something. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sure that's just by default, isn't it, Aman? Just having that picture perfectly right behind you. Stuff is just completely by default.
Great branding, Aman, great branding.
But with it was sitting with such luminaries, if there's been any faux pas by me, I stand excused. But thank you so much. Maharaj Gaj Singh Ji Bapji is not there. Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji, thank you so much for gracing our show. Steve, thank you for gracing our show. Jose, thank you for gracing our show. Aman, a big thank you to you. And I'm sure you have lesser hair and younger. Abhinash, thank you. And we miss Himmat. Himmat isn't there today. And Maharaj Laksharaj Singh Ji, Maharaj Kumar Laksharaj Singh Ji, Steve, Jose, Aman, Abhinash, and Maharaj Gaj Singh Ji, grace us with another show. I shall have this one for 2 hours.
But show this to the government. Actually, what we've been saying.
I will get people from the government on the show.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Bye-bye. Bye, Jose. Bye. Bye, Aman.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the conclusion of the first panel discussion, and we are now going to take a small break and have a look at some of the AVs. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Keep conversing on social media using our hashtag EHA2020. Well, we're talking about 5 days of power-packed panels, 180 plus speakers, and 100 plus awards happening from the August 31st to the September 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, Indians love their food, different cuisines within the country in itself, in all of our DNAs. We all are missing the delicious delicacies that our excellent restaurants offer. We can't wait for them to get back to business and for us to feel safe enough to visit them again. Well, our next session is titled From March to Unlock, the F&B Challenge. The session is going to be moderated by Manu Chandra, chef partner, Olive Group of Restaurants, and the panelists include Anurag Katriyar, the president, NRAI, and managing director, Digastibus Hospitality, Manish Mehrotra, corporate chef, Indian Accent Restaurants, Zorawar Kalra, founder and managing director, Massive Restaurants Private Limited, Riaz Amlani, CEO and MD, Impresario, Handmade Restaurants, and Ashish Dev Kapoor, founder and director, Moods Hospitality Private Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd request Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna to kindly join me on the screen.
Hi, Bhavna. This is another very good show. Why don't you bring them all in?
Absolutely.
They're all such huge names. Hi, Ashish. Hi, Manu.
Hi, Manu. Hi, Ashish.
Hi, Zorawar.
Hello. Manish, how are you?
Hi, Riaz.
Hi, Mr. Khanna. How are you doing?
Good, good. Yeah, Mr. Khandani.
Hi, Zorawar.
So they're all there. Hi, Zorawar. So this is a much happening platform right now. We are all in.
Anurag is missing.
अनुराग नहीं आया वही मैं कहूँ कौन कम हो गया. Good to see you. So we've if I was to tell you, we've day before yesterday crossed 2 lakh viewers. Wow. And we're wedding hell past to almost to 300,000 viewers, and this has become India's biggest show ever by over 2 times. Nobody has ever got near this. So
very nice.
This is all thanks to everybody supporting us. People have been through a lot, but supported us, held our hands together, and we owe this to the industry. You know, ladies and gentlemen, these are all very bright restaurateurs, and you know, like Bhavna said, if it is food, of course, I will be around, though I'm eating a lot less these days, right? But food is for life, and each one of you have carved a niche for yourself on your own. Even though Zorawar father was a great name, a name that we all cherish and shall cherish for the rest of our life. Riaz Amlani, another huge name with Impresario. Who does not know social? Manu is who shall anchor the show. I shall talk about him the last. Manish Mehrotra, again a chef of great repute. Right? Let him gather more glory. And he heads the Indian accent. Ashish Dev Kapoor is young, bright, and happening. And who does not know whiskey samba? That brings me to Manu. Manu, तुम बैंगलोर पहुंच गए हो अभी भी दिल्ली हो?
नहीं पहुंच गया सर आपकी दुआ से.
पहुंच गए. So Manu has had a stay because of a setback in the family, but we shall put it behind us. Manu is a great chef. Manu is young. Manu is happening, and Manu, of course, Olive Manu shall speak about, and also he heads the southern chapter for the NRAI. Anurag will also be joining. I shall hand you the baton, Manu, to take this ahead, and let's do justice to the 75 minutes we have today. Over to you, Manu.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Thank you for having us all here, and for me to moderate the panel. We'll wait for Anurag to join in, but in the meantime, I hope everyone's doing well. I'm glad to be in the same club as Ashish Dev Kapoor, young and happening.
Yes,
seems to be the right place to be right now.
Yeah.
Good to see Zorawar, looking bright and fresh as always.
So, Manu, Anurag will be just joining it. Why don't we start with the introductions to everybody?
आपने इंट्रोडक्शन तो कर दिया सबका.
मैंने कर दिया. हाँ, तो शुरू करो अंताक्षरी.
अच्छा, करते हैं. Okay, so our discussion today is titled From March to Unlock, and I'll try to keep it as snappy as possible. I will possibly interrupt you in the middle to keep the conversation flow going, because there's a tendency, I mean, given that we're all in a bit of a soup, to become one a very long list of wars and issues that we face. So we'll try to tackle them bit by bit, but also try to look at the bright side. Obviously, in the last few days, we've seen a lot of activity. A lot of states have decided to go ahead and allow for bar operations. Some states are, reissuing curfews and clampdowns. So, of course, from March, as I call it, March to Unlock can also be called Qayamat se Qayamat tak, because the way, we still don't know how much water we are in and what the future actually looks like. In fact, in the words of a fairly prominent New York restaurateur, he said, if anyone claims to say they know what's happening, they're talking crap, because nobody knows what's happening. Are we there, or have we passed that stage yet? So we'll try to tackle some of this today. And I have specific questions for some of you, which I would like you to address, for the viewers. I'm sure there's a lot of people from the hospitality industry, as well as a lot of young entrepreneurs, restaurateurs, especially students who sort of watching this show. So they have a lot of questions. They're also very unsure, very, very afraid, and rightfully so. So, luminaries like you, I'm sure, can shed a lot of light on that. So let's, get right to it. My first question was for Anurag, but he's not here yet. So I'll actually ask Riaz instead, because both of them have, been instrumental in all the lobbying efforts that NRAI has done over the last year, couple of years. Riaz, of course, has been involved for a lot longer, very vocal, great associations and connections over these years. So Riaz, we've seen a lot of governments, and we spoke about this, on so many platforms over the last few months, stepped in and tried to at least acknowledge the fact that one of the worst affected businesses because of this pandemic was the hospitality industry. Why did we not see anything even remotely similar to that in this country? And where do you think we went wrong as a country in addressing probably one of the largest employers of human capital, as far as business is concerned?
Why do you want me to be in trouble, Manu?
You're always in trouble.
That's true. But it's not the kind of trouble I want to be in. Anurag ji is here.
Anurag ji is here. This was,
What timing? Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell. Saved by the bell.
Hi, Anurag.
Anurag, you're on mute.
Riaz bach gaye.
Anurag ji, perfect timing. Manu?
He has to unmute. Unmute kariye, Anurag. Unmute.
Anurag, unmute kar lo. Namaskar. Anurag, mic band hai.
Anurag's permanent setting is actually mute. बार-बार बताना पड़ता है वहाँ पे.
Welcome, Anurag.
Thank you so much. ये frame ठीक है क्योंकि I have to log on from my laptop today for because my phone somehow is not logging in.
हाँ बढ़िया है.
ठीक है sir. Hi everyone, sorry to keep you guys waiting.
खुशामदीद.
Sir,
we are going to hit the ground running. So March to Unlock is the title of the discussion, and I already asked the tough question to Riaz, but he's very expertly fended off to you because it is NRI related. I was saying, from the start of the pandemic, we saw it became very evident that probably one of the worst hit businesses and industries is going to be the hospitality sector at large. Of course, standalone restaurants, very badly affected. A complete shutdown of business. The rest of the world seemed to have acknowledged that. The rest of the world seemed to have made positive noises, seemed to have at least tried to bail them out or help them somehow. We clearly didn't see very much of that or any of it happening over here. Of course, the unlock has now started, and there's statewide policies. Excise is always a state mandated policy, so that makes things complicated. But why do you think that one of the largest employers of human capital receives this, second-class citizen treatment all the time? And why is it that the government doesn't step up and acknowledge that this is an industry that desperately needs bailing out and a lot of help?
No, I think Riaz would have been the best guy to answer, but let me try. I said, no, I think we suffer from an image problem, honestly. And that is the reason why this industry is looked upon as an industry which is about partying and debauchery and whatnot. I mean, eating out is still a luxury, and drinking is a sin in the larger mindsets of people. That's our, what we get from our socialist mindset that this country has grown on. And that is why it doesn't deserve the respect it deserves. It is not even accorded the status of an industry today. And that is where the crux of the problem is. If you're not even acknowledged as an industry, how would anyone give you any kind of relief or anything for that matter? That is where the problem is. I think it's an image problem more than anything else. And secondly, what also ails us is that there is absolutely not a single authority or ministry that looks after our interest. And IT has an IT ministry, agriculture has its own ministry, railway has its own ministry. We are governed by everyone, from an assistant engineer in the local ward office to the prime minister's office. And if you have that kind of regulatory thing, like Manu, you only said, look at health and excise, two of the biggest things with us lies with the state government. But during the pandemic, all the decision making lies with the union government. So where is the coordination? And I think that is where the problem is.
So Riaz, let me ask you and build on that. As Anurag said, that liquor and drinking is considered a sin. It's a state mandated subject. We have dry states in the country. It's quite bizarre, but every time there's a cash crunch, there's only one place everyone seems to look. And even now, when we find ourselves completely broke and state coffers empty, and we've heard this time and time again, the one thing that seems to be kick-started and activated and all kinds of restrictions lifted are actually on liquor. There are figures that vary anywhere from 16% to 28% of the state's exchequer's income comes from the sale of liquor. When you're so reliant on the sin taxes, isn't there more that needs to be done and making sure that there is a little more due credit paid for people who actually service that product for you? You're on mute.
Thanks. I agree with Anurag ji, of course. We do have an image problem. When you think of a restaurateur, you often think of a cigar smoking, whiskey swirling guy who goes ha 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 and all of that, right? A typical image of a villain. But I think that at some level, there's also more and more I've been seeing, the more we've been trying to go and approach the government, there's a deep-seated mistrust of industry with the government. When CREDI went to the government with their demands, they were told that you guys are dishonest people. You guys you're definitely holding on to your inventory. You are not willing to let go your inventory, so we cannot help you. When hoteliers went to the government, they were told if the government starts helping five-star hotels, then what else? That's going to be a big image problem. When we went to the government, we asked for. They first told us, "Look, we don't have any money. Don't bother us with money." So we went to them with various options and ideas. Say, okay, if you can't help us out now, why don't you make conditions better for us? Why don't you deregulate our business? Why don't you allow for GST input tax credit? Why don't you allow restaurants to serve in open areas? Why don't you make our licenses easy? Why do we have this 25-year age limit for drinking? Why don't you make it move from licenses to registration? Right now, we need about 32 different licenses and NOCs. Why can't we move from licensing to registration? So you can, come and check whether we are compliant post. But we were told that, okay, but that is not COVID related, so don't bring that up to us. So it's almost like this kind of, attitude where people who are doing business are actually being frowned upon. So we do have an image problem, but more than that, I think the government is not yet serious about unlocking the potential in tourism. Because currently, if you just look at the figures of tourism, I mean, before COVID, this was 8 million, out of which only 3 million were bona fide tourists. The rest of them were NRIs who were returning home, or were Nepalis and Sri Lankan, or people from a neighboring city. So that does not count as tourism. When you have 18 million people in one city with $300 or more to spend per day, it changes everything. Right? And it is unfortunate that with all our lions and tigers in one country, mountains, rivers, seat of ancient civilizations, we only have 3 million visiting our country. And I think that it's systemic. And I think some of this starts off with this kind of puritanical notion that hospitality and restaurants and enjoyment is necessarily a bad thing, and maybe penance and leading a slightly more Spartan lifestyle is a better thing. I don't know, but it is clearly hospitality and tourism today is one of the lowest hanging fruits that the government can attack. We are about 3 times the size of the IT industry, and like Anurag ji said, we have an IT minister, but we are 3 times the size, and we can actually scale somebody to be in our industry in a day, in 2 days. But if somebody has to be in the IT industry, he has to be skilled for at least 6 or 7 months before he can even enter the IT industry. So there is a disparity, and we've been plugging away now for the last 8-9 years. Maybe it'll be a trickle effect. Maybe it'll be the water drop, one drop at a time. But hopefully the government will soon rise up and things will get better for our industry. I mean, we are eternal optimists, right? That's what we do.
It's funny that you speak about tourism and the numbers of tourism. I saw a figure somewhere which said that the footfalls in the Mall of Dubai were nearly 2.5 times the number of tourists that India receives on an annual basis. And I think that was a very stark contrast in saying that, I mean, a country...
Dubai sees, the Dubai Mall sees 100 million visitors a year, which is about 33 times the size of people come to India.
Okay.
That's crazy.
That's staggering. 100 million. Wow, that's a lot of footfall. So, I mean, taking from that, talking about tourism, talking about cities that thrive on tourism, let's speak to let's ask Zoravar. I mean, Zoravar, you have interest in London, so does Manish. You obviously have had far more international exposure through your own establishments, your restaurants. You've got franchises, across the Middle East, and obviously now with Farzi Cafe London. You seem to, in discussion that we had unofficially, clearly there was so much being done in that city to make sure that the industry survived. In fact, the more recent measure that the government was funding the discounts in restaurants, and you saw phenomenal footfalls over the weekdays. That was also very encouraging. Tell us a little about that. I mean, what's the international experience been for you so far?
Let me build upon, firstly, Riaz's description of a restaurateur. It's akin to a Bond villain, smoking cigars, doing ha, swirling whiskey. The only thing missing is that white cat. I think once we have the white cat, we'll be exactly like a Bond villain. No, it's unfortunate that the perception is such as that. As we have said before on this forum and on various other forums, that the food and beverage industry is the second highest employer of human capital in India after agriculture. It contributes nearly 3% to India's GDP. Yet the status of an industry still is devoid. I mean, we still don't have that status, which we, I think, so richly deserve. That being said, I think this new unlock, like you said, with the allowance of liquor, the relaxation of timings, etc., is definitely going to be a positive step. And I hope that it helps a beleaguered industry in recover some of the magnanimous losses that we've suffered over the past years. I still think growth will be slow and steady, but at least it's a move in the right direction. However, specifically answering your question about the Eat Out to Help Out campaign, let me tell you, it was a roaring success. On the last day, which was, I think, Monday, the Monday of this week, we had lines out the door. I posted some photos on social media. I couldn't believe it. It seemed like opening day to me. And it was the last day. They spent 500 million pounds on reigniting their F&B sector, because we all know how many millions of tourists go to London, and most of them go there for the fantastic food offerings that the city has, apart from the cultural heritage. And they took a very positive step. It was a roaring success. In essence, the weekend shifted. The weekend became Monday and Tuesday. And the other days, like literally, I'm not kidding, Friday and Saturday were significantly lower. But what that actually did was help people get over the fear, because I think the biggest problem we have right now, apart from the the regulations and all that kind of stuff, is the fear psychosis. Humans are afraid to go out. They think that bars and restaurants are a hotbed or super spread or have super spreader status. And unfortunately, it's very important for us to get over that. I mean, I think that fear is what's going to debilitate our industry even going forward. But schemes such as this have helped people by giving them the the carrot of a discount, has helped people to go out. So millions went out, literally millions. I think 50 million people, because 10 pounds each, 50 million is 500 million pounds. And you had 50 million citizens of the US and tourists of the UK, I'm sorry, and tourists, although there were not many tourists. So I'm talking about literally repeat clientele that went and visited these restaurants, helped kickstart the whole setup, helped get a lot of encouragement going. They have their percentage of GDP. Restaurants provide a smaller percentage of GDP of the UK than we do to ours. So they've taken a very positive step. I think it was a genius move. I think an Indian gentleman came up with that, who works with the UK government. And I just hope that we can learn something from that, because what we need right now is a kickstart. We need to get the momentum going. We need to get the engine started up. And once we get that, I think Indians love eating out. We all know that food is the largest form of entertainment in India. We're 40 times larger than Bollywood. I mean, literally, people like you and Ashish, who look like movie stars, should be the new movie stars of the whole, of our industry. And it's truly important for consumers to also understand. But I think the government has to play a more key role. And a program like Eat Out to Help, I'm sure they can't afford to pay 500 million pounds, and we respect that. But definitely what Riyaz said, make the conditions, the environment more hospitable for us, pun intended, more hospitable for the hospitality industry, for us to be able to thrive and at least try and recover some of the incredible losses. So I think we can learn from what's happened in the UK. It's been very positive, and we're really looking forward to more changes and more positive working environments for the entire industry.
Absolutely. So I think obviously the nicest thing out of that is that the tacit acknowledgement of the fact that that industry is so important at so many levels, and that just is such a refreshing paradigm compared to what we see. And this is not just about complaining about what's happening over here. I think that acknowledgement, even if it's a trickle effect, as Riyaz said, is necessary now. Now, taking off from momentum that you spoke about, let me ask my next question to Ashish. Ashish, you're on mute, so please unmute. You're one of the first people to begin the reopening process and saying, okay, we'll start dine-in, we'll put SOPs in place. You had these fantastic videos doing the round. There was virality on them. Everyone was seeing them. It was obviously setting up a lot of other people in the business and saying, hey, if Kimono Club can do it, so can we. How's your experience been so far?
Manu, I'm super excited just getting back into a working routine after 5 months. So I think it's, whatever said and done, it's great to be back in the business of seeing people in the restaurants and just be serving again. And I think, the new normal is here to stay. And if you saw in the videos also, which we made, they were balanced between not only talking about the new normal. I mean, today, walking in a place and getting temperature checked and getting your hands sanitized is the bare minimum, so that is there. But I think it's more about, coming back to those coffee dates and those business meetings or friends catching up together, obviously with precaution, obviously in smaller groups. But I think it's just about, like Zorawar said, getting the fear factor out and encouraging people to come back to places that they have fond memories of, and just coming back and seeing that, listen, things are not as bad as they seem. So I've been pretty encouraged. I think week on week, Obviously, we started with zero. So ours is not a business that suffered 20-30%. They were down to zero. And so the base is increasing, but it is increasing week on week. It's still difficult days for the business, but hey, we at least back on.
Absolutely. I think that's really, I would like to say the encouraging signs, but I don't know if those sort of green shoots permeate across the business. So whilst we are on the topic of a certain level of positivity and looking forward and hoping that this unlock is going to start beginning to change things, I would also like to dwell upon what's happened in the past few months and the catastrophic effect that's had. I mean, we can't suddenly bury or dust that under the carpet or the rug and say that, nothing really happened and everything is back to normal. There are very far-reaching effects of what's transpired, and that's hit the business at a very, very fundamental level. So I'm going to ask my next question to Manish. And Manish, obviously it's been terrible at so many levels, a complete shutdown of business. As Anurag has said in so many conversations, we work on a deferred payment model. It impacts business at so many levels. You had outstanding debts, you had credit, you had vendors that you hadn't paid. There was a large number of staff for you in several countries. You had a flourishing catering outfit. You were flying across the world and doing really high-end caterings, etc. Everything came to a grinding halt. So the business wanted to enter the fray. The people who were all
Hello. Can you hear me?
Did you hear me? Yes.
Last thing I missed. Last thing I couldn't hear.
No, I said. So what your take on what is this going to do for long-term employment opportunities?
It's really tough. It's really tough, and that this thing happened, and everything came to zero. It's not that the loss of business; everything went absolutely zero. And for London operation, we have to shut the operation because we thought that we are not going to make it. Whatever we are losing, we are not going to make it in the future also. So, and the landlord was not ready to help us out in any way. And again, we were in one of the most expensive areas in London on Albemarle Street. The rentals were really crazy. So we had to shut the operation. And in India, we managed through because of our past savings and all. But yes, in terms of if you see Indian accent, my average commie or average waiter, he earns at least 1.5 times from service charge and the tips. Like in December, the average service charge for the entire team, in my team, everybody gets the same service charge, was 32,000 rupees a month. 32,000 rupees a month somebody is getting as a service charge, and suddenly it becomes a zero. It is like it's a big impact on them. So that went down. Then there was no business. So the salaries percentage was down. We are getting very lot of percentage cut in our salary also. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, you can survive on your savings and all. But after that, it becomes really tough. So for all of us, for the suppliers were asking. The people who owe us money, we were behind them to give us the money. Parties which we did in November, October, we were still waiting for the payments. And some places, we are still waiting for the payments to come. So yes, there is a huge impact, but I think now it's going to get over. And New York business is picking up. In-room dining very soon it will start. There, the landlord was very sweet. They helped us in setting up a proper restaurant outside, so we could do a proper business outside the restaurant, because in-room dining is still not allowed in New York. And New York is now open and it's working. and showing very good signs of improvement. And the moment in-room dining will start, definitely it will be, I won't say it will come back to the normal, but at least a good amount will come back.
Okay, Manish, I'll just stop you there. So again, taking from what you said sweet landlord. Now, sweet landlord is a bit of an oxymoron. There are not very many sweet landlords out there.
I
And
know, I know.
we've seen,
But
I know.
we've seen. So over the months, of course, there's been a massive tussle. It goes without saying. We've seen, cities. I read the New York Times every day. I read the Guardian every day. I read at least 4 newspapers every day to at least get a handle on what's happening across the world. And it's the writing on the wall is very clear that real estate has plummeted, rentals have plummeted. You cannot work on the old paradigm anymore. And our sweet landlords are in complete denial of it. There's an ostrich syndrome clearly kicking in. They still feel that they're. You want to say something?
No, I just say it's a very contrast what we saw in London and what we saw in New York. It's totally contrast, I would say. So it's not that everybody is bad or everybody is good, but I see both the things, and I think we are in India. Our landlord, I think all of us, we have restaurant in that landlord's place, and they are also helping us.
Yeah. So there is, of course, a tussle, and one can't deny the fact. Much as we'd like to believe that things are coming back to normal, we're looking at numbers every single day. We're seeing cases climb every day. We're hitting records that nobody else in the world has hit. Mortality rates, obviously, in a country as large as ours, when you're pegging it at percentages, it doesn't seem like very much because 1% doesn't sound like very much. But when you look at it as absolute numbers, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people who are not being able to make it through, this disease. It's a lot of people who are getting critical. Obviously, with advancements in treatment, with steroids being more effective, the magical vaccine that everyone's talking about, Mr. Trump obviously trumps it more than anybody else. We wanted to make it by 15th of August, on and on and on. We keep hearing, but when you hear the pharmaceutical industry speak, or people from the Serum Institute, for example, who actually manufacture vaccines more than anybody else in the world, they say that by the middle of next year, we'll probably be ready with 100 million doses. We're a country of 1.3 billion people. Obviously, it's not going to be that easy to get out there. And the first 100 million doses, even if they're manufactured by the middle or end of next year, are going to go to the services. They're going to go to the medical staff. They're going to go to people who are more vulnerable, older people. So it'll be a while before this vaccine comes in. So if we continue to go, I'm going to shoot the next question back to you, Riaz. If we continue on this trajectory, if the SOPs continue to say that we're going to be at 50%, this is a fundamental alteration of the way the business model works. It's not what we programmed. Every programming, every bit of programming, every bit of Excel sheets that were made in the past will have to be reworked. Need to take places down. Obviously, they can't face the heat. So, what's your take on the real estate, and what's your take? I'd like to discuss the business model aspect in slightly more detail with all of you. But let's talk about real estate for a minute here.
No, Manu, you're bang on in your assessment. I definitely, I think we, like I said before, we are optimists. But in this case, I think we need to err on the side of caution. There is just no way with a 50%, social distancing norm that our business will come back above 50%. It's pure mathematics. It is my understanding. If that, and like I said, that is obvious, but it is my understanding that we will be at around 35% of our pre-COVID businesses best case scenario for at least the next 9 months, if not more. Right? Again, I'm saying this is best case scenario. So while everybody might be talking about green shoots, etc., and getting really excited, I think there are two factors at play. One is the fact that there is pent-up demand, right? There is this kind of need to go out, which is expressing itself. Sustainability confidence is growing, but I don't see it going past 35%. So whenever we do our calculations, we have to account for this loss of business, right? We are not going to come back anytime soon. I know that a lot of us here feel, we're going December, everything's going to be back. January is going to be amazing. I don't see that happening. So we have to be ready. In our conversations, as you know, that most of us on this group have come together and worked in unison, except of course superstars like Ashish who manages everything on his own. We've been able to really kind of come together, work out solutions, been able to explain to landlords what we really need and want. And I would say that out of we have 60 keys. We've entered into litigation with one landlord. Uh, Landlords are understanding, but they are not being able to understand the length of the duration of the issue. The issue is going to be much longer, and we all have to try and find solutions. And it's going to be an ongoing battle. So I'm hopeful that the landlords will understand, and they will have no other option but to kind of work with good operators, because I feel the future, uh, there's going to be a glut and a huge supply of properties. Operators are going to be the ones who are going to be in higher demand, right? Because all these restaurants which nobody to operate. So eventually it'll become more the hotel model, where the hotel owner is a property owner, but the operation is actually done by the restaurateurs. So I think that could be a possible silver lining, but it will require letting go of some old business models and old precepts and old constructs, and adopting new models and new constructs. And I think that this virus will precipitate that. And I think another silver lining is a lot of fault lines that were there existing in our businesses, where we were having way too many people in our waiting staff. Service expectations were overtly exaggerated. Like if you enter a hotel in India, there'll be 8 people who will give you a salam but will be doing absolutely nothing. There'll be a guy who will open up your door. There'll be a guy who will give you a salute. There'll be a guy who will open your door. You will go in. There'll be somebody who will put a har on you. Then a receptionist will treat you, and then somebody will take you to your room. This does not happen in the West. In here, if you have 100 cover restaurant, you're going to have at least 60 people in your front of the house, back of the house, working in that restaurant. It doesn't work like that. I'm sure Manish Ji and Zorawar will be able to shine a better light on that, but it doesn't work like that. Here in India, service expectation is, if I look up, I want to make eye contact. If my glass is half empty, I expect it to be full. It doesn't work like that in the West. In the West, you give your orders together. You don't expect to see the waiter again until your order comes back to you. So there will be some fault line corrections in staffing. There will also be some corrections in with real estate prices, because as you know, we pretty much have a purchasing power of a third world country, but we are paying more than first world rentals. So there has to be a correction, and something has to give.
I'm sorry, I seem to be having a connection issue.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat that.
Yeah, it's recorded. Manu, we can hear you. Okay, don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah, so he'll come back. He's been having.
Anuragji, I'll just quickly step in. You have been leading the charge in many ways. You're trying to figure out a kind of a new working relationship with landlords. How's your experience been, and how have you? Are you excited by the unity shown by restaurateurs in this tough time?
Yes, by and large, I think I'm very, very happy, Riyaz. And you are aware of it that most people have agreed to come together during this time. I think the biggest challenge that I see vis-a-vis landlords is the change of mindset. If you believe that whatever was the commercial understanding in pre-pandemic times, they hold any relevance today, then you're living in La La Land, honestly. There is no way. They are absolutely irrelevant. This is a brand new world which requires brand new thinking. So if you start thinking from the benchmark of what was happening pre-pandemic, then nothing is going to work. But luckily, lots of landlords are seeing this. We have seen some institutional landlords like malls and all also coming around to the reality. I posted a story this morning about Mirchi and Maim and Madira and Maim and Pavai coming back after announcing a closure. And that happened because every stakeholder, be it the restaurant owner, the customers, the landlord, everybody came together to save the mothership. And that is the way it has to work. Anybody who is living in this thought, anybody, whether it is you and me as restaurateurs, our staff, our landlords, our aggregators, anybody thinks that the pre-pandemic terms of engagement hold any relevance, then he needs to reassess himself. It has to be a brand new engagement. And I think industry, as far as I'll talk on behalf of NRA, I think we are all understanding that. We are pretty aligned on that. And rather than getting on a combat mode, right now what we are doing is we are negotiating with everybody and seeing that we come up with a workable solution for the sector. So I think, yeah, to that extent, Riaz, yes, we are walking in the right direction. The path is going to be a little long, but I think we'll reach there.
So Anurag, just cutting you off over there. I'm back. My broadband sucks.
Sir,
But
welcome back, Malik.
I'm back. I'm back. Taking from what Riaz was saying earlier about green shoots, we're all talking about green shoots, but 35% is a scary number. Even if we're looking at it, optimistically, I don't know how to see the half glass full in this case because, at 35%, no half glass. It's not even a half glass, right? It's
It's
below
not
a
even
half
a one
glass.
third. It's a little bit more than a one third.
Yeah, and I mean that's like a Patiala peg, right? So 35% is a very stark number. At 35%, there is going to be a very deep shakeup of a lot of us who have been, on front pages of ET, on the third page of ET, receiving institutional funds. That whole cornucopia of opening up lots of outlets, having funding coming in, valuations that were through the roof, has come to a grinding halt. Relationships are strained. Board meetings, thankfully over Zoom, are not as pleasant as they used to be. Not that they were pleasant to begin with, but they're a lot more unpleasant over now. They're asking questions which are almost impossible to answer. Like I said in my opening remarks, that the New York restaurateur said anyone who says that they know what's going on is talking rubbish because nobody knows what's going on. How does one tackle this? I mean, you can't just drop an industry like a hot potato and make a beeline for it. There needs to be some kind of path that's carved
So,
out. What's going to happen to the future of this scale? Riaz was always a big proponent of that the F&B industry is going to explode in India, and it did. Of course, we had a massive growth. Um, it's all come to grinding halt. How do you foresee that happening? Do you see a big correction that's going to take place? Do you see a lot of the smaller players are going to get hit? Or do you see the rise of the mom and pop shop again and a bit of rationalization of, let's say, the more substantial players? What's the forecast on that?
So first of all, I think I'll start with where I left while you were away. I was talking to Riaz and others. Listen, we will have to forget our old benchmark of sales also. So this 35% or 50% or 40% or whatever it is, we have to start looking afresh. If I was doing a crore a month and all my expenses and all my business modeling was done with that, we'll have to forget everything else and start saying, now I have a business which is worth 35 lakhs or 40 lakhs a month. What can it afford? Whether it is in terms of real estate, people, other expenses. And that is the only way to look forward. We cannot wish away that there is a problem. And we cannot say that tomorrow the business will pick up. I'll tell you, I see two big reasons why consumption is going to be very subdued in the coming days. One, of course, as we all know, the pandemic and the inherent fear in the people. But what we are also not accounting for is, there is a lack of disposable income in the hands of people. How many people in the country are still earning the same as they were earning in March of this year? Absolutely no one. And the moment the incomes go down, the first casualty is the industry which fuels itself on discretionary
Disposable
expenses.
income.
We are one of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We are one of them. So it is going to be there. So I think the answer to your question is we reached 1 crore a month, for example, and that became a benchmark. We have to erase it, control, alt, delete, and say, here is a business which is worth 35 lakh rupees a month. Is it sustainable? Or to make it sustainable, what is that I need to do? While I'll continue to work to make it 40, 50, 60 at a time, but I cannot die under the weight of my own losses. And that is where I believe that when I'm talking about landlords should forget the old terms of engagement, I think even we start to think, we need to start to think differently. We cannot be thinking on the lines of what we were doing pre-COVID. I mean, if I pick up from where Riaz left, that means if anybody is at the 50% size of where they were pre-pandemic, they should be happy, because it is better than what we are anticipating it to be. So it's very clear. I mean, you have to carve out your expenses, bearing in mind the revenues that you're going to generate. And after doing everything, you realize it is going to be an unsustainable business. Then please don't think from your heart, think from your head and cut it off. You rather walk out of the business, live with a smaller size business, but a profitable or a sustainable business. Profitable may be a little far away, but at least sustainable. You can sustain a certain loss for a certain period, but you cannot sustain a very big loss for a big period. So that is how
So
I
let
think
me
everybody will have to.
let me divert that to Zorawar for a minute. Zorawar, obviously you have substantial holdings across the country. You have large restaurants. These are big real estate places. There's always a fairly substantial amount of fixed costs that you'll constantly incur. You have a certain space. There will be electricity bills, statutory compliances, excise renewal fee. I don't see those changing anytime soon, because we clearly haven't gotten any stops from the government as far as those are concerned. There will be a bare minimum staff that you'll have to operate with, whether or not you rationalize their paychecks. How, F&B menus, COGs. So how is this going to work? I mean, getting to a break even at this point, it doesn't seem as achievable as it did, let's say, a month ago when we were doing projections. You've seen great lines in London, etc., but they were getting 10 quid off their bill. That may not be true over here. On top of that, people working from home. How do you do your calculations? How do you make sure that you're a break-even business now?
Yeah, so I missed a bit of your question. I'll try and plug in the gaps, but I totally mirror what Anuragji and what Riaz have said. We have to change the business model. All of us had big aspirations. All of us had great expansion plans. We ourselves had about 7 restaurants under construction before the lockdown. At various phases. Some had just started, some are near completion. I think we all have to understand that, and I hate using this term new normal, but there's going to be a paradigm shift in the industry. Consumption, being eternally optimistic, as Riaz had used the term multiple times today, is in our nature as restaurateurs. We're the highest failure rate in the industry in the world to begin with. I mean, 9 out of 10 restaurants shut down before we knew what COVID was. So it's already a tough industry. The COVID has made it exponentially tougher. We all have to pull up our socks, tighten up our belts, make sure that every single line item has to be looked at with a magnifying glass. Forget about expansion. The idea is consolidation. We all have to control our temperaments, our entrepreneurial instincts, to go gung ho, to go, go balls to the wall kind of attitude. That'll have to be reined in. We'll have to look at very carefully the entire business anew. What are the 3 main costs? The 3 main costs of running a restaurant is real estate, cost of goods, and manpower. We can't really control cost of goods because you can't reduce the quality, right? And you cannot increase prices, so you cannot artificially reduce the food cost. So your cost of goods is going to remain the same. If you're at 30%, you're going to stay at 30%. If you're at 35%, you're going to have to stay at 35%. If you reduce that, customers will stop coming anyway. The other thing is rentals. Now, the rentals are the one thing that landlords will have to come to the table. Raz has 60 keys. He had only one issue. We've got about 35 restaurants, including franchises. We have had only one issue. And we've exited only 1 location. All the other landlords have come back. It was so nice and heartening to see the Mirchi and Mime and Madura and Mime story. It's a real green shoot where the patrons got together to convince a big player like Brookfield. I mean, you're talking about the biggest of the big, the biggest fund for real estate in India, I think. And they came around because they realized the love that the patronage had for that product. I think it's very good to see that. I think the landlords will have to come to the table. If they don't come to the table, the industry will cease to exist. Manish mentioned his New York landlord being nice, even though my restaurant in London is doing better than expected. Now that the Eat Out to Help Out scheme has ended, we'll see how things turn out. Things are definitely way better than before, but are we at 100%? Not even close. We're hovering around 50, 60% of pre-COVID numbers on good days. Our landlord happens to be from New York, but has this property in London, and he's being terrible about it. We're facing problems, and to be very honest, if he doesn't come around, there might be a case that we might have to get into ourselves. But the government over there is very proactive, and if a landlord is being unreasonable, without interfering, they're definitely going to have a very soft stance on restaurants that are having troubles with bully landlords. The third aspect, of course, is manpower. Now, this is a tough one. Listen, all of us know that our businesses are all about our people. We are nothing without our people. I mean, what is a company? A company is all about its people, especially our industry, which is literally about the human connect. Our people are our family, and it's disheartening to see their wages go down. And we as restaurateurs obviously have a responsibility, but everybody has limited coffers. You cannot, if the business doesn't pick up, the unfortunate reality is that there will be significant reduction in manpower across outlets. 60 people for a 100-seater is the norm. I'm telling you, you're going to have to run a 100-seater if you're allowed 100% capacity at 33 to 40%, maybe 50% less staff. That means that the unemployment quotient will go up, especially if the sales don't pick up. So I'm hopeful that Indians that like to dance to the beat of their own drum, that tend to have stronger immunities, as is evident from the low mortality rate, that love eating out more than any other form of entertainment, will start going out. In the absence of sales, the entire paradigm shift is going to be too huge, and it's going to have a lot of collateral damage, not to us as restaurateurs, not to our aspirations of having big restaurants, 10, 20 restaurants opening up a year, but to, unfortunately, to the very lowest common denominator, which is people that actually run our businesses. So it is tough times ahead, but I'm optimistic. I genuinely think that things will improve sooner rather than later.
Well, taking from optimism on what Zorawar said, Ashish, let me ask you, suddenly we have a new goose that lays the golden egg, and that is called delivery. Everybody seems to have jumped onto the bandwagon of delivery. We will deliver what you want, we deliver when you want it. You want cocktail mixes, you want meal kits, you want pizza from an Indian kitchen, no problem. You want butter chicken from a pizza kitchen, you'll get that also. Obviously, that seems to be a fight for survival, but companies that were not even known for delivery are jumping onto the delivery bandwagon. Everyone wants to own a fleet. What's happening? And let's say you have presence in a couple of cities at least. What do you see? What's the traction on delivery? How far do you think that's going to be able to dig us out of the semi-grave that we're in?
Manu, I think that's a great question. I think even pre-COVID, the answer was very clear. Predominantly, the country was a dine-in business, and delivery was a very small part. No doubt, post-COVID, things will change, and delivery might be on the uptake. But how can consumer behavior, guest behavior suddenly change? I mean, in our country, with delivery, which was always essentially around speed and value, what are fine dining restaurants really going to offer to the guest? They're not going to lower their standards. What are bars? In our country, you can't deliver alcohol. So, I'll be very frank. I started do-it-yourself cocktail premixes, which was essentially a kit sent to people's home for delivery for Whiskey Samba. And the idea behind my doing so was really not sale. Because these are large restaurants, and you don't really think that delivery will do much. It's more to keep the brand alive. It's more to have innovation on the table, so that top of mind recall 5 months the brand's been shut, and when you do open, people still remember you, and people still want to come back to you. So I'm not a brick. I think delivery will do super well for formats that were suited for delivery, but I don't think it's a messiah for bars or for fine dining restaurants or for star chefs. I don't think so. I think we are all about the experience business, and nothing can change that. It's a blip, unfortunate blip in a long career, in a long decades of work. It'll be a year, maybe 2 years, but nothing, no delivery is going to solve the problem.
Talking about star chefs, Manish, I mean, we don't get bigger stars than Manish as far as chefs are concerned. Menus will change, and here is somewhere I can definitely pitch in as a chef myself. With your manpower being rationalized, there. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
No.
What happens to the menu? The tasting menus, the elaborate setups, the several service staff coming in, creating the experience that a lot of great restaurants, not only yours but across the world, got known for. How do you see that changing? I can't hear me.
I didn't get everything, but hello,
Can you hear
hello,
me now?
hello. Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
So
Yeah.
how do
No,
you
I'm saying I missed
see
one, but I know
the
the
way
question what you are asking.
the restaurant operates, the menu, the customer experience changing? Nobody wants to sit and linger for 4 hours over a tasting menu.
I'll speak now. Yes,
Possibly
we.
I think you can
anymore.
go on. I think you can go on. Yeah.
Of course, there is a niche market that you attract, but even in the niche market, there seems to be a lot of trust deficit. There's a lot of caution. Yeah, you got the gist. You got the gist.
I think we lost Manish now.
Looks like Manish has a problem now.
It's the
Go ahead.
signals.
Bhavnesh ji, you should have stuck with Zoom.
It's not about this, it's about their broadband.
I know. I'm just making a.
Yeah, I know.
It's actually a very good platform. I like the interface. And you don't need any software download.
Yeah, but I must tell you, there are almost 50 people working behind.
Oh, wow. It's quite a production, actually, I must say. Quite a production.
Yeah, so we have 50 of them working across editorial. So each word that you're speaking is being translated to social media and editorial.
Manish, you can go ahead now.
I'm back. I'm saying, yeah, now we don't have a luxury of having that many number of staff in our restaurant, even the back of the house or the front of the house. The menus will definitely change. We've started our restaurant Kamarin with almost like a 50% menu. So that because the more the number of dishes on the menu, you need more staff to execute it and do the mise en place. So definitely the size of the menu will reduce, but it has to be more effective menu rather than a long, boring menu. And definitely you have to keep on changing your menus. And in terms of, if you say a tasting menu, see, Indian accent is all about the experience of having a tasting menu. So I don't think that will go away, but definitely we have to tweak down our tasting menu in such a way that it should not take more 4 hours or something like that. But the experience, we try to provide the same experience, but definitely we have to change a lot of things in that also. and that we will come to see only when we will start, and we'll start experiencing and getting feedback from, because at this point of time we really don't know what the guests who are going to come to the restaurant will expect from us, because they will ask for healthy food, or they will say, oh, we are reducing our drinking, or we want this kind of a vegan food, we are not eating chicken. You need one WhatsApp viral message that chicken is bad for COVID-19, and people will stop eating chicken. So we really have to make sure that when the people will come to, and with their if I say I know what is going to happen, it's totally not possible to predict. So first we need people to come to the restaurant, exactly see what they want, and then maybe within a month we will start fine-tuning our thing. But at the beginning we will start with a smaller menu and a smaller tasting menu.
Unmute Manu. Badhiya.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. I'm a slave to Airtel these days. I can't help it. Between Vodafone and Airtel, neither is working. The whole world has to move to Reliance anyway. So let's start planning. Taking from that, okay, there will obviously be changes in menu. Manish said that the uncertainty of what the customer would want is a clear and present danger, and I call it that is because it is fundamentally altering the nature of your business, the nature of your experience, and therefore at one level we're all looking at how we're going to alter the business model, but this is also about altering the fundamental experience or the USP you were known for. What do you feel, Riaz? Do you think this is a step back for an industry which had clearly, progressed to incredible levels? We see Michelin star restaurants now doing fried chicken burgers. Earlier they were doing extremely nuanced, hyper fermented, etc., etc. All the catchphrases were in place. Everyone had the tongs. Everyone had the leather aprons. It was this beautiful going. It was this utopian thing, and now we're back to fried chicken burgers with sriracha sauce. Is this a giant leap backwards, and one that would take a very long time to come back to? I'll build on that a little further about a habit loop, because when Zoravar was talking about the program in England that incentivized customers to come in, what you've also done using 500 million pounds is you've got customers hooked onto a 10 quid discount. Now, I was reading a piece in The Guardian just yesterday that restaurants have decided to take on the burden of that discount going forward, because in these times, to get the customer out almost requires that kind of discounting. So if you form a habit loop whereby you have to undercut the product in some way or the other, or the experience to bring people back in, that obviously alters the way the industry functions. What's your views on that?
I think we cannot really say that the lowest common denominator will bounce back, and there won't be any space for quality or creativity. I actually feel the reverse. I feel that mediocrity is what will begin to perish, and I think extreme quality and extreme value will rise. I think middle of the road restaurants will have the challenge. All the calipers will still be intact, Manu. Don't worry. People will still come out for those, polished eyes and gourmet meals. I don't. I think quality will definitely always stand out. There'll always be a customer for quality, and it'll always happen. I definitely think that mediocrity, the jumping in the fray of anybody and everybody, the middle of the road offerings will take a little bit of a hit. Value propositions will continue to exist. And I think as far as what's happening in London, discounting is a little bit of a habit forming activity. But I think in cases like London, it is a little bit justified, because the idea is really to normalize the idea of going to a restaurant. And I think that is going to be our biggest challenge going forward. When people see butts in seats, when people see restaurants full, that's when the confidence will build. So I think that this, Eat Out to Help Out campaign has been very successful in restoring confidence. When you see people, you walk past a restaurant and you see a lot of people sitting inside, you do think it's okay. Of course, you're going to take precautions, but if you walk by restaurants and you see them empty and desolate, it will add to the desolation. But if you walk by restaurants, you see them packed and buzzing, and then you want to go in. And this is something that's always been the case with restaurants. I've always wondered, on Chowpatty, there are two restaurants serving the identical cuisine, but one of them always has a big line outside and people are waiting. And the one right next door, where there's no one waiting, no one ever wants to go there. It's a psychological thing. It's the buzz that pulls people in. So that discounting as a tool, you know how much we've worked, Manu, and we fought, all of us here on this panel have fought against the idea of discounting and deep discounting. If you remember, the entire logout campaign was centered around deep discounting, and I think we're all averse to it. But in this case, just restoring customer confidence and putting butts in the seats, I think was a necessary move. And I think what the UK has done has been phenomenal in that regard. And it has saved an industry. And because it saved an industry, it saved the vibrancy of the city. And because it saved the vibrancy of the city, it saved so many more lives. Even in states where there's kind of PPE, the payment protection program that was there, has actually gone a very long way in saving the industry. Unfortunately, here we have to go Atmanirbhar ourselves, and we'll have to find a way of surviving. But we are resilient. We are the cockroaches. We will survive.
Resilient. That's a great word. I just, in a recent interview, said that I did not realize that the propensity of the small Indian businessman to weather the storm was as strong as it's turned out to be. I was anticipating a lot more closures, and I don't know if it's that the reality is going to start hitting now when we reopen, and things would be different, 4 months from now than they were yesterday. But yes, of course, we're all now surviving on resilience, fresh air, and Atmanirbharta. But taking all from mediocrity. I mean, that's, of course, a catchphrase that's been around in the Indian restaurant diaspora, so to speak, for a very long time. There's now a rise of dark kitchens, and I say dark with a double entendre over here, because really, with the delivery paradigm taking off in such a large way, I've been using the word paradigm a lot, but clearly that's also a new reality. Delivery. Everybody. I mean, what's going to happen to so many laid off employees? Some of mine, for example, have turned into delivery personnel. They're delivering food for other people. They're picking up from all these dark kitchens. Ex-employees are going to move to dark kitchens and probably produce, maybe not, obviously not the same quality, but a similar set of SKUs which you can get in your home for much, much cheaper. This could be a possible disruption cycle. I'll add to that further. A lot of people who've been laid off are also turning to cooking at home. And now it's this whole thing that I can get amazing regional food made by a Maharashtrian neighbor, for example, who started doing home deliveries as well. So there's this rise of the home kitchen business and the rise of the dark kitchens. That also does eat into the share of how people order and consumption patterns. Do you think that's another blow overall? Ashish, would you like to take that? You're on mute.
Manu, when I ran Yo China, we had a significant delivery piece. And I can promise you one thing. In today's world where hygiene and trust is even more important, just going dark is not going to work. I think as a guest, there's a fundamental need for people to know where the food is coming from. There's an emotional connect to, it's not just a functional need. So it's not about just pricing. And I think places that are just surviving on a dark kitchen, very difficult. Yes, if you have a hub and spoke where you have 1 or 2 locations where people have built memories, people have an association of hygiene, and then for a distribution standpoint, if you go dark to service that, I can understand. But I don't think that just going dark or ordering from a neighbor really, on one hand, we're talking about hygiene and COVID and everything, the new normal. And on the other hand, we're saying, wait a second, that doesn't really matter. Of course it matters. Of course it matters, and I don't think that's something that we really need to worry too much about. Yes, we might want to asset utilize our own assets better. So we have 5,000 square foot restaurants. For example, a wine company is in Cyber Hub, which is in the epicenter of a large corporate clientele. So would I want to run the Cyber Hub Pizza company out of the wine company kitchen because that's more conducive to delivery? Possible. But do I think that that will become a larger business than dine-in tomorrow? Absolutely not.
Zorawar, what are your views on that? I can see that Bowtie, etc., has started looking at delivery. Some of your other brands as well, I'm sure, which wasn't the case earlier. Delivery wasn't a large part of your business; it was largely dine-in. How do you foresee this going forward?
So, Manu, just a time check. We've got about 10 minutes to go, including your summarizing it.
Okay, super.
All right.
All right, I'll take the hint. I'll keep it short. I completely mirror what Ashish has just said before me. In fact, he kind of spoke my mind. I think firstly it's great that people are getting alternative employment opportunities. So in that sense, cloud kitchens and stuff is fabulous. People get to live their spirit of entrepreneurship. They get a second chance. I think that's a positive thing. However, the consumer psyche is very fragile. Indians tend to be a little conservative. I think the sense of security that one gets, for example, if you were to open Zomato and you'd see 20 restaurants serving butter chicken, you'd immediately go and perhaps be tempted to order from the one whose physical store you've seen or who's built up a perception of safety and security in your mind over years, over decades. In case of your brand, Olive has been there for 20 years. I mean, if I get a pizza from a random XYZ company and right next to it there's an Olive pizza being sold at 2.5 times the price, in this day and age, I would prefer to still order the Olive pizza despite it being slightly out of my budget. So I think the most important thing is fear psychosis and the perception of safety. So all your delivery restaurants, and I've been delivery averse. In fact, I've been known to be a person who talks against delivery because all of us here on this forum are actually experiential restaurateurs. We believe in dine-in. Dine-in will never be replaced. We have to understand that in this world, everything can go virtual, but restaurants and bars can never go virtual. It's that human connect. It's that one-on-one human behavior. It's the need. We're social animals, and I know you're going to laugh when I'm going to repeat this cliche, but being social is in our DNA, right? So we're going to bounce back. We're going to bounce back very quickly, and we need to hang out with each other. I can't wait to have a drink with Riaz, for example. I've been calling him to Delhi for the past 2 weeks. We've been having this conversation. Aja bhai, brave it. Come for a day to Delhi. We'll have a drink. Daru could get. We'll sit at social. We'll hop over to Farsi. We'll go to beer cafe. We'll go to wine company in Cyber Hub. So I think it's part of our nature. Delivery will definitely take a larger chunk of the pie. So the percentage will become bigger, but it'll never replace dine-in. And the moment you have positivity, the moment you have hope, you'll see people coming out in droves and you'll see a rebound of dine-in. We like to call it revenge consumption. I know it's a very common phrase nowadays. I think you'll see revenge consumption hopefully soon. I don't know the time period. There's no way none of us have a crystal ball. But I'm thinking that even though delivery, takeaway, dark kitchens will gain more prominence as compared to pre-COVID, I don't think they'll ever replace dining, as Ashish has just said. So I think it's good. I think fine dining is here to stay. Not fine dining necessarily. Fine casual, all that kind of stuff. Beautiful bars that all of us have endeavored and worked so hard to create will bounce back eventually. Yes, the next few months are going to be tough, but I think there is light at the end of the tunnel.
I'm glad that you're saying, huh? And it's not.
It's not a train.
It's not a train. Yes.
It's not a train.
Anurag, if I were to say, name 3 things. I mean, the nation wants to know. Okay, 3 चीजें आप ऐसी बोलिए over the next 6 months that would help us. It could be from a government standpoint, could be from from a policy change standpoint. What would be required to make the industry survive and then head towards thriving again?
Okay, so I'll keep it very, very short in interest of time. I think as far as government as a big stakeholder is concerned, I think it can definitely give us is policy support and liquidity, availability of liquidity through the banking sector, not the sham way that it is happening that, all the announcements made on TV don't make any, impact in the heads of the banker who is actually sitting on the table. In terms of policy, we have been asking for two big ones. One is, restoration of input tax credit on GST. We have made proposal. We have made some progress. Hopefully, we'll conclude it soon. And number two is a good e-commerce policy which protects the interests of the restaurants and is not only loaded in favor of the dollar-funded aggregators. This is as far as the government is concerned. What do we need to do? We need to reimagine our business completely. And this is also an opportunity for us to change the stupid narrative that has been created over the years that Indians only worry about the discounted consumption. I think there are enough Indians who are very happy to consume quality at a price. It's a very, very sad narrative that has been peddled for long. This is our opportunity to change it, and of course we have to wait for the consumption to happen. And the last thing I like to say is this is the time to go asset light and low risk, and which means that maybe there will be a dearth of new capital coming into the sector, which is fine. This is the time to survive. There is nothing wrong if you're not recording some growth rates in the size of the economy, as long as you become viable. So it is very, very important to for everyone to come together and change the narrative. This is a historical change. It's not something which is an incremental change. So we'll have to think afresh. We have to think anew, and we all have to, in single line, every restaurant, your friends, please cut down your expenses, and more expenses. That's the only mantra to survive while you try to build on the business.
Riaz, it's going to be a while before we become social again. So, what's going to happen to social?
We'll have to figure things out. I think that's going to be important. It's really hard to look forward in a crystal ball because, like you also said, like anybody who pretends he knows something doesn't know anything. We'll have to wing it. We'll have to play it by ear. We'll have to be nimble. We'll have to be alive to subtle changes in the wind, and kind of be able to align ourselves very, very quickly. And unfortunately, one of the downsides of having a larger chain is you lose your ability to be nimble. But I think that nimbleness is what will be required. We are doubling down on our people who can't work from home, can work from social. So that's something that we've been pushing quite a bit individually. The idea is to get butts in the seats and utilize the space as well as we can. So we will do everything that we can. Will we succeed? We don't know. But being social is in our DNA, and I think we are the apex social creature, and hopefully that will come back more than ever.
Manish, what do you foresee in terms of a shift in food trends over the coming year? Do you see something new emerging, something dying out? मनीष गोल घूम गया उसका आ गया वो एप्पल वाला
It has to happen at your turn. It always does.
Always does.
So,
So Rava, you can
I-
take that question.
Yeah.
A quick one.
Since it was geared at Manish, you have to repeat it. I didn't hear it correctly.
I said anything that you see emerging as a completely new food trend, let's say call it the COVID food trend, or do you see something dying out entirely?
I don't see anything dying up. I see changes in ratios. I definitely see home cooks becoming more prominent. Home cooks and home chefs is something that is picked up. In fact, there's a new platform being announced very shortly from the Gourmet Passport guys, where they're doing an entire platform where home chefs that are certified, that are following all the protocols for food safety, are going to come up in a big way. And I think that's again good. You mentioned your
Is Zomato
Maharashtrian.
going to put cameras in their houses also?
I don't know about that, but
Chef
Zomato will
night
try and
clean.
develop their own version of it. They will jump on that bandwagon in a second.
I
They
think
will
a
see
lot
the
of people have already jumped onto that bandwagon. Manish,
Yeah.
internationally, let's get a quick international perspective from you. Anything big in the food space that you see, in the food restaurant space, that's going to emerge because of this?
A lot of health food will come into
We lost Manish again. Health food, he said.
So I guess, Manu, you shall have to cap this. You shall have to summarize
I will
this.
cap this. I will cap it.
Yeah.
Just to summarize, well, thank you, gentlemen. As somebody pointed out very pointedly on my Insta post yesterday, all men, exclamation mark. This was not programmed. It just so happened that the panel was picked so for their own expertise. There's some phenomenal women doing amazing work there, just to clarify if the people are tuned in. But yes, I mean, clearly there is a certain level of hope with the stakeholders in the industry. There is no question that everyone is very battered. Everyone's going back to the drawing board. And everyone is obviously rather sad about the fact that there is going to be collateral damage. And we need to take cognizance of that, that this is not a pandemic that will just come and go. Comparing it to the Spanish flu doesn't make sense. The economy is nowhere you can't compare economies of 2020 and what they were nearly 100 years ago. Things are very different. Everything's interconnected, and when there is that level of interconnectedness, there needs to be a lot of rationalization. There needs to be a lot of soul searching. There needs to be a little bit of reprogramming in the way we viewed restaurants, we experienced restaurants and consumption itself. It is going to be a longer road to recovery than one had anticipated in March, obviously. We're all hopeful that we bounce back, but that's not going to happen in the next 3 or 4 months. So everyone's sitting tight and hoping for the best. And like I said in the opening statement, anyone who says then they know what's going on probably doesn't. So, regrouping after maybe 3 or 4 months would probably be wise. And yeah, I mean, hold on to your board seats and your salaries is what my suggestion would be to all those with institutional funding. And yeah, I mean, looking forward to a brighter future. I mean, that's really the hope that the unlocks have unlocked.
So, this has been a wonderful session, and me, Riaz, and Anurag have been having a side chat on Manu being a moderator. 11 on 10, 10 on 10.
Alright, not bad. Thank you.
Right?
12 on 10, but
I
know which channel to move to. Huh? I didn't do the screaming, but I can.
Well, you did. You said the nation wants to know. Having said that, brilliant session. The internet misbehaved, but that be it.
Yes.
A great session. Thank you, Anurag. You will see a lot of tweets, right? Zoravar, Ashish, Riaz, Manish ka internet to chal hi raha hai. So we shall be doing a very big one on F&B, right? So we shall get in some government representation also, and we shall bring you all face to face. Ashish, I've spent a lot of money at your select city. यो चाइना कम से कम मेरे को एक उधर दीवार दे दो. काफी इन्वेस्टमेंट होगी.
More than welcome to come back anytime.
We shall see you soon again. I'm dying to get back. All right.
Sir, अभी Wall of Fame नहीं, Hall of Shame वाला system ज़्यादा चल रहा है. So Hall of Fame 2021.
Manu, you've been a brilliant host, a great moderator, and I'm so happy you moderated this show.
Thank you.
And nobody else. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are at EHA 2020, and now it is time before we get to our next session. Thank you so much.
customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
I heard about you long before we met, when I've had enough of your beauty.
So, ladies and gentlemen, well, welcome back, everyone. Keep conversing on social media using our hashtag EHA2020. We're talking about 5 days of power-packed panel, 180 plus speakers and 100 plus words daily from the August 31st, today being September 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, India's outstanding diversity of religion, languages, cultures is unique and unmatched. It is blessed with the myriad, the rivers from deserts to green valleys to the highest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas. We have it all in our subcontinent. Well, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India has put the message across beautifully with the slogan, Dekho Apna Desh. Our next session of the day is looking for the traveler with regions ushering in the new domestic travel seeker. Well, the moderator of the session is going to be Veer Vijay Singh, former CEO, Vivanta Baitaj, and currently CEO and MD Trans Hotels. We also have Saubhagya Mohapatra, the Executive Director, Mayfair Hotels and Resorts Limited. We have Chandar Balji, Chairman and Managing Director, Royal Orchid and Regenta Hotels. We've got Suhail Kanampally, CEO, Concept Hospitality, the Fern Hotels and Resorts. We've got Satyan Jain, CEO, Pride Group of Hotels. We've also got Vikram Kota, Chief Operating Officer, GRT Hotels and Resorts. Atul Jain, Chief Operating Officer, India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, Best Western Hotels and Resorts. And we've got Arindam Konar, the Vice President, Operation, Fortune Park Hotels. I'd request now if we can have Bhuvnesh Khanna to kindly join us on the screen. Bhuvnesh, unmute please.
I said bring in the session.
Yes, let's get the panel on, everyone. There you go, Bhuvnesh.
Excellent.
Welcome everyone to EHA 2020.
Hello, Veer.
Oh,
तो मेरे को वीर ये बोला गया कि आप वीर को ना वीर बुलाते हो, आप ढंग से नहीं बुलाते हो, या ठाकुर वीर विजय सिंह बोलो या हुकुम बोलो. So
नहीं, sir.
Listen, my apologies for any of my faux pas. हुकुम.
अरे सर, कभी भी आप मुझे जो मर्जी बुलाएं. In fact, I've had just small thing to share. One of the very well-known starlets used to call me Veer, and I did not know till I realized that in Punjabi it means bhai. So then I said maybe you can change that. But you're most welcome to call me anything, sir. Great, Bhuvnesh.
Such a pleasure. Saubhagya, you may want to come. Your bottom of screen, come center of screen. बिल्कुल क्या स्क्रीन को पीछे टिल्ट कर दो या अपनी तरफ टिल्ट करो. सॉरी. हाँ, अभी और थोड़ा और खींचो. हाँ, आप बिल्कुल नीचे हो स्क्रीन के. This is one show I've really looked forward to. These are players who in their own domain are brilliant, right? Veer, of course, has created, I've repeatedly said over the last few days that Veer has created some of the best brands in the country, right? He's been he's been a hotelier of great repute, and I could not think of anybody else but Veer when it came to doing the shows, right? Having said that, I won't take too much time away. Saubhagya Mahapatra, Mayfair, a king of the East, he rules Odisha in the East in his own style, right? Anytime you want to go to Puri for darshan, he's your man, right? I shall come to my brother Arindam Kunar, right? मेरी इनसे पहली मुलाकात हुई थी वसंत कुंज में जब ये ग्रैंड के जीएम थे और तब से हमारी ऐसी बनी है जैसे भाइयों की तरह बनी है. ज्यादा अरसा नहीं हुआ पर लगता है सारी उम्र हो गई. I have huge respect for all of you. Arindam, welcome. Vikram Kota I have never met personally, but I have visited GRT. You set great benchmarks in this industry. Satyen Jain, right? I must tell Satyen Jain I'm more Jain than maybe he is, being somebody who's not even have cakes and pastries. I'm a vegetarian. चंद्रपाल जी एक डॉयन है इस इंडस्ट्री के. आपको ये नहीं पता होगा कि ये कितने पढ़े लिखे हैं, ठीक है. ये IIM अहमदाबाद है और मेरी तरह पंजाबी भी है, ठीक है. और एक समय में इनको नहीं पता होगा, मेरे ख्याल इनकी फैमिली फ्रेंड्स कॉलोनी में भी है जहाँ मेरे माता मेरे लेट पेरेंट्स भी रहते थे. तो he's created a great brand. और मैं मेरे ख्याल बैंगलोर में पिछले 6 सालों में सिर्फ 2 दफा कहीं और रहा हूँगा आउटसाइड रॉयल ऑर्किड. इवन इन पूना में मैं हमेशा रहता हूँ तो आपके रॉयल ऑर्किड गोल्डन स्वीट्स में रहता हूँ. और फिर मैं आता हूँ, लास्ट में आऊंगा सोहेल आपके पास अतुल जैन पे. अतुल जैन एक ज्यादा अपने आप को मीडिया में नहीं दर्शाते हैं, बट इज अ ग्रेट होटेलियर, एक्सेलेंट ब्रांड, बेस्ट वेस्टर्न होटल्स. So we shall hear you more. Sohail Kanampilli, right? He's coming out of his father's shadow, right? And heads a great brand called Fern, right? So we shall hear more of you. I'm not going to take away any more. Now the onus is on, as the name of the show goes, regions ushering in the new domestic traveler. I shall hand over the baton to my elder brother, Veer Vijay Singh, Thakur Veer Vijay Singh. Hukum.
Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. If anybody has to get the award for PR Marcom, it has to be you. You are outstanding in the way you keep everybody so welcome, warm, hospitality. We must learn from you. The only thing I think I can't see Sohail. Is he there? And
Sohail is there. Sohail is there.
Okay, great. So let me start. I think it's a very, very well balanced. I would say panelists or the group of people who are going to speak today. We have 3 owners from hotel groups, very well-known groups. The senior most being Chandar Balji, as you rightly called him, the doyen of the industry. He's been many years with us. We've had 2 very young hoteliers who are also owners and represents their family. Satyan, I also do take this opportunity of wishing your father a happy birthday. Mr. SP Jain, Mr. SP Jain's birthday today. I've had the privilege of working with the Pride Hotels for 4 years, and very professionally run, very lovely people, very hospitable. And when you said that you only stay in Pune at the Royal Orchid, I was just thinking Satyan might come in and say, why don't you stay at the Pride? But moving forward, we have Suhail, a very young and bright owner, and I think he's doing a great job with the Fern Hotels. I've seen a great leap in the number of hotels that they have taken over in the last couple of years. So wonderful to have him. He also has properties internationally. And we have very nicely, I think, balanced 4 professionals. And we have Saubhagya Mahapatra. I've been interacting with him. I've gone and seen the Mayfair hotels, and he's got some wonderful properties in the East. And we have Atul Jain from the Best Western. He looks after 3 different countries. And we have Vikram Kota from GRT. And last but not the least, Arindam. I took his opportunity of wishing him the last. He's been a great colleague. He's worked with us in the Taj, and now, of course, he heads as an operations for Fortune Hotels. So I think I do not want to take too much time. I will come straight away, and as I come to you and you would like to say something more about yourself or about your companies, it'll be a pleasure. But before I really go into that, I just wanted to give a small brief. This is a wonderful topic, domestic tourism, regions ushering the new domestic travel seeker. I've been talking since day one that this is the time, not only for India, but I think for every country in the world, when travel is becoming extremely difficult, and especially international travel, they need to concentrate on domestic tourism. India has a very large base, 130 crores, but 500 million Indians are people who travel regularly. More than that, I think we must know that though we get about 10 million foreigners who come every year to India, and out of which there are NRIs and sometimes people who are just taking a hop, step, and jump and moving to other countries, we have 24 million Indians who travel every year to different countries. So this 24 million now are not going to be traveling so much because the international travel is yet 100% open. So there's a large segment of people. We have an opportunity to tap this market. Of course, some of the big segments of tourism, as we call the religious tourism, or the wedding tourism, or the medical or the wellness tourism, is something what the domestic tourists are really attracted to, and they come in large numbers. They also now have a capacity to spend. It's no more that the ARRs are going to be lesser if there is a domestic tourist coming. We have seen that in many luxury properties. The large number of Indians are coming and using them. They have a longer staying power. And I think the government of India, under the present Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has taken some bold steps. Prasad, Swadesh Darshan have been some good launches. We've also seen that Northeast and J&K has been strongly promoted. Infrastructure development has really taken place, and we've seen some great airports, railway station, bus stands, and the roads improving. And finally, the Udan scheme has been quite attractive. There are a large number of flights connecting smaller towns and cities, and with very, very special and attractive prices. So with this, I think the domestic tourism really becomes quite an attractive segment to catch. So as I would go ahead and speak, I know time is of constraint, and we would like to see that we manage the time and we give opportunity to this wonderful, I would say, hotel luminaries, and everybody gets a chance to speak. So my first question would be to Senior Most Chandar Balji. Now, this is a common question, and I would like to ask everyone. But my first question, Mr. Balji, to you is that what are some of the key challenges that your company has experienced during this time? And can you just share a very few specific examples in just a couple of minutes? So over to Chandar Balji, please.
You have to unmute.
Unmute. अनम्यूट का बटन दबाओ. कुणाल पीछे से अनम्यूट दबाओ. हाँ जी. You're okay.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
हाँ जी, we can.
Okay. I think in March, when this pandemic hit all of us, and none of us expected this kind of a thing to happen, where there is zero business and lockdown and huge overheads. That is, salaries and electricity bills, huge overheads. Then there were interest costs. Then there were lease rentals. So all this was there with zero revenue. So it has affected, I think, everybody. So it took a little time for us to come to terms with it and try to reduce the costs, because we didn't want to be too harsh on people also, but at the same time, whatever had to be done had to be done. So that has really happened now. And uh, things were improving. Then again, another lockdown happened in Bangalore in the month of July. So it went down. So now again, I think August has improved a little. So be hopeful gradually, but every time it's like a moving thing that, we'll say 3 months things will get all right. Now 6 months things will get all right. I've been talking to a lot of corporates, this international companies in Bangalore, and asking them that, okay, when will business come to normal? And I was shocked to talk to, like example, I talked to Intel yesterday, Intel boss here. He said, we've been asked to work till June, next June. So we are not coming back to office. And so a lot of people are working till 1st of January. They'll review the situation. So that particular whole business which is coming is not there. Now talking of tourists and others, okay, let's forget about these multinationals who are a little very paranoid and very cautious about everything. Let's talk about other domestic business and all that. Now there what is required is what's already been done now from 1st of September, that most restrictions are gone. Now, only thing is that some of the states are still carrying on their restrictions. So I think we all should appeal to them that look here, whatever restrictions, just remove it and have whatever testing is to be done, do it at the airport or somebody carries a COVID certificate before that, because that is very, very important. I was hearing Deep Kalra on India Today last night, and he was also saying that they also trying to do that, communicate to the customers that yes, it's all safe, it's not all that bad. Europe has totally opened up and people are traveling. So I think if we communicate that it's safe to travel, and what's happened is now it's cheaper to travel also, because as you were mentioning there, this Udan scheme and all that, and also people have reduced their fares and people cannot go out. I was talking to a friend in Thailand. He said, we are not allowing anybody to come from outside. So that used to be a big competitor to our country. So I think this is a time we should cash in on this as quickly as possible and get these people back into our country, because after 1 year or 2 years, again, people will start going abroad. Because there's nothing like boasting that, we've been abroad, in the summer, rather than saying you Goa and Kerala and all that. So these two years, I would say, for tourism, it can be a golden period, provided we are all working towards cashing on it. That's what I can say.
Hanji Veer, you're muted. Veer, you're muted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Balji, for sharing some of your experiences. I will now move to Mr. Satyan Jain. My request is that let us just try and talk about the challenges. The way forward we will discuss in the second question. So Satyan, I think Mr. Balji was talking about the finances and the revenues that fell down, and the business that fell down. I know that you are having a portfolio of owned hotels as well as managed hotels. What has been experience of Pride?
So I think every crisis is an opportunity. So end of March, AeroCity Hotel of ours got, confirmed as a quarantine hotel, compulsory by the collector. So initially we were very skeptical. How do we do it? Are we trained to handle it and all? But there was no choice. So once we understood the whole procedure and then we went through it, and with enough safety protocols in place, we realized that this can be done safely without sacrificing our employees' health. So all our city hotels, we registered for quarantine under the Vande Bharat scheme. So most of our hotels were able to run, though the pricing was fixed by the government, but at least we could meet out some of our costs, and much better than shutting the hotel, So that was a good thing that helped us. Another thing which we realized that in a lot of cancellations came in March from Southeast Asia. So moment the cancellations started coming in, we realized that this COVID is going to disrupt business for some time. So we started conserving cash. We put off all our capex plans, which were planned for May. So that helped us conserve some money. And then we started working on cutting our operational costs. So we, in fact, installed 20% of our rooms. We put split units because we realized running chillers and operating few rooms doesn't make sense. So we had the situation that we can operate with lesser rooms also, or we operate the chiller if we have more rooms. We rationalize our people in order to ensure the safety also, because having too many people in a hotel was a risk for the COVID to come in. We shifted all our employees who were very far to our hotel accommodations. So this helped us run operations safely. Also, the senior team came together and we worked on some alternate things what we could do. And the housekeeping team came up with sanitizing services. So in fact, we were running sanitizing services still going on. At least that department could, get their costs recovered. And it was quite in demand because of COVID and once the lockdown was there. So now that things are opening up, we are trying to target the weekend business. And of course, wedding, we have done 50-room weddings. Now it's going to 100. But we also put the virtual option where people could log into the wedding because only 50 people can be called. So people are appreciative of that. So I think, and now we have planned out the work from Pride. So these are few of the initiatives that we took up because our core business, of course, the regular services are carrying on. And as the government is pulling out the restrictions, those will carry on forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I think both Mr. Balji and Mr. Satyan Jain are owners also. And so it was a nice perspective. And I think must say that a very fast move that Pride did of taking over quarantine business, bringing in split air conditioners, they're great learnings. So now I will move to Mr. Suhail Kannam Pillai, who has a different model. I think most of the hotels are managed, and he also has hotels in different countries. So I'll be happy to learn from Suhail what has been his challenges for the firm, and how has he tackled them.
I should just take a moment. Just a moment. I have feedback from the backend team. Nobody is able to see you, Saugata. You'll have to, you are bottom of screen. People are not able to see you. You'll have to sit up. You'll have to increase the height of your chair or bring your camera down. Sorry, my apologies.
Absolutely fine. Thank you. Over to Suhail.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Singh. So coming to your question, effectively, the challenges we faced, I can bucket them into three main challenges. Number one would be on the human aspect, which is the team that we have across all India and this thing. Number two would be in terms of the property per se, which is shutting down the property and then reopening the property with all the safety hygiene protocols in place. And number three is the demand contraction that we're facing. The financial implication that we're facing as well. So of the three challenges, two are relatively sorted. We're going to see a larger impact of the third and even the first challenge, that is the human aspect, going forward. So if you go to the human aspect, the challenge that has been there primarily is one, convincing employees to come back to work or start working during the COVID period, assuring them safety, their safety first, and then trying as much as possible to, imbibe in them feeling that they can still work, continue retaining as many employees as possible. So it's unfortunate, but I don't think there's any group that can say that they've completely been able to retain all the team that they had. The second challenge in terms of shutting down the hotels, reopening the hotels, I think that is almost through. All hotels that have been shut down, now we've been able to reopen them with a certain amount of, all the safety protocols that we need to do in place, reassure the guests. So that challenge is relatively sorted. The third challenge, which is a financial implication, I think that challenge is just going to build up as the time comes. And it's something that we're going to figure out how to tackle, because so far the hotels that we're managing, they've been able to survive because of the moratorium period. With that ending, we still need to figure out to replan in terms of the financial strategy for the hotel. So that's the biggest challenge that we're going to be facing now. That compounded with the challenge of actually bringing employees back to the hotels as demand picks up. So as the demand picks up, what we've done is we've alienated the human resource from the industry itself. So we need to now look at attracting people back to the industry and then getting them back to work in the hotels. So these are the three challenges.
Thank you, Suhail. Very interesting. I think it's the people for Suhail and Fern. I think rightly put is the people challenge. And I think how do we, so for maybe those people who are listening, there will be a lot of job opportunities as soon as the COVID is over. So now we'll move to Atul Jain, who of course represents Best Western in 3 different countries, India, Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. So Atul, could you share with us some of your key challenges, because being in 3 different countries, and how have you been able to overcome them?
Okay, thank you. The challenges we faced in 3 different countries, there are different challenges. The most important task for us at the corporate level was to keep ourselves motivated, keep our team motivated, and also to engage with our owners. So that was a task in itself. So what we did as a team, we decided to form a policy wherein we engaged with our general managers, and we hosted a conference for them. It was a 2 days conference, virtual conference, wherein we discussed the hygiene factors, post-COVID discussion strategies, and how to clean our hotels and all that. And apart from that, we did another task that, we started collaborating with our corporate clients through the virtual calls. So the same sales team start giving them presentations that how we would be doing, and post-COVID, what business and safety and security measures we are implementing in our hotels. And we conducted a lot of training classes for our team, both at the corporate level and also at the property level. But a challenge which I would like to share with all of you is that challenge that in a couple of hotels of ours, before 25th of March, there were some guests staying with us. They are NRIs who were staying to attend some marriages or some personal work. And before they could leave for their respective countries, the government announced the lockdown. So in 2 or 3 of our hotels, we have to keep them with us for almost 70-75 days. And we have to serve them, and while maintaining their safety security. So that was a challenge for us continuously. And then finally, they left for their respective countries. So we're very happy that our team was united and they served them well. As far as other countries are concerned, Sri Lanka, we faced a lot of challenges, and the government announced no movement and business is almost nil. So as Bangladesh, but the good thing is that our our hotel is at the airport. At Dhaka airport. So the hotel is 100% occupied by the government and by the doctors. So they could serve, and importantly that hotel did not charge anything from the doctors or the government, and it was free of charge for them. So other hotels also in India, they provided rooms for paramedical staff and the doctors, and that too at the free of charge. So the challenge we faced, but I think that time has gone for the challenge. we have to look at it as an opportunity, and we have to find ways to mind that how we can do it better in the future times to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you so much. It shows how a good brand takes care of his customers, and even if there were only 2 customers staying for 70 days, you look after them. Great to see that. I will move to Arindam, and I would like you to just share some of the challenges which not have been covered as yet. You being a very professional company, Fortune Hotels, what are some of the unique challenges that you faced? Arindam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh, and pleasure to be here. As you rightly said, I'm not going to repeat what my esteemed panelists have already pointed out with regards to costs or revenue opportunities. I think there are just 2 areas that I would like to focus on. One is, there was a lot of learning on the way. We started off with what we thought was a 21-day shutdown, and then that has now prolonged to more than 6 months. And I think the key element of this whole process was not just what we did in the initial stages, but the learning along the way. The other area that I think as a management company, we must be conscious about is the fact that we must add value to our owners as a management company. And one of the things we did was to maintain an open and transparent communication with the hotel teams and the owners. And we were very blessed because our parent company, ITC Hotels, has been at the forefront of many of the practices that we've now been adopting because of COVID. So we got a lot of best practices from them, which we were immediately able to disseminate around the hotels. We were able to work out a very good certification program with our partners to do our ISO 9000 certification. And I think that helps the brand stand out in a time when people are, doing much more due diligence of choosing their hotels and destinations. I think we were able to provide rate contracts and partnership with aggregators because of our ability to, draw on our strength of the numbers. And simple things like managing AMC costs, OEM engagement, expired items in the store. So these are some of the things that I think we were able to do at the corporate level, which added value. And ultimately, that's what the owners would always want to see is what's my partner or my management company able to provide in times when there are cash flow challenges. So I think that's probably what I would say different from what's already been repeated or told by
Thank you, Arindam. Wonderful to see that how you use this time for training and SOPs. Over to Saubhagya. In the east part, West Bengal, Assam, and different parts of the country, what are something different that you experience at the Mayfair Group? We'll be very happy to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. The challenges that everyone experienced during this ongoing pandemic are unprecedented. Hospitality industry was the first to get this affected by COVID-19 and shall be the last to receive it. And we are also in the same page, Mayfair also in the same page. And out of 5 out of 11 hotels of Mayfair group located in Odisha, we are stuck very hard by cyclonic Fani during the May 2009. Our 2 hotels Puri remained closed more than 2 months, and due to the extensive damage, we started recovering our lost ground from October onwards. But by mid of February 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the cancellation started pouring in, and the situation further worsened due to lockdown, which continued for the next 3 months with zero revenue generation. Even today, as I speak, we are barely registering almost 7% occupancy. We continued zero inflow, uncertainty still looming large. The key challenges that we are continued to face are salary of 2,500 employees. Even during the lockdown period, we had continued to pay wages to our employees. Not a single hand was retrenched. And during this pandemic, with so much of uncertainty in everyone's mind, keeping the entire workforce motivated, supporting them and their families is a very every possible way was another challenge that we have faced but overcome. Realigning the preparing the staff with the new normal business techniques was no less challenging. We hard rewrite our SOPs, train hard so that the safety of our guests and associates and business partner is not compromised. We operate 12 hotels at 10 locations in 5 states. Most of our employees work at cross locations. Mobilizations of such huge task force before, during, after lockdown, during the pandemic with travel restrictions, lockdown situation was the greatest challenge which we overcome by micro level planning and by applying innovative logistic. Another major challenges that came our way is that spite of repeated representation by leading industry associations at various platforms, we couldn't get much from the government, but still we try to manage whatever is possible. And I must tell you, from this pandemic, while we have learned the rectification of life and business from this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saubhagya. Different challenges and lot happened in Odisha. Thank you for sharing that. Vikram, with GRT hotels, some key challenges, and then we move to the domestic tourism and what we are doing. So next, after you, I will ask Mr. Balji, but please, if you can just share a few key challenges.
Okay, I think good afternoon. Good afternoon to the panelists and to the viewers. And thank you, Mr. Veer, for this question. I'll keep it short. I think my panelists have covered most of it. The major challenges as GRT hotels we faced was that the government did not understand that the resorts were the safest places where people could travel even during a COVID, because of the social distancing can be maintained, contactless services can be maintained. Unfortunately, the resorts were closed on the first and they opened the last. So for almost 5 months, we have kept the resorts closed, and we were not able to operate those resorts. And we had to keep the hotels and resorts going because we were not sure when the unlock was going to come up. So as you all know that 50 to 60% of running hotels is fixed costs. And we had to incur these costs because we could not shut it down completely. Because if they tell us to open at the end of a particular lockdown, again, to open the entire thing would cost us more. So we were actually keeping on running our pools, and we were, of course, to a minimum, but we were still running the entire facility. So cash flow was a major problem. And another problem was redeployment of our employees. Most of our employees are from other states, and when the lockdown was announced, they could not go back. So most of our hotels had these employees, and we had to make sure that we had to engage them, we had to feed them, we have to make sure that they're comfortable, and importantly, we had to make sure that they were safe. So we had to make sure that they didn't go out of the hotels. So all these were the major challenges, and we had one major challenges. Our GRT hotels has a CSR arm, and we were supporting the government in feeding the COVID doctors, the healthcare workers, and the migrant workers who couldn't go back. So we almost made 3 lakh meals, and we gave it out to all these people free of cost, obviously, and to get together all the resources and people, the major challenge which we had faced.
Thank you, Vikram. What a nice gesture to see that you looked after these people who were migrants. And also, I understand, because we have a resort in the south, and the southern states misunderstood, and they thought the resorts were all water parks, and they didn't allow the resorts to open. So I understand with you. Thank you for sharing that. I think I would now move to the important questions that I also have each of the panelists to please answer. To Mr. Chandar Balji, sir, as you were mentioning, that one of the biggest obstacles for domestic tourism is the various restrictions that have been set up by states. Each state has its own system and own laws for entering them, and quarantine, and so on and so forth. So how do you propose to counter them and build confidence for the domestic Indian to travel? Over to Mr. Balji. Sorry, you're muted. You need to, Ajit, just see that Mr. Balji's audio is not muted. Can you try now, Mr. Balji? No, hello. Is Ajit there or administration? Please see that yes,
Now,
Mr. Balji, please go on.
Just a couple of examples. Example, Goa was a very safe state, and there were no COVID cases, but they had kept the thing totally locked. They said they will not allow anybody to come in. And then when they allowed people to also to come in, they said there's no liquor, there's no swimming. And in this rainy weather, what will a guy do there? If he can't, why will anybody go to Goa? So now I think, okay, liquor ban has been lifted. Swimming pool is still, problem is there. And spas are still gray area, whether allowed or not allowed. But they have streamlined the process at the airport. Either you have COVID certificate 48 hours before you walk through, or you get it done at the airport where you do a rapid kind of a test. And I think it takes about totally 1.5 hours it takes for you to get out. It's just like going through customs or something like that. So I think people are improving. They're realizing that yes, without tourism, they cannot survive. State like Goa cannot survive. It's just that we need to also, advertise this fact. I think not many people know that yes, in Goa, you can just take a flight, go to Goa, get the test done, and you are out in 1.5 hours. Then, of course, we have a hotel in Brindavan Gardens. We're talking about domestic tourism, which is about Mysore, about 3 hours drive from here. Well, weekend it is packed, because, it's very close to Bangalore. People are dying to go out. So weekend is doing great business. But of course, swimming pool is not allowed still. And spas, maybe open now very shortly. So something for people to do. So that is also very important aspect, that when we follow safety protocols, but we have to see that activity. A guy, why would he go there? Now, for example, in Mussoorie, Uttarakhand has not been giving permits for people to go or so. So I think the hotel is virtually shut. Then a place like Hampi, we have a big hotel in Hampi. Now it's about a 6-hour drive, 6 to 7 hour drive from Bangalore. So it doesn't fit into the drivable holidays which we've been talking about. So that's also a challenge which some of us will be facing, that every destination is not a holiday, not a drivable distance. Then of course Ranthambore. Now Ranthambore are all these parks which are there, Pench and Jim Corbett, where we have resorts. There, of course, during the rainy season, parks are closed. So even if you can drive there, you can't do much. So you'll go there for 1 or 2 days. But in any case, I think now September has come, things are going to be looking up. So I think all of us, let's try to communicate to everybody that things are safe, they can go out, so that at least we can cash in on the Dussehra Diwali season. That's the time we should all work out, that, okay, destinations, you see, a lot of us are in different destinations. So if we all put up on our website, all our communication, on social media and all that this city, yes, we are safe, it's different. This city, you can come in and you can have a great holiday and go back. So I think that's what we should all work on and try to target that, okay, next month, things are not going to be very hunky-dory right now. But October onwards, let's try to cash in on this business. I think that I'll appeal to every one of us, because rather than saying that, no, government ye karegi, government wo karegi, see, by the time you've seen yourself, the hospitality has been the last thing which is on their mind. So at least let's help ourselves, Okay, God also helps those who help themselves. So I think, let's help ourselves, because we have no choice right now. Okay, thank you.
Very well said, Mr. Balji. I think God helps those who help themselves. And we can't just keep on sitting down and hoping that the government will do everything. And I think talking about government, we will move to Mr. Satyan Jain. I know that Mr. S.P. Jain has been very actively involved with various associations and bodies. So, Satyan, what role can be played by the hotel associations and the various chain of hotels or group of hotels to liaise with the government and ensure that these obstacles are cleared? What are the key ways to also advertise and promote the individual states for attracting more domestic tourism? Over to you, Satyan.
So I think associations have a key role because they are continuously making presentations to senior ministers, impressing to them that what kind of impact the COVID has had on our industry. And if they don't take corrective action, then a lot of jobs are at being lost. So continuously, we are doing a lot of PR activities to create the awareness of what's happening in the industry, the policies which are holding us back, trying to get some tax breaks. Like, for example, you are aware of the UK. They have given some discount, 50% discount to eat out. So the government requires to give some break in GST and VAT so that the guests are finding it attractive and they can move out and start traveling like before. Also, we are trying that the restrictions, like Mr. Balji also pointed out, that if somebody goes for a holiday, he's expecting a certain ecosystem. So that entire thing has to be there. The permissions have to be there. Recently, now today, Mahabaleshwar has come up with a policy that anybody above 60 is not allowed or below 10 is not allowed. So if you can't take kids for a holiday, then who will go? So, these kind of things are continuously we have to keep impressing on state governments, sometimes central, sometimes local authorities, whoever jurisdiction it is coming, and explain to them that this whole ecosystem works together. For example, a lot of places the tourist attractions have kept shut, though there are huge gardens and zoos and where there is all the social distancing possible, but just they have passed and stopped these, so that what should a person go and travel for? So I think these are the things which we keep taking up. Also, other than traveling, one key part to domestic tourism is our weddings and MICE. So, for destination wedding, they have earlier they had a rule of 50 people in a hall, which is now being shifted to 100. But the association keeps taking up that actually you should have, as for social distancing, according to the size of the hall. If there is a huge 20,000 square feet hall and you have mandated 100 people, it doesn't make sense. So, and similarly, a lot of open venues are there. So I think this is something that we keep trying to. Another important thing is that the government and the association, for increasing the demand for tourism, our borders have been absolutely shut. So international tourists are not able to come. If we open some window for certain location, like for example how Thailand has done, that they have allowed people to come to Phuket, but if they have put a restriction of 30 days you have to come for. Some kind of a restriction and restricting people to a certain geography. So, for example, Goa is a good case where people can come in with some hurdle of 15 days minimum stay you require to come, and if they open up such a policy, you can have influx of tourists coming in. So I think that is, and I think the government is facing its own issue with the cash crunch due to the drop of GST. So I think all of us put together, we have to come together. And I think there are two key issues which we have to try to get over. One is the fear factor. A lot of people, because of this lockdown and that the news channels and the government's way of saying stay inside, Now people are scared of coming out. People are scared of coming to work. So I think we as association, as well as all hotels, have to first say that we are all safe. We are following all the guidelines and maintaining social distancing. So it is safe to travel. And the government can help out by keeping the tourist attraction also safe. And other thing is that we all have to go put together and promote our destinations. If we all are creative, digital marketing, our PR, everything is put towards encouraging and promoting our destination, I'm sure all put together, we can see these customers come back very soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think must appreciate some nice ideas rather than asking the government for subsidies or funds. Look at ways and means of asking them to give us some concessions. Like if people are using domestic tourists use MICE, they could get some support on GST waivers or income tax waivers. Great suggestions. Thank you so much. And also how to each one of us, if we can advertise and promote our own destination, it will be great. Thank you, Satyan. We'll move to Suhail. And Suhail, I mean, with your international experience, I was wanting to ask you, what could be the learnings from the steps taken by other countries through the industry collaboration and minus the government support? What can we do together with other industries, and how can we learn from some of the international best practices?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Singh. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Bhuvnesh and his entire team for putting this thing together. I draw a lot of my inspiration for the answers from the sessions that have happened. It's been very
educational. Have you been watching all the shows?
Unfortunately, I couldn't catch all the shows, but whatever I caught has been really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So like Mr. Mohapatra also said, we're going through an unprecedented time. Our solution to this needs to be unprecedented, it needs to be innovative, and it needs to be collaborative. Okay. We all know that in India, we've got so many multiple tourism associations and all our associations are busy right now trying to liaise with the government to protect the interest of all its members. But my only grouse to that would be that they're overwhelmed and completely consumed by only fighting with the government. There's a lot more that the associations can do, which is, to getting people together. So for 19 years that I've been in the industry, and all you stalwarts much longer than that, there's one complaint I hear year on year. It's that the government doesn't support the tourism industry, right? So Einstein defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We're not going to get it. What we need to do, that's where we need to come in. All the other countries have got government support. If we leave that out and say, okay, fine, we're not going to get any governmental support, what can we do together? The industry today is sitting on one of the largest databases. We have so much data. We just don't use it. Okay. There are three main parameters that we operate this industry under, right? The first being our people. Okay. The second is our guests. And the third is our properties. These are the three stakeholders for the industry. Under our guests, I include the travel agents, the tour operators, the bookers, the actual people who are staying. Our people are obviously the backbone for the industry. And our properties become the hotel owners, the brand, and the operators. So if we look at it, we've actually let down two of these three aspects completely during this, our people and our properties. Okay, the only aspect which we're taking care of and we're really doing a lot is towards our guests. We're ensuring their hygiene, their safety. That is completely focused. All of us have taken complete effort to be able to establish their safety. What can we do for our people and for our properties? Now, with the association help, if we can put together a voluntary database across the association, one to address grievances of employees, from both sides. I mean, there's obviously going to be grievances from both sides. If we have a voluntary database where, one advertises about the industry to employees, because we're going to lose faith in the public in general on the hospitality segment. And we need to rebuild that to attract people to come into the hospitality industry. Otherwise, you're going to have a huge manpower issue going forward. So as an association, if we get together, create a database of all the people, their grievances can be addressed, that's one big step that we can take. The other thing is for our properties, if we can work on a cost optimization. Today, we have a lot of back of the house departments. We have a lot of the front of the house departments as well, which can collaborate together. So for example, like the engineering department, if we set up one engineering department across the chains, that can take in, each hotel has its own head, but the utility force gets common across the hotel chains. That will help the cost impact in hotels hugely. The other aspect is, as mentioned by both Satya and Mr. Baji, is the destination marketing. We need to put our egos aside. We need to look at advertising and marketing destinations as a whole, rather than individual hotels each doing their marketing. We did this activity for Polo Forest, and we actually got even governmental support, where the Chief Minister himself started tweeting about it. As a result, the hotel has been packed even during the pandemic. So, I mean, that's where we've got to learn. We've got to become collaborative. And if that means picking up the phones, talking to each other, that's what needs to be done today.
Thank you so much, Suhail. What do we expect from a young, can I call you maverick, then somebody to say that let's stop just cribbing, let's look forward, let's come up with very nice innovative ideas and creative ideas, and let's collaborate. So that's wonderful. I thank you so much. I will now ask Arindam, who has a lot of years of experience of operations. How could the hotel operations be better equipped for the intricate needs of the domestic traveler? And how would hotels work along with governments to promote destination by co-optation? How we can work together with the government and co-opt and work together? And what are some of the intricate requirements of a domestic traveler? If Arindam, you could share that.
Sure, sir. Thank you for the question. I would like to talk about two categories of Indian tourists today. I think the pre-COVID usual domestic traveler or holidayer is one thing that eventually will travel. But there is a pre-COVID outbound Indian traveler who will now be traveling domestically. And I think that is the biggest opportunity that the hoteliers have today. And that's exactly the reason why we are all talking about and identifying what we could do. Most holiday destinations are prepared for the usual domestic traveler. I think the opportunities I mentioned is essentially for the people who are used to traveling abroad. First is seasonal trends. I think India has the opportunity for seasonal trends. We need to look out for varying school holidays. For example, the South has a summer holiday from April and May, while the North India has May to June. So essentially, we could stretch a season. We need to look out for festival holidays, Onam in Kerala, Durga Puja in Bengal, and so on and so forth. And there's again going to be very specific opportunities there. Specific destinations for specific domestic markets, unfortunately, we haven't tapped it in the past. For example, Gujaratis will travel to the Himalayas during a specific time of the year, and South Indians will travel in a different time of the year, and the Bengalis will travel in a different time of the year. And what we essentially do is we just blanket market all across the country and not specific to specific. So I think seasonal is one. The other thing is about food and beverage. Some people say that I live to eat and some people say I eat to live. Indians, you cannot take food away from them. And the pendulum is now swinging from total traditional regional cuisine, which is what the Indian consumer wants. For example, the Gujaratis who will travel with their Maharaja. And on the other side, you've got the millennials who are wanting to experiment, wanting to go global, wanting to go international. That is going to test the competency of our team members and the aptitude to be able to create a good food and beverage option. The one thing that I think we should all focus on is family travel. Family is extremely important for Indians. You will see foreigners traveling as couples or even as individuals, whereas we tend to travel as a family. And there are two specific areas I'd like to focus on. One is senior citizens. We like to travel with our parents. They are very important to us. And I find that many hotels are not prepared to or geared to handle senior citizens. And I think going forward, if the hotels are not geared to handle senior citizens, they're likely to lose business. The other is kids. Today's kids are very different from, the gulli danda days or the cricket days that you could play in the lawn. Today's kids are, Wi-Fi. Today's kids need, a lot of technology, and I think that's something that we need to prepare for. The other thing is about the price point sensitivities. As they say, mano ya na mano, we Indians are not cheap. I don't think Indians are cheap. We are just bargain hunters or value conscious. And to that extent, we will have to prepare to offer a value proposition. And the Indian will not pay anything more than what we deserve. However, we also know that when Indians go abroad, the amount of money they spend is much, much higher than an average Chinese or an average Southeast Asian and so on and so forth. So there is money in our pockets, and we need to know how to take that out. And that all comes from value proposition. And one of the things we need to do is what I call as anytime, anything demand. We're all familiar with breakfast going on till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And while the time the hotels are turning out the breakfast, there is time for people coming in for lunch. So anytime, anything demand is something that we need to prepare, especially for the people who are willing to pay. And again, it's all a matter of taking out as much money out of the customer's pocket as you can, because that's what the opportunity is. Indian travelers are very impatient. I think they need to do things. They are not the kind of people who will laze by the poolside, read a book, or they will, go to the bar and have a drink. They want to do things. They're very impatient people. And so, they want spa, they want beauty treatment, they want shopping, they want games, they want entertainment. And guess what? All this is revenue opportunity for us in the hotels. And we sometimes find a hotel to say there is only that much we can do, and then the kids or the ladies will come and say, "Yaar, hum bore ho gaye." So we have to create these revenue opportunities. There are going to be two kinds of travelers. The package tours or the itinerary tours will continue, and so therefore we need to engage with the travel trade extensively. Some of the panelists talked about how the industry can come together. I think the travel trade and the hotels can come together to create these exceptional packages and itinerary tours. But then the new age travelers, they are looking at bespoke, boutique, very specific, purpose-driven holidays. And this is where the money is, in my view. So if you look at adventure travel, wildlife travel, health and wellness travel, I think if you're able to find that niche, and hotels today are able to find that niche, we'll be able to make tons of money. Lastly, I think Wi-Fi is going to be very important, and I keep on saying this anywhere I go. And a lot of hotels don't pay attention to Wi-Fi because it is, of course, an expense for which you don't make money anymore. But with what is happening with the duration of stay inside the room becoming more and more important, I think Wi-Fi will play a very critical role. As far as cooperation is concerned, I think Mr. Balji has talked about it, Suhail has talked about it, Satyan has talked about it. I would just give one example, and that is the KTM in Kerala, and how KTM brings together the government, brings together international tour operators, domestic tour operators, travel agents. And they've year after year, they've created this model which is like fantastic. And I always wondered why the other states can't do it. And if one state can do that kind of an event once in 2 years, I think India as a whole can do many more. So I would leave it at that.
Thank you so much. I think very well explained. It was a large, question to explain, but very well explained on the requirements of the domestic traveler, and very clearly we have to have different strokes for different folks. Let's move to Atul Jain, and to him I would like to say, what would be the key segment breakup of the domestic travelers, and in which segments do you think and you see a large growth?
So I just want to flag one thing with you, Veerbhai. 12 minutes to go.
I know, so I've got just 2 more left. So I want to request Atul to do it in 4 minutes, and let's move 4 minutes each.
Yes, I'll make it sweet and short. So when we look at hotels as a business model, the major source of revenues are divided into two: rooms and the F&B. I think it's a time for the hotel team and we at the corporate level to brainstorm, to analyze the data and look at that which segment is moving for a particular hotel or particular location. But in my opinion, that the segment which can move domestically is the drivable leisure and the business travel. the people would like to go and travel out and venture out. So obviously they are not going to take flights. It's expensive, but they can drive down. So they can enjoy the drive, and one option could be a drivable distances. Second option is the pilgrim travel, which I see is going to be moving very fast. And being coming Ayodhya now, Ayodhya could be another destination for a pilgrimage travel. Staycation, yes, we look at some opportunities where people are working out of hotels, but not much has been done. Of course, the wedding and the food and beverage will play a very, very important role. And as my panelist has mentioned, that weddings, small weddings, are opportunity for us. We have to look at as opportunities. And another opportunity which I see is that the companies have asked their employees to work from home. So while working from home is good from the employer point of view, but from the employee's point of view, it's not as good. Initially, it can look good, but over a period of time, it become difficult to keep their momentum high and their confidence level. I think the companies can look at opportunities where they can hold small meetings, conferences, out of their home, get together for their employees, where they can brainstorm, where they can employee motivation and team building exercises can be done. So in my opinion, these are the segments which can move immediately fast. We can look at other options as the NRIs traveling back to India once the flights have started. So in short and sweet, I think other panelists have covered a lot. So I think that we should focus on these areas so that we can maintain a revenue level to an optimum level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Atul. And of course, the wedding segment, which is one of the largest segment for us, so we also can look at that. I think I'll now move to Vikram, which is a question that I want to ask you is, what are some of the other opportunities that the hospitality can seek from the domestic market beside the traditional streams of revenues? To you, Vikram.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Veer. And respecting the lack of time, let me talk in bullet points. I think what is the need of the hour is to be agile and responsive to the situation. And as you know, disruption is the mother of creativity. So people have to look at different avenues of creating revenues, especially the domestic market. So there is a lot of business which is coming from the government. In fact, we had a lot of emergency doctors and healthcare workers who needed accommodation, and we could open our hotels for them. And that was one of the avenues of revenues. We also floated this work from hotel rooms with a view. So our hotels and our resorts have beautiful locations, and people would love to actually sit in the room and look at the swimming pool and work, and yet they were very close to the metro cities within an hour's drive. So this is one of the things which was very successful for us, and a lot of companies came forth and wanted to sign up with us. And now, as you know, since the kids are also studying online and people are working from home, there is no weekend and weekday. So we have floated long stay family packages. People were in containment zones and they wanted to come into resorts and hotels, and they wanted to actually stay together and work as well as study. So we had floated a package, and that is doing pretty well. So we did a minimum 7 days package, and it could go on. And we had, in fact, a family move in for almost 6 months. They committed 6 months. They're going to think. They gave up their apartment and they moved into the hotel. And of course, we also have the minor operating departments like salon services, spa services at home, and chefs at home. And we are also looking at some of our regular guests were asking us to hire our cutlery and crockery so that they can throw parties at their home for their families, and which we also thought it was a good avenue for another source of revenue for us. We also started our food delivery with a little difference. We are also doing do-it-yourself kits, so that it is not the food which is made at the hotels or a dark kitchen and given, but the entire kits with the chef's explanation of the menus, and these are made by the people at home, and they also feel participative in it. And we also let out, we have large banqueting halls. So we have tied up with some of the companies for co-working. We had to repurpose the halls a little, and then we gave it out for co-working spaces, and that was a good one. So these are the ones, and of course the advance, vouchers which we were selling so that we could get in cash flow, so that we had a validity for almost 6 months, so that we could get immediate cash flow and we could keep our hotels going. So with that, I think I will end my.
Thank you, Vikram. I think you really covered a lot of these points. They say necessity is the mother of invention, and some great ideas that came through you, and I really appreciate. Saubhagya, to you, the last but not the least, which are the states which have the largest domestic travel base? And what are some of the unique segments that you see that are emerging in the near future? Over to you, Saubhagya.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. I know there is a short of time, but still let me also get into the bullet points. As per the Ministry of Tourism statistics, Tamil Nadu leads the charts with 21% domestic tourist footfall, followed by Uttar Pradesh with share of 15%, Karnataka enjoying 12% footfall, Andhra Pradesh 11% share. But biggest contributor to domestic tourism are West Bengal, Gujarat, Maharashtra. These are the states. India's steady tourism compound annual growth rate reached around 13% during 2018 and 19. Since 1991, post COVID-19, there is a bound to a massive decline in inbound sector, but the loss shall be compensated by domestic tourism. In my opinion, the unique emerging segments in immediate and near future from domestic market which shall stay for a long are spiritual and religious tourism. People have been locked down or stranded for last 5 months, long enough to visit spiritual religious destination. And once the religious places are reopened, some of the states also not opened it, there shall be a massive surge. The series spiritually shall be in much demand in coming days, especially after the psychological changes that masses have gone through during ongoing crisis. And next tourism segment, what I feel adventure tourism, visit to hills, mountain treks, river rafting, camping, free flow water sports, etc. Shall be sought. The most domestic travelers are the places are less visited and do not offer much human contact. This segment shall be more preferred under new normal. And the next segment is heritage and cultural tourism. Every state and region of India has piece of history attached in the form of monuments, temples, churches, heritage sites, cultural extravagances, and etc. For domestic market, this segment by and large has been untapped as it was mainly patronized by foreigners. Under the new normal, in search of safe and less crowded options, Indians will venture in this segment. Wellness tourism, the next segment, which I believe will rising health concerns a new normal. People will tend to stay healthy more than ever and shall prefer time-tested, ancient treatments like natural therapy, Ayurvedic treatment, massages, etc. And in a serene pollution-free environment, which will become the instant hit among the Indians. And definitely last, not the wedding and social functions. Almost, I think, Mr. Atul has already mentioned many weddings related celebrations and social functions scheduled over since the pandemic broke have been put on hold with things coming back normal with restriction being lifted. The segment will see the huge surge and shall be surveyor of for all hospitality industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Saubhagya. I think I must appreciate all of you for maintaining a wonderful timing. Great to listen to all of you. And I would first ask Mr. Bhuvnesh to please speak something in close or
No,
anything.
Veer bhai, aap close karo, and then I shall Veer.
Okay, I'll just take half a minute. I mean, I was so happy
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So happy to see a very nice panel which consisted of owners, management experts, and operators. And I think you all have given us a great learnings for all of us to take back, and for many viewers, I hope, who have been watching. Thank you so much, and thank you once again, Bhuvnesh. Thank you, Hotelier, BW Hotelier. What a lovely gesture at this particular moment. You have really touched the heart of each and every hotelier in India. Thank you so much, and to you, Bhuvnesh.
Thank you for all your support. It's always an honor. It's always an honor for me to get a session taken in by Veer Vijay Singh ji. आप कुछ बोल रहे थे चंद्रपाल जी?
I just said सुबह जरूर आएगी, सुबह का इंतजार कर.
बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल सुबह जरूर आएगी, बिल्कुल आएगी. मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, हम लोग फालतू में हमने कितने देखे, हमने पार्टीशन देखी है. पिछली दफा मैं और चंद्रपाल जी इसी की बात कर रहे थे. हमारे माँ बाप ने पार्टीशन देखी है, 84 के राइट्स देखे हैं, 93 के राइट्स देखे हैं. ये भी निकल जाएगा. अरे डोंट वरी. आई मीन जान है तो जहान है, ये याद रखना. मैं आपको
our properties are intact. You see, if you had a tsunami or an earthquake, the properties will also be destroyed. At least we are lucky that we look at the positive point. These are at least intact, and we should bounce back very soon.
Sauvagya has even come out of that.
Yes.
This has been this is the penultimate show. We have the last of the 5 days. Last show of the 5-day summit coming next after you. It's been a wonderful show. This is a great show. Imagine having 8 of you over here, led by Veer Bhai, Chandrabal ji, Vikram, Sauvagya, Atul, अपना सत्यन, सुहेल सबसे छोटा, and अरिंदम कुनार, right? So मतलब आप बताइए इससे अच्छा शो क्या हो सकता है? मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ. If I was to do a special day, would you all come on that?
Of course. Of course.
Yes, why not? You will?
Of course.
I'm in. So
I think you know that
I shall be
answer.
doing another special one, and it may be a couple of weeks to 3 to 4, maybe 5, but I shall do one, and we shall all get together and focus on how to get them in. The question that I had was on religious tourism. वो सौभाग्य ने मेरे से छीन लिया. Right? So I'm blessed to have been able to do this show with you, Veer Bhai, Atul ji, Chandar ji, Arindam, Satyen, Sohail, Vikram, and Sauvagya. God bless you. Keep coming back. BW Hotelier will keep raising the bar.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Award evening. Minister साहब आ रहे हैं 4 बजे.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
I heard about you long before we met. When I've had enough of your beauty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you're having a great time at EHA 2020. Well, we are talking about keeping the conversation alive on social media using our hashtag EHA 2020. 5 days of power-packed panel, 180 plus speakers and 100 plus awards, which is happening from the August 31st and to the September 4th, today being our last day. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, this pandemic has taught us the philosophy of minimalism. For a sustainable future, we need to apply the same to future design and get ready now, ladies and gentlemen, for our last panel discussion of this 5-day long summit, which is on hotel design, the designer ownership partnership. Well, the moderator of this session is Vandana Dhawan Saxena, founder and design principal, Studio for Design. We've got our panelists, Bobby Mukherjee, chairman, Bobby Mukherjee and Associates. Ritu Bhatia Clare, Managing Director, Total Integrated Design India Private Limited. We've also got Abhishek Mathur, Director, Studio HBA. We've got Peter Joink, Partner and Founder, JOI Design. We've got Jeremy Hayes, the Senior Vice President, Wimberley Allison Tong and Go Limited. And we've got Marco Dobrato, the Principal of Smallwood. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would be requesting our CEO of BW Business Communities, Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, will be just joining us in a moment. Yes,
I'm there. Yeah, hi there. I'm there. Thank you, Bhavna. You've been a wonderful host. So, this will cap all the 18 sessions, 4 keynote addresses.
Wow.
Before we head into the awards of this record-breaking 5-day BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards, which we call the EHA 2020, right? So this has occupied a mind space in the Indian hospitality, travel and tourism and F&B industry like none other has, right? It's a brand made out of love, which Anurag and I started. When I joined on the 28th of April 2014, and we launched on the 12th of January 2015 at the Leela Chanakyapuri. Rajesh Nambi was the general manager and was the hotel manager, and the general manager is still there, Louis Seller. What a brand, Rajesh Nambi, Louis Seller, Leela, thank you. And see what you planted, where this brand has gone, right? And let me tell you, we shall keep lifting the bar. We are not a big company. We are not a mega media house like many mega media houses are there. We are a proud, hardworking, conscientious, honest, transparent media house, and we will go far. That does not mean the others are not honest. I'm saying they're all honest. मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ, right? हम लोग लगे रहते हैं, हम लोग प्यार मोहब्बत से करते हैं, और हमारे को प्यार मोहब्बत, सत्कार, आदर और सपोर्ट बहुत मिली है ऑफ द इंडियन हॉस्पिटैलिटी, ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म एंड F&B इंडस्ट्री. और मैं उसी सत्कार के साथ अभी निमंत्रण करता हूं हमारे नेक्स्ट शो का, जिसमें 3 लोग विदेश से हैं, तो वो हिंदी नहीं समझेंगे. I'll come back to अंग्रेजी. So pull them in all in.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. EHA 2020, everyone, welcome to the incredible panel.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So where is my hi? Namaste from Delhi, from India, right? As we call here. Good afternoon. Hi. I should start with the ladies. Let Vandana come in. Vandana should be logging in. This is, like we say, the grand finale, right? This is, I was just saying, this is the final show of the record-breaking uh, Indian BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards. This has gone on for 5 long days, 18 sessions, 4 keynote sessions. And let me tell you, if I was to tell you, yesterday my sessions lasted for more than 9 hours at a go, right? So, so, uh, so that's how it is. Vandana, you need more light on your face. There is something up. There you go. There is Vandana, our host for the day, for the session, right? There you go. So we'll just wait for Jeremy to come in. So now, this is a session that I have not. It's not last because it's last. It's last because it's special. Vandana and me have been talking of this session for Vandana over 2 months.
Yes, I think it's been about 2 months.
Right. So this is very special. This is my first focus architectural design show, and I am really, really delighted. Right. So, Peter Hoshnik, did I get the name right? Your second name? All right. So you're muted.
So
all
Peter,
unmute yourself. Right. So Peter comes in. Peter, you're joining in from London?
From Hamburg, Germany.
All right. So you're in Germany. Jeremy, you're in England, are you? There you are. And
yes,
Marco,
sir. Yes, greetings from London. Yes.
There you are. Awesome. So Marco joins us from Singapore. Ritu from Gurgaon. Abhishek from Bangalore. Bobby, I've known longest in the group. He's been at few of our shows.
I'm in Mumbai.
For me, Bobby is a star, right? He's handsome. He should have been in the films. Well, almost, right? Vandana is young and happening, and I will not take away any more time from her. I shall hand the baton over to Vandana. Vandana, you're looking serious. Smile and grab the baton, and let's start from here. Over to you. Oh, Vandana can't hear us. Vandana, what is the issue?
Hi, Bhuvnesh, I lost you. I can't hear you.
Log out. I shall message her.
I've lost all sound.
Yeah, issue with her device. Local to you. Right, come on. So, very much in time. So sorry for this. Let me tell you, the BW Hotelier is one event. We've done 5 days. We have over 180 speakers. We've had 5 juries of over 36 and 100 awards. And today, this was inaugurated by the CEO of the Niti Aayog, which is the new form of the erstwhile Planning Commission, which governs India, which plans for India for the next 5 years. Niti Aayog is now the body which our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has started after he took over in 2014. And Amitabh Kant is an Indian administrator of great repute and a very capable administrator who's aggressive, who's got a lot of foresight, and he sees ahead in the future, right? So Vandana is logging back in. Vandana, can you hear us now? It's your device, I think. Can you hear us?
No.
Yeah, we can hear you. Better to use mic and audio of your laptop. Can you hear us now?
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can. We've always heard you.
Bhuvnesh, should I start now?
Yes, please go ahead. I've done the intro. You may start.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel, Hotel Design, the Designer-Owner Partnership.
Oh, God. What happened? It's a little scary when it happens with the moderator. Yeah. So she's joining in. Okay, she's back. You see, I have the comfort of seeing what you can't. I see her on the side. Okay, you're good, Vandana. Come in. Can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I'm not being able to hear anyone here, but I'm going to try to begin the show now.
Yes,
so as we all know, we cannot ignore the impact of buildings, more so in this pandemic as we spend a lot of time indoors. And design involves questions like aesthetics, construction methodology, layout, structure, material choices, response to light, ventilation, culture, detail, and this is just to name a few. And besides this already complex problem, designers work very closely with owners. It's almost like a partnership. And owners have a very strong vision of what they want to build. They have a tight budget. And of course, they're not building a monument. They need a return on their investment. So Jeremy, you sort of head WATG and you're joining us from UK. My first question is for you. What is your approach towards designing a hotel project?
Okay, thank you for the question. Can everybody hear me? Because I'm having audio problems. You all can hear me. Excellent.
We can.
Yeah, I mean, for WATG, the what's crucial to our approach is, I think, what we refer to as design narrative. It's us telling the story, and it's our approach is certainly from an aesthetic and a cultural response point of view. It is about how we collect and we collaborate with all the stakeholders involved with a project. Yeah, sorry, can everyone still hear me? Have we got some thumbs up? Yep. Okay. And we over the years, I mean, as a group of professionals and as a company, we've been doing this for 75 years now, and we have what we refer to as probably our 6 real touch points in the design, and I'll just run through those for you. The first one is about the land, and it's about how we respond to the site and the context of the situation, and understanding that in the marketplace. This is done obviously through research and through exploration, but also making sure that we're exploiting the highest potential of that particular site. The second one is far more lyrical than that. It's about scripting the journey, and it's about us being able to emotionally connect with the guest and the guest journey through the site. I'm talking about what we'd refer to as contextual insights. It's about the narrative of that journey. And once we've established that, we also have to consider today with the amount of brands and the operators that we deal with, it's also about beginning to put those brand touch points into the design. The third point would be placemaking. Placemaking is about us creating a memory, something that is clearly identifiable. It's about hallmarks. It's about the physicality of the buildings, and it's about the spaces in between. It's creating what I think in the 60s we would refer to as the Kodak moment. Today we refer to as the Instagram moments in each one of the designs. And I think that comes very clearly from a very disciplined design process. And that leads us on to the fourth point. The fourth point is about integrated design. WATG is very lucky to work with incredible amount of, not just in our in-house disciplines of architecture, landscape, interiors, and strategic, but we're working throughout the industry with all the other professionals, and it's about collaboration and world-class professionals in all the design disciplines. And it's coming together with a very common vision. The fifth point we touch is about understanding that this property is about connecting people. And the connecting people is about choreographing a seamless, scripted journey through that property for all the guests. The very last point is going back, I think, to what we would refer to as our first one, which is about the land. And it is leaving a place better than we originally found it. This comes from the very heart of the WATG culture. We were founded as an island on the island of Hawaii. And it's a case of, do not disturb. It's a leaving, we've been trusted over the years with some fantastic sites, some pristine landscapes, and we're privileged enough to work with those. And we just want to make sure that we abide by some really good international standards, and we are culturally sensitive to those. So it's a very holistic approach. Does that answer your question, Bernard?
Thanks, Jeremy. Abhishek, coming to you. What do you enjoy designing more? Is it a mid-scale hotel, or which has certain constraints in place, or is it an upscale hotel project that gives you, flight for fancy? And why would that be so?
Thanks, Vanda. I hope everyone can hear me. I think for me, there's no limitation to scale as such. I mean, both ways, right? Like, I think I would echo the sentiment of most of the people on the panel. I certainly enjoy designing hotel as much as I would love designing a chair, to be frank. It's just about like really following through the process. In fact, what Jeremy very eloquently pointed out, how does one sort of cater to those parameters? And I think those are scalable qualities in design. I would think that at the end of the day, whether we are designing a business hotel or an upscale hotel, the landscape of today, the design landscape determines that we are trying to not only do problem solving, but we are trying to impart a personality to the design. How do we have humanistic values into whatever we are designing? How do we see it in a large context? And I think those things are quite applicable whether to design an urban hotel or a resort property. I think if you were to really press me down on this question, I would say it has to do something with where I have to travel for each of those projects. Certainly, some sites are much more evocative than the others. And in that sense, I suppose, one could possibly play favorites at a time. But I mean, we all love what we do, and I certainly enjoy doing every part of it. Is it a cop out, or does that answer your question?
Thanks, Abhishek. Ritu, come to you. I'm having a lot of audio problem at my end, so I'm just trying very hard to concentrate. But sorry if I miss out on something that you say. Ritu, as we've discussed, design is truly a partnership with the client. When do you think is the right time for owners to engage with designers? Is it at the project feasibility stage, or do you typically come in when designs are frozen to a certain level with the architect? So TID primarily does interior design. So what do you think is the right time for owners to engage us as designers, and especially in the interior design domain? How does this work?
Thank you for the question. I hope I'm audible. Yes. Okay. It's an interesting question and very relevant because a client and designer relationship is long, especially in hotels. It's 3 to 5 years, and the interior designer has to be there till the hotel opens. I would advise that the interior designer is brought in day one, right from the time the client has done their feasibility, they have a vision, and they are putting the team together with the architect. Ideally, that is the situation that the interior designer comes in, so that all the key stakeholders are there from day one to plan and to brainstorm together on the vision for the project, for the hotel, with the end goal being the completion of the hotel. And there are different situations. In this situation of a greenfield where interior design is brought in, our work does effectively start once the architect has created the spatial zoning. So once that is in, the interior designer comes in to do the fine-tuning in the space planning, which would then make it easier for the concept to roll through. And I'd actually like to give two examples. One is the IBIS hotels that we do. And even though they are small public areas, even as small as 6,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet, but we've been brought in right from the beginning. And in small spaces, it's actually more challenging. So with ID coming in earlier, you actually get the best of the space, the efficiency, and the circulation. And then the whole process, of course, of the layout to concept to detailing, the material sourcing, it's important for the interior designer to actually be there with the client throughout. And another interesting project where we actually came in later by default because the architectural shell was ready and it was actually an existing hotel which was partially renovated. This is the Hotel Sangam in Madurai. So the clients actually brought us in when the shell was ready, but we could still create the interior public spaces. And it was a clear brief from the client. And the best part about the efficiency of the project was that decisions were fast and there were no changes along the way. And it was a partnership throughout, right from sourcing and site visits till the ending when we actually had a grand opening. And in this project, the brand Courtyard Marriott came in towards the end, and of course accepted the design and the operational planning as well. So I hope that interior designers are brought in as early as possible because wherever we are in the process of the execution, we are actually the solution providers. Thank you. I think Vandana is just about to join back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Vandana.
Vandana, you're muted. Can you unmute?
Vandana, unmute. Oh, God. Hello, Vandana. Backend team, unmute, Vandana. Oh, God.
Maybe I can jump in and answer the same question as Ritu did from another perspective, if that's okay, just to bridge the time before Vandana comes back. Actually, I fully agree, Ritu. As you said, interior designer should come as early as possible to discuss the project with and coordinate with architect and M&E consultant and so on. The difficulty is to earn money is more complicated the longer the time frame is. So sometimes it's, especially for the budget project, it's easy for us to go in the last moment, do a sketch design, then go out to tender, and it's done within half year or so. The long-lasting projects, like big projects on airports, we sometimes are stuck for 5 years or so. Then it becomes difficult for us to earn money. But the project I wanted to speak about is completely different. That's a development of a concept. We had the honor to work with Mr. Chatwal on Taj Hotels, and they had the question what to do with Ginger hotels, which did not fit to a luxury Taj group. So Mr. Chatwal wanted to have a completely new concept for that brand. And together with the marketing agency and the graphic agency, it's DY from Mumbai, we developed a concept for Ginger, and that was really done within half a year from first sketch to installation. And not only for that Goa project, which was the first one, it was also a concept that is suitable for a rollout for all of the Ginger hotels. And that was the theme really was to create icons that could be recognized by guests for that typical brand, for the Ginger brand. So there we were really early, but it was a short term. And the interesting thing is that this was just a concept design and then done for one project. But now I think it's already more than 15 hotels that are done according to that concept. Mandana is still not here, so I don't know. Maybe somebody else could tell a story.
Vandana, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself? One moment, let me fix this. Okay.
So in the meantime, just to add to that, I think since we're on the topic of, I think with the owners and the designers, what I think is also important is for owners to bring in all the key stakeholders right in the beginning, not just interior designer, but facility planner, lighting consultant, and landscape consultants. And I think I'm sure my fellow panelists will agree that it's about putting the team together from day one and taking that through. Hi, Vandana, you back? Can you hear us?
Okay, let me try manage this as best as I can. Let me get her on the mobile and keep asking questions. In today's day and age, if internet is like this, it's a challenge. It's a bad advertisement.
So probably one of the fellow panelists could take up on the discussion.
I'll take up something on this. In India, many times, the ID is brought in much later, and then you land up, having the architecture of the hotel made by a non-specialist, who's not really made hotels in the past. And we've had disastrous plans, and after we come in and we start making all our planning to make the hotel workable, it lands up in large amounts of surgery to be done to the project, resulting in huge expenses, which is completely unnecessary. It goes into millions of dollars. And you had projects that we had to remove columns, beams, there were no accesses, there was no proper connection between the back of the house and front of the house. The sizing of spaces were wrong, So this is a very common problem that many a times the owners will first just appoint only the architect, not taking into account all the other consultants, including the facility planner, resulting in lots of delays, unnecessary expenses, and headache for everyone.
I completely concur with you, Bobby. I think that where I have as much input from my interior design team from the moment we start with the concept. It is absolutely imperative that overlay, that layer of how the guests will use that space, which an interior designer as a specialist is put in at that fundamental stage. And
it's worldwide. It's the same everywhere.
Yeah.
No, even starting from a small guest room, getting the bathroom size right to getting the basics is so many times, we land up with faulty plans. All this can be cleaned up, if all these consultants are all signed up and at day one itself.
Yeah, absolutely true.
I think we could possibly take this a step further, where one can argue for actually being a part of, at the table as a stakeholder when we are discussing the brief for the project. Happened to us a couple of projects where, I did a project in Kochi recently, which opened up as the first tribute portfolio hotel. That hotel was supposed to be a business hotel, which absolutely made zero sense in a resort location like Kochi. And when we work together with the clients, because most owners are very proud of their heritage. They see about the local conditions that an outsider may not be able to see very quickly. And I think it was as much a learning for me as as anyone else to sort of be a part of that dialogue. And I think that really is the crux. One has to, I think, get involved with the planning of the project even before their core expertise kicks in to sort of establish a shared vision for the property. I think Jeremy mentioned that eloquently earlier as well. Just wanted to point that out. But I fully concur with the rest of the panelists over here. The sooner we come in, the better it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that it's not just interior designer or just that every team member gets involved at early stage. And we very often we talk how what's the difference between what was designed and what's actually gets built, and that's the answer. If all the consultants have a chance to get together right from day one and establish the relationship and communication channels and share the vision from different angles. Maybe something is better for back of house planning, maybe something is better for lighting, for interior design. And when they all share their ideas and have a chance to successfully collaborate and interact with the owner and with each other and the operator, we always will have one way better product at the end. And we're not talking about the difference, what was designed and what was built, and trying to figure out who's at fault that it was not built as designed.
Marco, we are working on a project together.
Yes, we are, Bobby.
Yes. So they're the architects, we are the ID, and because we started early together, we landed up with a really efficient plan from day one. So work would go on smoothly, and we were able to iron out whatever planning issues that were cropping up. It's because we were both appointed at the same time. Marco came in a little bit earlier, but we came in pretty much soon.
Vandana, you are back, so take over.
Yes, I'm so sorry. So Marco, since the question is on you, what has been your experience working in India, and do you have any advice for owners who are building in India, vis-a-vis what you see happening abroad in the design of hotels?
Well, a lot of issues are quite common worldwide. From us, one of the key elements, starting with the owner at the beginning, are these honest discussions, not trying to hide the budget or actual goals, how to add 2 or 3 floors or how to expand later, but that we have right at the beginning a brief and the narrative and a common vision we can share and discuss. That's something which is probably the most helpful right at the beginning. We look the owner, like Bobby mentioned with Mr. Kashwani, Paul Kashwani, that when he brings the consultants together in one room and start discussing on the project, that we gain the trust of the owners and we can execute their vision with a full confidence that we are working together as a team.
Right. Abhishek, you head the Indian arm of HBA out of Mumbai. How do your designs balance the cultural ethos, and now with the pandemic and constrained budgets and everyone trying to create a sense of a greater sense of place and ownership? Do you see a change in dialogue with your owners, with a greater shift towards the response to being Indian? What's been your experience, or are we still getting there in terms of figuring out the response?
Well, I think there are sort of two questions in there, aren't there?
Yes.
I mean, in the sense that I think the pandemic part, I would say, is a little bit different because that's something which is sort of unprecedented, right? And as much as we can try, I don't think nobody has any sort of control over this sort of a situation. So we are all just trying to make the best of it. In terms of hospitality, I've maintained that the way our ethos has been about designing hotels, which is dialogue driven, which is also very process driven, given that we've been doing this for a lot of years. We've always been very particular about issues of hygiene, issues of separation of how to work together with the facility planner for an efficient planning of back of house, the guest experience. But I think what this has forced us to really think is, is the world going to change fundamentally in terms of, the brand, what you call like guest touch points, like they're literally touch points. Are we still going to have very sort of intimate rituals of like, garlanding somebody or, being in the same personal space as the next person? To that extent, I think while it seems scary at the moment, but I think the world will move forward. And I'm believing and I'm being optimistic in the fact that at some point of time, maybe not too far away, hopefully, we are going to go back into a future which is more safe, and we continue to sort of have those timeless values of human interaction, which is what makes hospitality enjoyable. I would hate for us to sort of try to design COVID-free or COVID-proof hotels. I don't think anything like that exists. With regards to the other question about how do we incorporate the local culture, I think simply put, we are just trying to tell stories. We are trying to create an authentic experience. The travelers have become more discerning over the years as everyone tries to go out, everyone tries to look at the local cultures, take back a memory. And I think it's almost become an imperative for us to, as designers, engage with local communities and, try to, show the best face of the local culture. To that extent, in India, we have invested in two offices for over a decade now. I've been part of them. And I think that is a fundamental difference between our approach as HDA, where we really try to situate our offices in the middle of the action, try to soak up the local culture, understands what are the strengths and weaknesses of the local market, and then try to work from the strengths while we shore up the weaknesses. So we are very aware at this point of time, working in India, where the strengths are, which lie a lot of times in the local art, culture, craftsmanship. But we are also not, unaware of the local building practices or the lack of regulation in, the unskilled labor sector. But I think as long as we are aware, we try to make the best of the situation. So far, I think we've been moderately successful, and it can only get better. I think.
That's true, Abhishek. I think the stories we tell are all encompassing, and they take care of a lot of different aspects of design and culture, and of course, anything that influences the social context of the times. Peter, coming to you, you've worked on the Ginger concept, and you've pretty much developed the prototype for India, the revised prototype for India, if I may call it. What have been your learnings through this project that you've done very closely with your owners, and of your experience of working in India, and if there are some key takeaways that maybe owners or international designers could take from this experience of yours?
Yeah, thank you. I told a little bit about Ginger already, whilst you
Sorry,
were.
I'm so sorry if you've already spoken about it.
But fine, there's a new aspect because Abhishek just said that he tries very much, and we do that also, to get the local feeling. And of course, that's nothing that a European designer could do for India. For us, India is just one country, and we would not see a different style between East and West and North and South of India. But we were brought in to bring an international touch to that brand, that Ginger brand, which you just mentioned. That was the idea of Mr. Chatwal to say Ginger should not be a simple Indian brand. It should be brought to a level of to an international level of he likes to call it lean luxury, a theme that is a brand development which goes a little bit above what Ginger has been before. So that was a very interesting development, very close with the CEO of the Indian Hotel IHCL, sorry, and then it was finally brought into one project. So that was a great experience from developing a new brand into a project. But for me, an Indian perspective is difficult to take. What I've learned, that was also part of your question, doesn't matter what we specify, we have to re-specify when we work in India. Yeah, really. There are big companies in Germany who import fabrics from Asia, also from India, and then they sell those fabrics for triple the price. And we have our partner in India, Gaurav Premchandani. He really had the success to find the same fabric from the manufacturer for less than a third of the price that we pay here. So that was an easy re-specification, but also the others, especially textiles, of course. India is very good in textiles. No reason to import things from Europe or the rest of the world. But of course, that's the specifications that we have to make, because we have to go to our library and find the materials that we want to put together. And then Gaurav starts re-specifying according to what India has.
So you have an arm dedicated to sort of value engineering the original specification that you create.
Yes.
And okay, so how long does this process typically take from design to really figuring out what you're actually, going to build or specify, if I may say so?
Ongoing. It's not that we produce it first and then Gaurav takes it and re-specifies. We really work closely together, and very often in our studio we start with the concept design, and then Gaurav takes it and really starts to develop the design, and also to develop the idea of materials that we should bring in. So then it's only a question of discussing patterns and colors instead of completely re-specifying. The re-specification, that was the learning whilst we did Ginger, which was our first project. But now we've adapted to the situation, and Gaurav really starts from the beginning to work together with us to find the materials locally.
Great. So that's basically a partnership between you and your local arm, and that works for you. Great. So Jeremy, you and I had a brief chat on building efficiency, and I'd like to ask you, as more institutional capital is seen coming into the hotel sector in India, do you now see greater focus on budget and, say, return on investment? And how has this impacted your approach going forward?
Okay. I mean, I as responsible designers, it's always been a critical point in the hotel design. I mean, clearly hotels are businesses. I mean, you only have to look at the game of Monopoly. The ultimate goal is that you want hotels, you don't want houses. It's a good investment when it works and when it works properly. So my old partner and mentor used to refer to these. He said, Jeremy, at the end, once we've got the dialogue, once we've got the aesthetics right, we've got to understand that hotels are bed factories. It's about getting people to stay in them, and it's the most efficient way. And as far as the operators and the owners go, we have to ensure that they are efficient, they can be cleaned easily, they have the right number of staff to the right number of people ratio, etc. So I think what we've got to look at is, as designers and architects and engineers, we have the power to assist our clients in producing very efficient and very sleek buildings. I mean, we constantly look at the ratio between the number of guests, the number of guest keys you've got on the property compared to the rest of the ratio with the entire gross floor area, the ratio of the back of house, the amount of circulation you put into there. And I think these are all things that quite clearly will affect the bottom line, because obviously at the end of the day, it will affect how much the building costs. The more you build, the bigger your building, the more it will cost. It's very, very simple. That's a linear relationship. What's not a linear relationship, however, is a second thing, which is becoming more and more important. As the cost of labor is increasing, and more importantly, as the cost of energy is becoming absolutely crucial to both operators, but also as a community, as a global community, we've got to take responsibility as to the heating, the cooling, and the lighting loads on all these projects. Yeah. And I think what we have to understand is that larger footprints mean bigger volumes. And the relationship is not linear either between the two. So you can increase a building by 20%. That doesn't mean the volume increases 20%. It increases more. So I think we, as a responsible group of consultants, we have to take that on board. The other thing is that as we make buildings more efficient, if they can be run sleeker, it also means that the operator inevitably can look at his head count, and the organization of the building and of the property can mean that it can be staffed more efficiently. I think I also want to talk on the fact that, Abhishek was talking a little bit earlier about the current pandemic. I mean, we're also looking, I think we're in new times for certain things, because if the situation and social distancing continues, I think some of the space planning standards that we've been looking at in the past may well have to be readjusted and relooked at. So, we all know what our the square meterage allowances, for example, for a specialty dining restaurant is, or a buffet restaurant. I think they may well be flexed and they may be different. I think the services that our operators are looking at providing for each one of the guests is also going to be probably reconsidered. I think these are really interesting, because I think actually as we look at these standards and we look back as a company, we can see the evolution of the big international brands, and I think we're at a pause point in this, and I think there is going to be some interesting changes, and I think it's something that the designers can intelligently respond to.
Thanks, Jeremy. That's a lot of insight, and I think very, very constructive points from your side. Thanks a lot. Ritu, you've been involved in developing the entire IBIS portfolio pretty much in India, if I may say so. And IBIS is as a brand is highly focused on return on investment, if I'm correct. So how has your decision making been in the design process there? From a budget standpoint for the brand.
So yes, while we started the IBIS India, I would say almost 15 years ago, and while we had to follow the Accor key elements in brand standards, which are very paramount to the brand, but the brief was to adapt it to the Indian guest sensibilities. So one of the factors of return on investment is, of course, that the fact that the rooms are absolutely cookie cutter. On a design front, we actually created a new design for India, keeping in mind the layout standards of Accor. and brought in the local element through artwork. We have behind the bed panel, we have a panoramic black and white photographs of the city. Along the way, interestingly, when the global recession happened, the global financial crisis in 2008 happened, and I would say that actually was a correction on budgets for all of hospitality. So even for an IBIS with a cookie cutter room, we went back to the drawing board with the client's team, the project team, looked at detailing. How can we roll out the rooms and cut the cost in the detailing, still keeping the design essence in mind and not diluting in the guest quality? It's an interesting story, actually, and I think I don't have enough time to talk about it. But since then, we have actually designed a new generation IBIS room. I think the first is in Kolkata and is being rolled out. And so we have changed the design in terms of, again, the look and feel. We have looked at art locally. We've made looked at each property with art differently. In the public areas, we have very small footprints. So we have to bring in, again, the brand standards and the guest comfort in a smaller space. So I think over here, while budget is paramount, I think, in fact, in all projects, and it's more challenging because you still have to create a certain benchmark. I think what is great about working with a brand like Accor is that the benchmark, the standards, the guest comforts are not diluted, and you can have an as comfortable stay in an IBIS and on a mattress and a shower as in any five-star hotel. But interestingly, since we're talking about budgets, I would like to say that today it's about smart design and smart planning, because you cannot keep diluting budgets in interiors. I mean, you cannot go lower than, let's say, a laminate cost, right, or a tile. And even if you do, it's about quality, because you can either get a really bad quality tile because you want to meet the budget, but that's not what the aim is in hospitality or in any project. You need maintenance, you need durability. So where can we actually work on the return on investment? And I think looking at the current situation with the pandemic, and as the fellow panelists said, we don't really know how much the impact is right now, but there are things which can be thought through, which is multi-use of spaces. I think that has to come back in a big way, whether it's a 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, especially in luxury segments where space was the luxury. I think today utility is the luxury. And I would actually bring back smaller meeting rooms. When I was actually looking at Taj in '93, Taj Mahal, Delhi, we used to have small meeting room spaces which a guest could rent out for a meeting or an interview, like a small office cubicle. And hotels have done away with that for some reason. Now you have a minimum of 12-seater meeting rooms, and then banqueting. I think smaller meeting rooms need to come back, because people do want to work from spaces out of home, or they may not be able to go to office for some reason. I think private dining spaces can be looked at differently, where you have more of private dining, more of semi-private even, because you would then cater to physical distancing, at the same time giving the guest an experience and maybe even charging a little for that, where the hotel can actually earn a revenue. So to me, I think return on investment, it has to be looked at, like we said, where if the designer comes in earlier in the planning with the key stakeholders, you look at the spaces as to how you can actually earn revenue for the clients and add to the guest comfort and usability.
Thanks, Ritu. I think your story reminds me of one of my favorite projects, the Holiday Inn Express portfolio that we did last year. We built 10 hotels in a year with, I think, the smallest room size in India today of a 14 square meter, where every square foot was accounted for. And what we truly enjoyed in that project was our partnership, not just with the brand, but with the client, who was closely engaged in, I think every inch of detail throughout the project. So yes, coming to a slightly lighter talk, Bobby, I'll come to you. What is that one hotel project that you truly enjoyed being a part of? And if you could throw a little bit of light on your owner relationship also as part of this project.
Yeah, I have been lucky to have had really nice clients throughout my journey since from day one. I've had fantastic clients and who've given me a lot of freedom to do what the hell I want, wish to, and it all it all started with my first larger project, which was the New Delhi Meridian, the one at CP, and it was a large renovation project, and I won it in a design competition, and that was my first large hotel. So initially, my clients were not very sure about my capabilities, but it was it was a running hotel that had to be done in 4 parts, spread over 4 years. And so the first year I made a presentation, was able to give them, after it being built, we gave them 200% return on investment in the first year. So clients were extremely happy. Then after that, the years after that, year after year, I stopped giving them presentation. They just had a budget for me. This year we want to spend so much, you don't really need to give serious presentation. And in those days, the brands were not very particular about overlooking these minutest details to cross-verify all your designs, whether it's up to their brand standards. This is around 15 years ago, and the brand's concept then was art and tech. So that property, after it got completed, we had a fabulous time because I was allowed to do what the hell I wanted. The euro was still weak in those days. It was like 43 rupees to a euro to 1 euro. That allowed me a lot of money power to buy really fun stuff to do up the hotel, and great materials, great technology.
So was that the time when build was sort of integrated with design?
Build? No.
As in, you're saying you were given a budget and you could design without giving a presentation.
Yes, in the sense that I know that this year my designs has to be worth so much in terms of construction value. It's like, say,
right.
In this year you have a budget of 83 crores. So I have to use that money judiciously, using right. EPCG, and all that to get the best ingredients to make a really cool stuff. And we were able to do, which was, wow, for those days, first hotel with color changing lighting, first hotel, all complete hotel with flat screens, first hotel with, LED reading lights, new age materials. So we had a blast, and the client gave me a free hand, and I was able to give them return on investment. So I'm very proud of that project, and that's what got us into this hospitality business in a big way. Actually, I'm not a interior designer. I'm an urban planner. It so happened that dealing with hoteliers, I enjoyed having clients like hoteliers, who dress up well, who smell good, who gel their hair. The meetings are in good spaces, in air-conditioned, good hotels, unlike going to a construction site of a real estate developer. So I was having a good time. So automatically, when you give your energies in one direction, that part of the business starts growing. I'm actually an urban planner, and I came into India through a large resort township, one of the largest resort townships in the world, which was the Ambi Valley project, which I won again in a design competition. And that's also a semi-hospitality related project. And I had a fantastic relationship with my client, Mr. Subrata Roy, chairman of Sahara, that gave me like unlimited budgets to do all the stuff you see at Ambi Valley, creating lakes, dams, networks, resorts. So I've had many such beautiful clients that have been great patrons that allow us to do all the fun stuff.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks. That really does sound like you had fun on your first project and you had a lot of freedom there. Marco, I think you've built a very serious rapport of yourself on this panel. So what's been your favorite project? And if you could quickly tell us why, I think we'll quickly get to everyone post this before we wrap up.
Marco.
You need to unmute, Marco.
Okay. Like I said before, you remember the first one and the last one. And,
you have to speak up. Marco, you have to speak up. You're a little low on your volume.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Like I started before, you remember the first one and the last one, and all the incidents in between. But every project on its own, it's a special project, and we treat every project as a unique project. In a way, for the first one, for me, it's the one of the first projects which I will always remember is one first large project which was built in India. Not then you just did the design and drag it for a few years and then it died. And that was Park Hyatt in Chennai, which we actually designed 3 times. We designed it first as Courtyard Hotel, and then the owner changed the brand and went to Hyatt, and we designed it at Hyatt Regency. And a year later, they asked us to redesign it to Park Hyatt, and we have to fly to Chicago a couple of times and have a presentation. At that time, there was still presentations in Chicago, and it was built, and we are still in great relationship with the client. But to pick up on what Jeremy was saying before, some of the latest one, today when the areas and the sustainability and the conservation aspects of the project are so much more important. I really like one of our mountain spa resorts, which is Westin property above Rishikesh. Very, very difficult site. From the bottom of the site to the top of the site, it's 100-meter vertical difference. There was existing structure on the site when we started, and the owner took me there and explained to me how he's really attached to this existing structure, and we have to incorporate it and keep it. And then we try to preserve every single tree and access to it and boulders on site and minimize the footprint and the impact on the actual environment. And then, of course, through the design and with the engineers also put a sense of longevity of the project, how it's going to be managed, how it's going to be maintained for the next 20, 30 years. In this climate, you really don't need to air condition everything, and how to have indoor-outdoor spaces, how to bring the nature into the hotel. It's in the final stages now of construction. All the superstructure is done, and they're doing interior design now. So it's a great project, and I'm looking forward to opening.
Thanks, Marco. Jeremy, coming to you, you've worked on a lot of really large projects as part of WATG, and I think also worked for the Sheikh of Dubai, etc. So do you eventually, when the project is built, does it satisfy you in terms of, what was proposed as, this beautiful sketch to what actually gets built? Is there a gap there, or are you pretty much satisfied with what comes up? Jeremy, you need to unmute.
Apologies about that. Yeah, I think this speaks to probably one of your other things about one of your other earlier questions about how long does the designer stay with projects through to the end. And I think inevitably, I think most of us as design consultants say, if you're with the client on the opening day, it will probably be an awful lot more successful as delivering on that vision. And I think, yeah, there are, I think everybody has 1 or 2 disappointments in their career, but the vast majority are absolutely extraordinary. I look back and think about the early sketches in 2000 that we did, for example, as a design team for the Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi. And if you're talking about life-changing projects, oh my goodness, that was 3.5, 4 years of my life that changed me as a designer, as a person, as a everything contextually, working with experts completely outside my field, and then the end result to actually see a a project, a hotel and conferencing facility, which is now a national icon. Absolutely extraordinary. And you know, very few people have the opportunity to do that within their careers, and I feel fortunate that that's been the case. So you know, we've got like most people, you know, our projects are like our children. We don't, you know, it's unfortunate if we say we've got favorite ones, but I think that as I look at the new ones that are coming online now, I see a couple that they're not yet in the public domain, and they're going to be astonishing. They are going to be really astonishing. So stay tuned. Keep looking at our website because we hope we're going to announce one of them pretty soon. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Jeremy. We're definitely keeping track of what you're building here now. Abhishek, coming to you, just a fun, quick question towards the end before we wrap up. So, you know, when an owner is looking for a designer, he's obviously looking at capability of a firm. Do you think EQ has some level of play when you're engaging with an owner? Maybe when it comes to repeat business, or maybe the first time he's hiring you? How does EQ play an important role vis-a-vis just capability?
I think it's priceless because I personally can vouch for myself. I've been very lucky to have a lot of repeats. I would, in fact, think about 80% of our portfolio right now is like 20% of our client list, in the sense like, you know, we get a lot of repeat work. And I mean, apart from the fact that I would like to think that it has to do a lot with the merit of our service on the project, there is something to be said about the fact that, you know, how do you sort of, if I may say, how do you read a room, right? If you're going into a discussion with a prospective client, it matters a lot to them if they feel something, if they feel that, you know, we are resonating way in terms of what our mutual expectations are from the project and our expertise. So I think at some point of time it's also true that having a local connect always helps. And like I mentioned before, given that we have local studios in India, we have definitely benefited from that because we are able to sort of reach out to the clients who may not have otherwise, or who, you know, who wouldn't have thought to maybe look at us as an international firm if we did not have a local connect. But I think connect is really important. It's also good sort of walk a mile in the owner's shoe and understand that, you know, building a hotel is a large undertaking. It's not for the faint-hearted, and I actually empathize with most of our clients when it comes to budget decisions. It's not easy, and you know, one has to almost think like, if I have to spend their money, it's like spending my own. So I try to be careful with that too. But more importantly, I think if you can show them the vision of what you are, you know, show them a vision of people, and certainly they may have very unique ideas, but I think it's important to get into a conversation with them and make them understand how you're saving them time and giving them a better idea they would otherwise by themselves. I think that sort of boils down to the basic tenet of you know, proving to them that you're an expert. I think a lot of times, you know, we get lost in jargon and not realize there is a basic transactional value to that conversation. So I think I like to keep it basic, and I, you know, stay humble in the meeting. I try to understand that, you know, with some confidence, obviously, to also tell them if we see something which is not going to make too much sense design-wise or other. But I think it has to be a conversation. Just the acceptance of that goes a long way in establishing that emotional connect.
Great. I think yeah, empathy and trust is definitely something that a client would look for. Peter, quickly coming to you before I close the session.
I'll just park this one here. A bit of timekeeping. We'll have to do a hard stop at 3:55 because there'll be a 5-minute switchover, and the Minister of Tourism comes in at 4. So you will not mind, right? So
Great. Yeah, I'll keep track of that, Bhuvnesh. Thanks. So, Peter, do you have any issues sort of convincing clients in India about the kind of value you could add being an international designer, or is it? So we do see a lot of Indian owners sort of deflecting toward, moving towards international designers, and many who are skeptical. So how do you work towards building that trust with an owner?
That's a good, difficult question. I never thought about it actually, because I was brought in by a client, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, who really wanted to have the international experience in India, and nowadays we work with other clients also, but whenever we get approached, it's because we are not Indians. I don't know why, but very often Indian owners seem to be interested to get some different international design into their properties. So I do not have to argue why they want to hire me. They just do it. So I don't know.
Oh, that's great. So great. I think we've had some great insight from all our international as well as Indian designers. And I think we'll all go forward towards building our own little autobiographies, as I would like to call it, and leave a wonderful legacy behind.
You have 5 more minutes to go. You can take 5 more minutes. So go on.
I think if we have 5 more minutes, we can quickly just put in a point each towards how we think, or what's going to change because of this pandemic being here. In hotel design. So if you can quickly, I can go to Marco on this. And I think those who've already answered can avoid the question. Marco, if you can quickly sort of bring in your 2 points here.
Okay. Well, in the short time, everybody's talking about that, and there will be some changes in the design, but I don't think so that the hotel industry will completely change overnight because of pandemic we went over the past 6 months. We will adapt, hotel industry will adapt, and then we will collectively figure out with medical research, with hotel design, with the industry itself, how to move forward. But I don't see that this will be a complete redesign and complete new start for the hotel industry.
Ritu, I know we've discussed this on another panel, but yeah, your two points on that.
So I agree with Marco a bit on that, and ideally, or I would say it's a wish list that there are not too many changes in the hotel industry, and but yes, I would like to see, and I do think this is going to happen, where it is going to be more technology based. So I'm hoping with that, the positive is that guest check-in becomes more efficient and check-out becomes more efficient. Things which have probably already started around the world have yet to come to India and would hopefully be fast forwarded. Use of mobile check-ins, more than access cards, maybe like they say, using your mobile to check in, having your guest history in advance. And it's not so much design, but I think the interface of the process of, like a reception counter, do you really need a large reception counter because of the efficiency of technology going forward? So I would still like to see, the hotel GM or front office there with a namaste and a smile, who is ready to be there for the guest interaction. But I should have the choice as a guest to be able to, swipe my mobile or a card and just walk straight to the room. And I think this is where we have to work together with, of course, the brands, that if those changes happen in the process of technology, then the interior designer would plan the space as to what is really needed. And very quickly, interestingly, when we did the keys, I think almost 10 years back, they actually were quite ahead of time, because we had planned a check-in kiosk in Hosur, and the rest of the keys owner-run properties by Bergwijn. So check-in kiosks were planned, but I think it was ahead of its time, so it maybe didn't take off as much as they hoped. They had also a women's floor where you had a video door phone. So if a lady guest is staying alone, she can actually stay in the room and have the video door phone like you do in a residence. Now, this today could actually be an interesting thing for being contactless, because if as a guest, like I think the hoteliers are already saying that we will not come to the room unless the guest asks. So if you have a video door phone, and I know there's a cost to it, that's a separate discussion. But if you have a video door phone, you can choose whether you want to have contact or not with the person coming to your room. So I think there are a lot of interesting things which can happen with technology. I feel that you still have to have certain touch points with the guests and the hotel staff. That should not go away, and especially with Indian hospitality, I think it will be very much there. And the rest, of course, we're all part of the future. We'll be knowing about it soon. Thank you.
Jeremy spoke about, thanks Ritu, you've touched upon a lot of points vis-a-vis, having lesser touch points between guests and the hotel. Jeremy also spoke about, greater accountability towards the building envelope that is constructed, and, the accountability of how much FSI we are building. Jeremy, from an architectural standpoint, is there anything else that you would like to pitch in that you see as a change post this pandemic? Jeremy, you'd like to unmute, please? Yeah.
I'm unmute myself. Sorry. Whilst I agree with the themes of both Marco and Ritu have just come up with, I think that we massively underestimate the fact that the hotels rely on their guests. Their guests will vote with their feet. If they do not feel safe within that environment, the hotel will not be populated. And I think that people have to, the operator will understand that very quickly as we come back to the new normal. And understanding that, I think, is a challenge, because I think that the space standards, how we interact, is going to be key to it. I think what Rita was just saying about select service is very interesting. At the upper end, we see that our Uberlux hotels have always sold exclusivity. It's about the distance between the guests. We see photographs of the luxury resorts. You're the only person on the beach, you and your wife. That's what they're selling. They're selling that dream. I think it's going to become a challenge for what sits in between those, and how those we act with the guests. So I think there's some interesting things, and I think actually, as a bunch of designers and intelligent people, we can work with those operators, and we can make sure that business stays there, and it makes it safe for people to travel.
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes, one each to Vandana, Bobby, and me.
So I think, as problem solvers, I see designers as problem solvers, and I see the pandemic and anything and everything that the owner wants to build as sort of the constraint that we want to work within. And I think constraints lead to great solutions. So I'm very, very positive about the future, and I hope that all of us can do great work and build beautiful hotels going forward, and we all continue to do great work. Thanks a lot, everyone, and I'll give this over to Bobby to conclude.
Bobby, unmute.
No, I'm extremely optimistic that what we're going through is just temporary in nature. And even in the past, it's been known that like 100 years ago, there were pandemics even then, and world was affected. But then a few years later, it was all forgotten. So when we build hotels, we we build hotels to last, a century or 50 years or 25 years, and the only change that I think we should consider now is temporary nature in terms of check-in or social distancing. So the all-day dining restaurants might get affected, and that's about it. So, but you have to think, years from now. So the volume of the space still stays the same. So I don't think any of the hotel brands, the big brands, have really asked us to make any big changes to our design because of this present situation. So all our projects are on nothing's happened. And they're there to open. They're there to open 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. So it's only the projects that were about to be open now that have been affected. That's true, or which were halfway through. They've gone down a bit slow. But the projects which are in the pipeline, in the drawing boards, they're all the clients are pretty much keen on having them open, as per their schedule. So we are still working around the clock. We're still having sleepless nights and burning the midnight oil, and it's not that bad.
Okay, great. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings an end to this session. Don't go. And this also was the last session of the summit part of the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit. We get into the awards. Having said that, this show tells me we overcame internet problems. Vandana, you came back and you came back extremely well. I'm so happy you're smiling. I'm delighted. You prepared very hard for this. And this goes to you, right?
Thank you so much for bearing with me.
No, don't worry.
Sorry about all of that. Yeah.
Take heart. Don't worry. Remember Hercules? He's the most powerful man. Even he dropped it. Having said that, this has been India's biggest hospitality summit and award show over 5 days, bigger than more than 2.5 times. We've had viewership in excess of 200,000 as yet, and growing, because the real action starts when the replays are watched, because they keep clocking. Are you going to be back if I was to tell you I was to do an architectural, design, engineering, and purchase show, a big one? Would you come back?
Yes.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Would love to be part of it.
Right. So I am planning to do that. I'm going to pull you in, discuss with you, and I won't go into it without discussing you with all of you. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have and my team has. I've enjoyed every moment of these 75 minutes. Let me start by thanking Vandana, our host. You did well, Vandana. Ritu,
Thank you so much.
you did extremely well. It's such a pleasure to see you. Jeremy.
Thank you.
Jeremy, keep coming back. Pleasure seeing you here. Peter, keep coming back. It's good to see you, right? Marco, we shall see you again soon. Such a pleasure seeing you. Abhishek, wonderful seeing you and having you on the show. And Bobby, my friend, my brother, thank you for being there. Yeah, it's always a pleasure. This is not my first time with him. And this is not my last time. We'll keep coming back. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. Thank you.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
So, ladies and gentlemen, well, keep conversing on social media using our hashtag EHA2020, and we are talking about 5 days of power-packed panel, 180 plus speakers, and 100 plus awards daily, happening from August 31st to September 4th. Now, remember, you can watch us live on facebook.com/bwhotelier, twitter.com/bwhotelier, and on bwhotelier.com. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm your host for the day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come we've all been waiting for. The much-awaited National Awards Ceremony, 5th BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Awards 2020. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recognizing the best of the National Award winners in Indian hospitality. BW Hotelier's Indian Hospitality Awards today will be given to the most deserving executives of the industry, selected by the leaders of their profession. The awards cover all the areas of a hotel, from the GM's office to the executive chef's domain to the IT manager's desk. The phase 1 of the selection process included inviting nominations online. The entries were vetted by eminent jury panels, which deliberated on the final winners in a virtual jury meet. Well, on behalf of the House of BW Business World, the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Awards is a jury-led process, wherein the entries have come via a dual route of self-nomination. The process is clear and transparent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the jury consisted of some of the leading names from the hospitality industry. I would now like to thank our eminent national jury members. The national jury was chaired by K.V. Kachru, the Chairman Emeritus and Principal Advisor, South Asia Radisson Hotel Group, Radisson. Rajiv Kaul, former President and currently Advisor, Leela Palaces Hotels and Resorts. Anil Bhandari, former CMD, ITDC, and currently Chairman of AB Smart Concepts. Dilip Puri, former Managing Director of Starwood Hotels and Resorts, South Asia, and currently Founder and CEO, Indian School of Hospitality. Suresh Kumar, former MD, Fortune Park Hotels, and currently Founder, Q Management Services, Founder and Mentor, Rosa Q Hospitality. Mandeep Lamba, President, South Asia, HVS Anarok. Veer Vijay Singh, former COO, Vivanta by Taj, and currently Chief Executive Officer, Trans Hotels. Divan Gautam Anand, Founding Trustee, Cuisine India Foundation. Farhad Jamal, former Senior Vice President, Operations, IHCL Taj Group, and currently Group Advisor, Hospitality, Hiranandani Group. Yatendra Singh, the Principal, YS and Associates, Saal, Switzerland. Sandeep Mukherjee, Director, Hospitality, Techno India Group, and Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata. And Jaideep Dang, the Managing Director, Hotels and Hospitality Group, India, JLL. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are much obliged to our esteemed jury for lending their expertise to the selection process today. And as you know, that out of all the entries, the winners are now going to be expressed and they are going to be declared. Well, do celebrate and post on social media using the hashtag EHA2020. Before that, I would once again like to thank our partners who've made this event possible for us today. Our associate sponsor, Blue Star. Can we have the Blue Star AV, please?
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
Thank you so much, Blue Star, for being our associate sponsor. Also, I'd like to extend a big thank you to our beverage partner, Beanley, and our knowledge partner, Indian School of Hospitality. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are also proud to be associated with our industry partners, HPMF, Awesome, Hotrimai, IWF, GHTP, IFAC, NRAI, MEPA, LCOI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have today with us Honorable Shri Prahlad Singh Patel, Minister of State, Independent Charge for Tourism and Culture, Government of India, gracing the National Awards ceremony as the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be inviting him to join us on the screen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to call on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, and Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, to come and join on stage and welcome Honorable Shri Prahlad Singh Patel on right now at EHA 2020. Could I request them to kindly join us on stage? Requesting Dr. Anurag Batra as well. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're at EHA 2020. Requesting you, Bhuvnesh, to kindly unmute yourself, please, sir.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी, आपका स्वागत है। नमस्कार। आप हमारा बहुत आपने अच्छा किया हमारी इनविटेशन एक्सेप्ट करके, और हम इसके लिए आपके बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। आपका बहुत धन्यवाद है। ये जो हमारा शो है BW होटेलियर इंडियन हॉस्पिटैलिटी समिट एंड अवार्ड्स, ये भारतवर्ष का एक रिकॉर्ड बनाने वाला पर्व रहा है, एक उत्सव रहा है, जो इंडियन हॉस्पिटैलिटी, ट्रैवल टूरिज्म और F&B इंडस्ट्री में एक अपना नाम कायम किया है। 5 दिन के लिए चला है, हर रोज 9 घंटे चला है, 8 से 9 घंटे, और ये इसमें लगभग 180 स्पीकर रहे हैं, 5 ज्यूरीज रही हैं जिन्होंने अवार्ड्स को जज किया है, जो आज आपके हाथों से दिया जाएगा। और हमारी मतलब आपकी कितनी प्रशंसा करें वो कम है, जो आपने हमारा ये न्योता एक्सेप्ट किया है। ये आपसे ये मैं आप हो गया। मैं इसके अंदर ये बोलना चाहता हूं कि इस समय हमारे काफी सारे लोग इस पर्व को देख रहे हैं, जो इंडियन हॉस्पिटैलिटी, ट्रैवल टूरिज्म और F&B इंडस्ट्री से हैं। बत्रा जी आपसे अभी बात करेंगे और उसके बाद आप उनके लिए 2 शब्द भी बोलें। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल जी कि आप इस समागम में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में पधार पाए हैं, और भुवनेश खन्ना जी जो हमारे सीनियर कम्युनिटीज के, और ये 5 दिन का जो समागम है ये खन्ना जी के एफर्ट्स और इनके परिश्रम से हुआ है। इन्होंने बहुत अच्छी, बट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा पिछले 5 दिन में ये हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री पिछले 6 महीने से इनका मनोबल थोड़ा कम था। आपके आने से इनका मनोबल बढ़ गया है। एंड मुझे ये पूरी आशा है कि भारत सरकार और आप केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री पर्यटन के होने के कारण आपसे आशा है कि इस सेक्टर के लिए आगे कुछ महीनों में आप मुझे पूरी आशा है कि कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा करेंगे जिससे इस क्षेत्र में इनको प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा। और 200 हॉस्पिटैलिटी प्रोफेशनल्स ने पिछले 5 दिनों में यहाँ बोला, सारे ओनर्स, सीईओज, और मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि आप हम आपको आभार देते हैं कि आप आ पाए हैं, और आप इन सब का उद्बोधन करें, इन सब का प्रोत्साहन करें, और इन सबको इनका मनोबल बढ़ाएं। बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा श्री पटेल जी। शुक्रिया। एंड ऑल बैक टू यू पटेल साहब।
बहुत धन्यवाद सभी का, जिनको मैं संबोधित करना चाहता हूँ। भुवनेश खन्ना जी, जिनके कारण ये सारा कार्यक्रम ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहा है, जैसा बत्रा जी ने भी कहा। डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा जी, जिनकी मैं अभी बात सुन रहा था। केबी कचरू साहब और भावना जो इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को कंडक्ट कर रहे हैं, और भी अन्य सदस्य होंगे, पूरी टीम को सबसे पहले मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। BW होटलियर इंडियन हॉस्पिटलिटी अवार्ड्स और समिट को जिनने 5वें एडिशन में मुझे बुलाया, मैं आप सबका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और टीम को इस बात की भी बधाई देता हूँ कि आप इतने कम समय में जो मुकाम हासिल किया है, जो जानकारी मुझे है कि ये लगभग इतना बड़ा अवार्ड है जिसकी जितनी भी सराहना की जाए वो कम है। लेकिन एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, बत्रा जी ने बिल्कुल समसामयिक बात की है। हम सब, मैं हमेशा जब से मैं पर्यटन मंत्री बना हूँ, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि मैं भी एक स्टेक होल्डर हूँ, हम सब स्टेक होल्डर हैं। शताब्दी में कभी ऐसी चुनौती हम सबके सामने नहीं आई, पहली बार आई है, हम सब उससे मिलकर जूझ रहे हैं। सर्वाइवल के बाद रिवाइवल का रास्ता निकलेगा, ये भरोसा मैंने तो कम से कम कभी नहीं छोड़ा। मैं इंडस्ट्री के लोगों को भी धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने भी जो साहस दिखाया है वो अभिनंदनीय है। मैं एक बात हमेशा से कहता हूं, मैं बहुत लंबे समय से सार्वजनिक जीवन में हूं, कि व्यक्ति के कारण या प्रकृति के कारण अगर कोई परिस्थिति हमारे सामने निर्मित होती है तो पहले दिन आपदा नहीं होती। हम सबके सामने वो परीक्षा का अवसर होता है, जिस परीक्षा को देने के लिए हम तत्पर हैं। एक तरफ चुनौती है और हम अपने आगे का रास्ता खोज रहे हैं, लेकिन आप अभिनंदन के पात्र इसलिए हैं, और मैं इसलिए ही मैंने आपको बधाई दी है कि चुनौती के बीच में भी आपने अपने क्रम को नहीं रोका, और जिन लोगों को आपने इसमें चुना होगा वो भाग्यशाली है। मैं उनसे कहूंगा कि जैसे सोना और अच्छे गुणों के बीच में जो तालमेल होता है या जो तुलना की जाती है, वो क्यों की जाती है? इसलिए कि जब कभी कोई आपत्ति काल आए, कठिन चुनौतियां आए, तो जो अच्छे काम करने वाले लोग हैं, जो सकारात्मक सोचने वाले लोग हैं, उनकी पहचान हो जाती है। और मैं विश्वास के साथ कहूंगा कि BW होटलियर जो ग्रुप है, उसने अपने इस काबिलियत को साबित किया है। मैं समझता हूं कि वो सकारात्मक बातें जरूर फलीभूत होंगी, मेरा अपना विश्वास है। और मुझे आप जैसे लोग साथी के रूप में मिले हैं, जिनने इस पूरी विपरीत परिस्थितियों में कभी भी नकारात्मक बात नहीं की। अर्थ से बड़ा नुकसान कुछ होता नहीं है व्यापार करने वाले के लिए। और उसके बाद हम जब देखते हैं कि सामने चुनौतियां ही चुनौतियां हैं, लेकिन ये भारतीय जीवन शैली है जिसने हम सबको वो भरोसा दिया कि एक दरवाजा बंद होता है तो दूसरा जरूर खुलेगा। मैं मंत्री के नाते मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, मेरी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है, वो सीधे काम मेरे मंत्रालय का हो या ना हो। बहुत सारे मंत्रालय में भी हम कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं, लेकिन मैं एक बात जरूर कह सकता हूँ कि इस पूरे काल में मैंने अपनी भूमिका में ईमानदारी रखी है। हो सकता है कि कोई चीज लोग आंखों से ओझल हो गई हो, लेकिन मैं हमेशा से कहता हूँ कि आप भी उसमें अगर कोई चीज रह जाती है तो जरूर याद कराइए। हम जानते हैं सब कि सारी चीजें हमारे मन के मुताबिक भले ना हो, लेकिन इस देश के भविष्य के मुताबिक होंगी, ये भरोसा करते हुए मैं आप सबका हृदय से साधुवाद कर देता हूँ, पूरी टीम का अभिनंदन करता हूँ, और खास करके हमारे भुवनेश खन्ना जी का, बत्रा जी का, आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। हम मिलते रहेंगे, और आपने जो अपेक्षा मुझसे की है कि भविष्य में मंत्रालय आपके साथ मदद करे, मैं सदैव आपके साथ हूँ, आगे भी आपके साथ हूँ। विमर्श के साथ हम मिलजुल कर काम करेंगे, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ, और मेरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर सफल जरूर होंगे। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, अभिनंदन। भारत माता की जय।
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel ji. Yes, please, sir.
खन्ना साहब, यू हैव टू अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
मंत्री जी, मैं इस प्रशंसा का हकदार नहीं हूँ, इसका हकदार हमारी पूरी टीम है, और ये इंडस्ट्री है जिसने हमारा सहयोग दिया, और आपने आके हमें एक एनकरेज किया है। मैं सिर्फ
ये आपका बड़कपन है। आप बत्रा जी को भी रोक रहे थे, आप मुझे भी रोक रहे हो। मैंने तो पूरी टीम का अभिनंदन किया है, लेकिन जो टीम का लीडर होता है, मैंने बत्रा जी का भी नाम लिया है। मुझे लगता है कि मुझे कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है।
ये जो है, ये पटेल साहब, ये पूरा इनका कर्म है। इन्होंने संयोजित किया इसको, और शुक्रिया। और जैसे ही चीजें बेहतर होती है हम आपको आके मिलते हैं और आपसे एक साक्षात्कार भी करते हैं। तो वी विल कम बाय एंड मीट यू। एंड आपसे मेरी हिंदी सुदृढ़ है,
मेरी सिर्फ आपसे एक,
बोलिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
मंत्री जी, मेरी सिर्फ आपसे एक इस इंडस्ट्री की ओर से, हॉस्पिटैलिटी, ट्रैवल, टूरिज्म और F&B इंडस्ट्री की ओर से आपसे एक दरखास्त है कि जब भी आए आप हमारे को एक समय दें, बिकॉज इस वक्त सब आपको मिलना चाहते हैं और आपका सहयोग और आपकी मदद चाहिए हम लोगों को, ताकि हम दोबारा इसमें से उभर के एक चमक सके। ये इंडस्ट्री सबसे बड़ी है जी।
मैं अब कहीं तय करता हूँ, आपसे पूछकर हो जाएगा।
आई विल बी ग्रेटफुल, बिकॉज इसके ऊपर लोगों की बहुत जिंदगी निर्भर करती है। आपकी बड़ी मेहरबानी, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to request our National Jury Chair, K.V. Kachru, Chairman Emeritus and Principal Advisor, South Asia Radisson Hotel Group, to kindly join us.
Welcome,
नमस्कार मंत्री जी, नमस्कार बत्रा जी, नमस्कार बुने जी, भावना जी एंड योर टीम। जैसा कि मंत्री जी ने अभी बताया कि ये आप लोगों ने ये जो एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है और करते आए हैं 5 साल से, सारी इंडस्ट्री को आपने इकट्ठा कर लिया है। और इसमें सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी चीज होती है जो आउटस्टैंडिंग लोग हों उनको रिकग्नाइज करना और टाइम पे रिकग्नाइज करना एक इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। और मंत्री जी, हम आपके आभारी हैं, आपने प्रोत्साहन दिया, हमेशा दिया। और हाल ही में मैं दिल्ली वालों की तरफ से कहना चाहता हूं, जो दिल्ली के होटल्स थे जो काफ़ी सफ़र कर रहे थे, आपने पर्सनल इनिशिएटिव लिया और आपने जिस गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल की ड्यूटी लगाई, आपने पॉलिटिकली हमारी मदद की। हम आपके काफ़ी आभारी हैं। और आपने खुद कहा है कि एक दरवाज़ा बंद होता है तो दूसरा शुरू होता है। तो आज थैंक यू। और आज मैं अपनी इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से, अपनी जूरी की तरफ से ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे जो 4 जूरीज थी, रीजनल जूरीज थी, उनके चेयरमैन और उनके जो मेंबर हैं वो बहुत ही नॉन होटेलियर्स हैं और जिन्होंने अपने अपने टाइम में काफ़ी इंस्टीट्यूशंस बनाए हैं। उन लोगों ने एक एक को तराशा है और उसमें से उन्होंने ऐसे व्यक्तियों को सिलेक्ट किया है, प्रोत्साहन देने की कोशिश की है कि हम एज नेशनल जूरी बहुत ही इम्प्रेस रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोई ऐसा मौका नहीं छोड़ा। जो मेरे साथी थे नेशनल जूरी में जिन्होंने इस पे चर्चा नहीं की। और हालांकि डिफरेंस नंबर 1, नंबर 2 और 3 में कई जगह बहुत कम था, लेकिन हमने पर्टिकुलरली इस वक्त जो बहुत डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स है हम सब के, जिसमें कुछ लोग उभर के आए हैं, सबसे ज्यादा उभर के आए हैं, उन्होंने उनको रिकग्नाइज किया है। एंड भुवनेश जी, जैसा बत्रा जी ने कहा, ये आपने इस इनिशिएटिव को लीड किया है। और हमारे दिलीप पुरी साहब हैं, उनसे आप अभी मिलेंगे। उन्होंने काफ़ी हमको सपोर्ट दिया उनके इंस्टीट्यूट के थ्रू और काफ़ी हद तक हमको काइंड ऑफ हैंड होल्डिंग की। मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ, थोड़ी बीच बीच में अंग्रेजी बोल रहा हूँ। सो उन्होंने हमको सही डायरेक्शन दी, सही सीविंग की, टैलेंट की। सो मैं जूरी की तरफ से आपका बहुत शुक्रिया करता हूँ। BWER का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से कि हम अच्छे लोगों को प्रोत्साहन दे रहे हैं और इससे हमारी जो नई जनरेशन है उनको इतना प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा कि वो अपने आप ही हमारी इंडस्ट्री के एम्बेसडर्स होंगे आगे चल के। बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, Mr. Kachruji. And let's give him a huge, huge round of applause. What an incredible moment this is, ladies and gentlemen. And with that energy in place, it is time to now start the awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first category for today is the Budget and Economy General Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, at EHA 2020, we're talking about Budget and Economy General Manager of the Year goes to Kashif Aziz from Red Fort, New Delhi.
थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सबका कि आपने मुझे इस काबिल समझा कि मैं इस अवार्ड को ले सकूं. And it's with great pleasure and humility that I received this award. Would like to thank BW and the jury for granting me this honor, and would also like to thank my team and Lemon Tree Hotels for their kindness and the exemplary work ethics during these tough times. And would also like to express my gratitude to my team. They have been really helpful and really special for me. Thank you very much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर.
Now I request our National Jury Chair, KV Kachruji, to kindly say a few words, please.
Well, we're really proud of you. You know, this category is what India is. And I think in this category, you have managed to outshine others. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bhuvne?
मैं कैसे बोल सकता हूँ पहले मंत्री जी के समक्ष आप.
मंत्री जी प्लीज.
मैं बधाई देता हूँ और मुझे लगता है कि इस समय और पैसा दोनों बचाने का हुनर जिसके पास है उसको पहचाना. अपने जूरी को भी बधाई देता हूँ.
थैंक यू. काशिफ, मैं आपको गुड़गांव सेक्टर 29 के दिनों से देख रहा हूँ. अभी भी चोटी है पीछे?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी है, अभी भी है.
मंत्री जी, ये लेमन ट्री के अंदर जितने भी जनरल मैनेजर और सीनियर लीडरशिप है वो सब चोटी रखते हैं. ये एक कंपनी है जिसमें आप जाएंगे तो जितने स्पेशल श्रेणी के लोग हैं, जैसे कोई अपाहिज है, कोई सुन नहीं सकता है या बाजू नहीं है या आंखों से अंधा है या चल नहीं पाता है या कुछ है, उन सब में ये 30 से 35% लोगों को एम्प्लॉय करते हैं. और ये एक बहुत सराहनीय बात है जिसकी मैं जितनी प्रशंसा करूं पाटू केसवानी की और उनकी रतन केसवानी और उनकी पूरी टीम की वो कम है ना. तो ये इस ग्रुप की एक स्पेशलिटी है जो मेरे ख्याल सब लोग अब कर रहे हैं. और आप म्यूटेड हैं. आप म्यूटेड हैं.
You're on mute, sir. Yes, Mr. Kachruji.
Muted. ठीक है.
भुवनेश जी, if you allow me, मैं इतना इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से जो आपने बात कही है कि लेमन ट्री ने ये प्रथा एक बनाई है जिसके पीछे अब सारी इंडस्ट्री चल रही है. और जो लोग कोई हमारी इंडस्ट्री में उनको प्रायोरिटी जो नहीं मिलती थी, अब एक दूसरे से compete कर रहे हैं. लोग जो अपाहिज हैं उनकी हेल्प कर रहे हैं और इससे हमारे गेस्ट लोग इतने प्रभावित हैं कि वो सोचते हैं देखिए ये एक इंडस्ट्री है जहां जहां पे लोगों को जरूरत है, इंडस्ट्री सामने खड़ी है.
ठीक. थैंक यू काशिफ. गॉड ब्लेस यू.
Thank you so much.
बाय.
Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Well, that was the Budget and Economy General Manager of the Year. And now we're talking about the Mid-Scale General Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, we got the Mid-Scale General Manager of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Bipin Gupta, Lemon Tree Premier, Bangalore. Congratulations, Bipindra. Applause for you. Could we hear a few words from you, please?
बोलिए Bripindra.
So, नमस्कार मंत्री जी and a very good evening to the eminent jury. मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा कि आप इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर आए और ये अवार्ड मुझे आपसे लेने को मिल रहा है, तो ये बहुत गौरव की बात है मेरे और मेरे एस्टैब्लिशमेंट के लिए. So, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to the leadership team of Lemon Tree and the eminent jury members for choosing me, and obviously the wonderful people that I work with. It's their efforts that has, so I'm really honored to have this award. So I'm glad, in fact, this is the second time and I'm winning this award. It was in 2018, I was previously felicitated. And it is the same excitement. And I look forward for, BW hoteliers to keep promoting many talent like us. Recognizing people like us, even in this tough times, is really a great feeling. So thank you, Mr. Khanna and team, for organizing this.
Don't thank me. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mantri ji?
भूपेंद्र एक रास्ता भी दिया कि इस टफ टाइम पर भी मैं वैसे ही एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ जैसा मुझे पहली बार अवार्ड मिला था. ये स्पिरिट है. इसके लिए मैं फिर से भूपेंद्र तुमको बधाई देता हूँ और ये जो कॉन्फिडेंस है हम सबके लिए ये रास्ता देता है. बहुत बधाई.
Thank you. May I request our National Jury Chair, Mr. K.V. Kachru.
Thank you, Bipin. Thank you for serving your company, serving your hotel, and serving the industry. And it's actually I can feel how excited you still are, although it's not your first time to come to this center stage. I think you deserve lots of congratulations for being able to continue the sentiment, aggressiveness in you, in which you stayed ahead of others. Many, many congratulations. And I think big congratulations to Patu and Ratan for leading the Indian mid-scale. It's real made in India mid-scale, which has started. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kachru. I'm honored to have this.
Thank you. Could I also request Dr. Anurag Batra? So you're muted.
Muted hai. You're muted, Anurag.
Yeah.
I said just congratulations, Mr. Gupta. That's it. I think we have to say Mr. Patel's time. So let's keep it.
मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा because मंत्री जी का समय है. तरक्की करो और आगे बढ़ते रहो, रुकना मत बस अब. और एक चीज सिर्फ मेरा ये है कि जब आगे बढ़ रहे हो तो जितने साथ हैं उनका हाथ पकड़ के चलो ताकि उनको भी ये लंघा हो. ये लांघना है सबको.
Well noted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Bhumna.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now for our next category, which is Upscale General Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the Upscale General Manager of the Year is Ritesh Savoy, IHCL Selection Ooty. Ritesh, congratulations on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhavna. सबसे पहले मेरा सादर प्रणाम to Prahlad Singh Patel ji, हमारे केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री जी को. Many thanks to our eminent jury and BW family. Thank you very much.
Yes, please continue, Ritesh.
Yes, please. Oh, so in hoteliering, we always talk about 4 Ps. It's very famous in our industry. So here also, I would like to thank our 4 Ps, and they are my 4 pillars. So the first and foremost pillar is my very own team, what we call a Team Savoy. We had a collective dream in 2019 that we will reposition this hotel in a completely different manner. We will have changes both tangible and intangible, and we managed to do that. And the entire credit goes to every single person of the team at Savoy. We are a 191-year-old hotel, a heritage property, and the kind of results we managed to brought in this small city, it was great. So thank you to my team for this recognition and the award. It is all because of the business results which we have managed to produce here. My second pillar is surely my family, especially my daughter Reet and my wife Sonam, who's also a hospitality professional. My brothers, who are my life mentor, and most importantly, my mother. Thirdly, as a third pillar, my entire ecosystem of Indian Hotel Company Limited's, my seniors, my mentor, who gave me absolutely free hand. This was my first year as a general manager, and the kind of a freedom I got and the kind of confidence they displayed in me was remarkable, and a lot of credit goes to them as well. And fourth, which is last not the least, is my guest. They loved us, they adored us on many occasions, they taught us, and they are the most important stakeholder of our industry. So thanks to all these 4 pillars, and thank you to the eminent jury, Minister Saab and BW family के सभी लोगों को for मुझे चुनने के लिए इस सम्मान के लिए. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी,
बहुत शुभकामनाएं तेज साहब को, और जो क्लियरिटी है जो आप सोचते हैं उसके लिए बहुत बधाई.
Could I request our National Jury Chair, KB Kachru ji?
Well, congratulations. Lots of congratulations. I'm very impressed with your focus on 4 Ps. I think without them, I think it's impossible for anybody to move ahead. What I was touched most is your emotional bond with people who care about you and about whom you care. I think that's what will always take you ahead and ahead. And as Bunesh ji said earlier, care for the people who need you at the same time, and uplift, help us uplift the industry as well. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you once again.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Bhuvnesh, would you like to add something?
Batra sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Chaudhary. God bless you.
Ritesh, do well. You can watch the replay. मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा because मंत्री जी का समय है, उनका हमारा टाइम है उनके साथ. But मैं आपको ये बोलूँगा, चढ़ती कला समझ लेना क्या होता है, मतलब ठीक है, और पर अकेले मत चलना कभी. जो कारवां है ना उसको साथ लेके चलना ताकि वो आगे जिंदगी में आपसे टेक ओवर करें.
जी बिल्कुल,
है ना?
So congratulations, Ritesh, once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, and congratulations to all of you for this spectacular show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to now the upper upscale general manager of the year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? gentlemen, at EHA 2020 Upper Upscale General Manager of the Year goes to Kanika Hasrat from South City Center, Gurugram. Congratulations, Kanika.
Hello, Kanika.
Thank you.
Kanika,
मंत्री
we'd love
जी,
to hear
thank
a
you.
few words from you.
मंत्री जी, आपने बहुत कीमती समय दिया है इस अवार्ड के लिए, हम सबको इनकरेज करने के लिए. Thank you for that. शुक्रिया बहुत. BW team, you've done an amazing job over the last few days. I think this award for me goes to my team. They are the ones who have really handheld, lived the spirit, lived Tajness every day and delivered to us over the pandemic and today. We will survive, we will soar. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you so much, Mantri ji.
आदरणीय मंत्री जी.
कनिता जी,
आदरणीय मंत्री जी.
मैं देता हूँ, मैं कोई आपके लिए एहसान नहीं कर रहा हूँ, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है. और मुझे लगता है कि जिस प्रकार से बीडब्ल्यू होटलियर ने ये पूरा ग्रुप है, उसने इस दौर में इस प्रतिस्पर्धा को कर आप लोगों का जो चयन किया है, उसमें उपस्थित होना मैं अपना जिम्मेदारी भी समझता हूँ और सौभाग्य भी समझता हूँ. आपको बताएं.
Thank you so much. Could I request our National Chair, Jury Chair, K.D. Kachruji?
Hi, Kanika. It's really amazing to see what you have been doing and what you have done. I'm very fortunate. My office is very close to where she is based, and I can tell you, you rarely see an improvement like that. It's not even step by step, it's actually many steps together. And we're really proud that we are acknowledging a lady who is standing tall enough to tell everybody that hum kisi se kam nahi, and we can do a better job. She has done her company, she has done herself, and she has done industry proud. Congratulations to you, Kanika.
Thank you so much. Dr. Anurag Batra.
Congratulations, Kanika ji. I'm very happy that you won, and I am not surprised that you won, because I've experienced the hospitality in your hotel, and I personally know you. So congratulations, all the best.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bhuvnesh.
So Kanika I've known for a while. एक तो थोड़ा सा special ये है because a lady is winning this award, right? And she has shined. She has done extremely well. आपको जल्दी मिलेंगे, ठीक है ना? God bless you.
इंतजार करें.
तरक्की करेंगे. अभी मिलेंगे.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kanika.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now we move to our next category, which is Jury Choice Award for General Manager of the Year Luxury. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, at EHA 2020 Jury Choice Award for General Manager of the Year Luxury goes to Jay Rathore, the Oberoi, New Delhi. Jay, heartiest congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us.
Honorable Minister, Prahlad Singh ji, Bhuvnesh, Mr. Kachru, Dr. Batra, Bhavna, very good evening. It's absolute delight to be here. It's amazing what BW Hotelier has achieved. Last few months have been so challenging, and under these circumstances, for this to be organized, for the Honorable Minister to grace us with his presence, it brings me great joy. As far as the award is concerned, we all know general manager is nothing without his team, without his hotel, without his company. So directly and indirectly, you acknowledge what the Oberoi New Delhi is all about, what they have done in the last 6, 12, 18 months, and obviously the work that Mr. P.R.S. Obro, Mr. Vikram Obro and the team has done in terms of guiding us. So I'm fortunate, I'm lucky, I'm blessed that I have the team that I work with, and I'm ever so grateful to all of you for recognizing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. आदरणीय मंत्री जी,
बहुत बधाई जय राठौर जी। मतलब मैं बार बार कहता हूँ जब भी कभी ऐसे मौके आते हैं, जो पेशेंस है, इतने सब के बावजूद भी जो लोग हैं उनके चेहरे पर जो आत्मविश्वास है, उसके लिए अभिनंदन। और स्वाभाविक है कि उसी नाते ही जूरी ने आपको चुना है, और मैं इसलिए आपको विशेष तौर पर आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ और आपके इस कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए रिस्पेक्ट भी करता हूँ। और मैं मानता हूँ कि जो मैं सोचता हूँ कि एक टीम के तौर पर बिना भरोसे के कोई चलता नहीं है, तो भरोसा आप में दिखता है। बहुत बधाई।
Thank you, Mantri ji. May I request our National Jury Chair, K.V. Kachru? So, a few words from you,
Jay, many congratulations. It's good to see what you have done and how you have positioned after reopening the hotel and positioning it even higher. So congratulations to you. And as you correctly said, it's the team which makes it, and it's the vision. And we all are aware of Mr. Oberoi's vision as to what he has done. And we were this year honored that he accepted BW EHA's award, Hall of Fame award, and it was kind of him. But people like you really make things happen, and you guys have made Oberoi's work and be positioned where they are. Many congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Coming from you, so that means a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Anurag Batra?
Mr. Rathore, just before I joined this function, I spent 2:45 to about 3:45 in your hotel. I visited it for the first time, went to the coffee shop. I can tell you, Minister Saab, ki social distancing the norm, they're following all their, they had a mask for every guest. Ki agar wo bhul gaye hain, to ek additional mask de rahe the, and very politely, so I just want to congratulate you. I have experienced the new Oberoi many times, and in the spirit of the social distancing, mask and sanitization, what I saw at the Oberoi today was done very well, very politely, and keeping to the highest standards. So congratulations. The coffee shop was almost half full. It was almost half full at about 2:45. So clearly people missed their time at the Oberoi. So congratulations.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, sir.
Bhuvnesh?
Jay, Jay Rathore and the Oberoi are almost kind of synonymous with each other, right? So you've held charge for the longest while, and you've before the makeover and after the makeover. So what a ride for both of you, right? Hand in hand, you're going far. You've built, and even Udiksha's won yesterday, right? So it shows, it's in the genes, right? So I'm hardly anybody to tell you to do well. You will excel. Just keep sharing the magic with everybody so that everybody shines, right? God bless you. You're a worthy winner, sir.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jay. Congratulations once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our next category, which is General Manager of the Year. Can we have the winner here, please?
इसमें जनरल मैनेजर में है कि जो सारे जनरल मैनेजर हैं जो जीते हैं अभी, उनमें से कौन सबसे उच्च जीता है इन पांचों में से?
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Thanks for the So, ladies and gentlemen, joining us back is the General Manager of the Year 2020, Ms. Kanika Asrat. Once again, congratulations, Kanika, and thank you so much for joining us once again.
I'm honored, I'm humbled, I'm proud of my team. But more than anything else, I really believe I work in an organization. I work with IHCL, which has done so much over this last few months for community. As startup, we already believe that community is part of our existence. But that is what challenges us to do even more as human beings, as individuals, and of course as professionals. So yes, thank you. I'm deeply honored and touched.
Thank you so much. Adanya Mantri ji.
मैं गीता जी को फिर से बधाई देता हूँ, लेकिन जब मैं कचरू जी की बात सुन रहा था तो जब ये फ्लैश आपका चल रहा था तब मैंने जो अनुमान लगाया वो सही निकला, क्योंकि कचरू साहब कह रहे थे कि हम किसी से कम नहीं। उस समय आपके कमेंट्स में कहा था तो मुझे लगा कि ये फैसला बहुत बेहतरीन फैसला है और हम आपको तो आपस में ये तुलना करना बंद कर दें। कई मामले में महिलाएं हमसे आगे हैं, ये स्वीकार कर लेना चाहिए, या बराबर तो हम कहते ही रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं फिर से गीता जी आपको और पूरी जूरी को अभिनंदन करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. Our National Jury Chair, K.V. Kachru ji.
Thank you, Kanika. I am actually short of words, but I am excited that a lady is winning this year as General Manager of the Year. You make us proud. Many, many congratulations, and set examples for the future generations. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Dr. Anurag Batra.
Thank you, Kanika ji. God bless you. Keep doing well.
Thank you.
Kanika ji, I saved my words the last time because I knew I had to speak again. तो मैं यही बोलूंगा कि
जल्दी मिलते हैं।
हाँ, कि जल्दी मिलते हैं। तो मैंने मंत्री जी को भी याद है, आप एक इतना अच्छा उदाहरण हैं महिला वर्ग के लिए, सारे हॉस्पिटैलिटी वर्ग के लिए, सारे होटेलियर्स के लिए। यू आर अ शाइनिंग एग्जाम्पल ऑफ हाउ टू सक्सीड। एंड ऑल्सो मैं अभी तक नहीं बोला, बट मैं अपने प्रभु से सिर्फ यही कहता हूं कि आपने मुझे ताकत दी, आपने हमें ताकत दी, सॉरी मुझे नहीं बोलना चाहिए, कि हम डिस्पाइट दीज ऑड हम लोग ये इंडियन हॉस्पिटैलिटी समिट कर सके और आप सबको रिकॉग्नाइज करके मैं कोटि कोटि अपने प्रभु का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि आपने हमारे को सद्बुद्धि दी, हमें प्रोत्साहन दिया और आगे भी देते रहना, और आप खूब तरक्की करो, खूब बढ़ो आगे। ठीक है, यू आर अ वर्दी
आपके प्रभु की, मेरे प्रभु का आशीर्वाद रहेगा सर, सब करेंगे तरक्की। थैंक यू।
गॉड ब्लेस यू।
Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Delighted and grateful.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'd like to thank Adanya Mantri ji for joining us.
हम अभी बोलते हैं दो शब्द। मंत्री जी, मैं अभी, आप बुरा नहीं मानना, थोड़ा अंग्रेजी में बोलूंगा, है ना? है ना? I am so grateful to you, Honorable Minister. You have taken time out of your precious schedule. Your time has already overshot. आप अपना जो आपने में समय की अवधि दी थी, आप उसके ऊपर हम आपको ले गए हैं। मैं आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ। आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल टू यू। सिर्फ आप हमारे इंडस्ट्री की बाग पकड़ के रखना और हमारे को इस मझधार में से खींच के बाहर ले चलिए। एंड वी विल टेक टाइम विद यू।
बहुत धन्यवाद मुनीश जी, अनुराग बत्रा जी, कचरू साहब और भावना, सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And I also want to tell you that this is not the first time Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji is a minister. He was in the third Vajpayee. He was a coal minister. And I remember I was on a show with him on Republic recently when the coal reforms were announced. So I was, both he and me were on the show together. So clearly, with what the reforms this government is doing, apart from the strategic, initiatives and the immediate response, economic stimulus to the government, सिर्फ आपसे आग्रह है कि आप इस सेक्टर का, मैं दोबारा काचरू साहब और खन्ना साहब की बात रिपीट कर रहा हूँ कि इस सेक्टर इज अ बिग एम्प्लॉयर, आप जानते हैं, आपको सारे मुद्दों का है, तो हम आपसे फिर आग्रह करेंगे और हमें आशा है कि आप कुछ और कर पाए इस सेक्टर के लिए। शुक्रिया,
आपके समय का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप आए इधर, हमारी शान बढ़ाई। प्रणाम, जय हिंद, नमस्कार।
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now it is time to show our audience what our national jury has to say. Could we have the national jury aim, please?
We are really privileged to have BW Hotel with us. I think it is very informative, educative, and it has a great reach. The selection and instituting awards to the real diamonds of the industry is itself a fabulous opportunity for all of us in the industry. And the summit, and when I saw some of the sessions which have been organized, are going to be really educative and informative for everybody. I must say, your 5th year of your summit and awards has been even a great learning process for us. We have evolved. BW Hotelier has evolved in terms of setting up these awards. ISH did a fantastic job in actually doing the groundwork for this, and we need to compliment for that. And the jury actually had to spend a lot of time in discussing each individual. There have been different opinions. We had consensus at the end of it, but I think everybody was forthright in expressing their views on and how we need to really select people and send the right message in the industry. And unless we reimagine, reinvent, and reset ourselves, we cannot actually make a difference.
It was a great thing for scouting for all the gems in the industry, which was done by the BW Hotelier, and subsequently the system, the procedure which has been laid down by Dilip Puri and his team is something outstanding, and it will make our job very easy to look for the most precious diamonds out of all the gems. So with the changing tide, the need to keep on changing, and it's a great thing, as rightly said. We need to think ahead of the times, and we have to move forward. We cannot think of the past, but we have to move forward and keep on changing ourselves. And so we have to look at what our future would be.
In the most recent years, BW clearly stands out. I think it stands out for the quality of its content, for its contributors, for its events, for the team at BW. So I'm delighted to be associated with the publication and with the event itself. Acknowledge and thank BW Hotelier and Bhuvnesh and team for giving ISS the opportunity to be the knowledge partners for these awards. It was an amazing experience for our students as well. I also want to clarify that I am a member of the national jury, and I was very careful to recuse myself from even the nomination process and the filtration process when it came to those categories of awards which I was to judge, and I made sure that our team at ISS knew that as well. So we did try and follow all processes as being unbiased. I think the great thing about these awards is that I think it's the first virtual awards of our industry. It might set a new precedent, but I think as all my jury members will agree that this is a great start to improving the whole process, getting the selection right, and truly recognizing outstanding leaders of our industry. So delighted to be a part of it. We are recognized to have had the biggest impact of COVID, and we will take the longest to recover. So there's so much for us to do in terms of reimagining, rebooting, retraining, reskilling. There are a lot of things which have to be done, and I think this platform of this awards should go a long way in motivating all leaders and all people who work in the hospitality and tourism and travel industry to give it their best shot to make sure that we recover as soon as possible.
Well, let me congratulate BW. I think it's shining brighter in the last few years, and it's a competitive landscape. But clearly, what I like about BW is that there is a concerted effort to bring in more gravitas into the content, and also, try and make even your events, everything that you do, you try and do it better and better, and more power to your elbow. It's important to have a platform to showcase talent and to celebrate excellence, and therefore the jury has a responsibility that it picks the right people. I think we have done. I think most of us are very satisfied with what we've been able to do. We were able to eliminate bias and try and be as transparent and fair in the entire process. I think this was greatly helped by a lot of heavy lifting that had been done by Dilip and the ISH team. Without a doubt, the industry is going through its gravest crisis ever. This is a time that will test us. We are a very resilient industry, but this will really test us in a way that we have not been tested before. I think what we really need to do is search deep and look and analyze as to what will change forever and also what will not change. So you need to retain your strengths and be clear about what needs to change and what needs to stay.
मत देख इस खिड़का पोशी में इरादत हो तो ढूंढ उनको BW की वजह से हिंदुस्तान का हुनर लिए बैठे हैं संभाल के अपने बाजुओं. That is my belief on BW Hotelier. I am a little amazed because there was no tug of war. Normally in many juries that I am a part of, there's lots of tug of war, there's lots of lobbying and what we call as some backroom parlays happen. But this is a very convivial experience. And I must say, what everybody arrived at, and I must compliment Dilip Puri and his logofication for leading us into what we call the filial allegiance to the truth. You take on the brave new world of the reinvention of the hotel business. What you have given them is the encouragement. What you've given the industry is the encouragement, and the fact that you've managed to keep a fifth year going in itself is a testament to what you will bring to the industry itself. Strength.
We're delighted with BW coming into the hospitality sector a few years ago and having taken pole position today. This was one occasion, and purely I think because the efforts made by BW on this and the efforts made by ISH, Dilip and his team, then it made the whole process far more simplified, far more organized, and a lot more pleasurable in having done this exercise. Like we were discussing earlier, this is the first time that ISH has done it, and have done a fabulous job. I'm sure there will be learnings from here, and the next time we do it, it'll be even better. So I think that it was a far more rewarding exercise this year than it has been in the past. We're going through a very, very difficult time in the Indian hospitality industry. And I think that there is a lot that leaders need to think about to gather all the learnings they have from this. And of course, I believe that despite the devastation and all of that is going to be caused by this pandemic to this industry, there are going to be some fabulous positive takeaways which will permanently change the industry. But I think it's going to be a wonderfully engaging session on reimagining hospitality that BW is putting up.
To deliver information, knowledge, and excitement to the industry. And that's what you do. That's what leaders are supposed to do in the information age. And you are carrying the flag high for our industry. So that's what I see with BW. You should be commended. And certainly Bhuvnesh should be commended for all the effort him and his team are putting. A lot of candidates, a lot of detailed questions, a lot of answers and responses to read, and then the investigation on the side to try and remove emotional bias and put in as much empirical or factual evidence as possible. Such a large gathering of senior hoteliers have agreed to zero down on individual candidates who are at the topmost point of their game. And we're celebrating talent in our industry. It's a tough time, and fantastic that we're doing it now. So the jury's been tiring, but the jury's been very, very exciting at the same time, and that's what good juries are about. There's no choice that we have. We will have to reimagine, we'll have to recreate, we will have to rediscover and rise again.
I mean, over the last 3 or 4 months during the lockdown, I have seen BW Hotelier ahead of the reader. You guys are letting people know what's happening. I think it's a great brand. I must say that it was a very, very comprehensive process. Very well done, by BW with the help of ISH. Everything was so structured. It was comprehensive. It was long. There could have been a lot more effort into this that could have gone from our end, but frankly speaking, a lot of that was very articulately done, and I must say that it was a very unbiased process, a very democratic process. I think it's not only about us adjudicating, but it was also about learning out of the process that we as adjudicators had. I mean, it was a fantastic journey. So I think this is that tipping point for all of us, whether you are in this industry as a service provider, as a hotelier, as a vendor, and as a guest. Everyone has to do this, in a very different manner from here on. It's that time where we all kind of hit ourselves. So it's a very appropriate theme, and again, pushes us all to think, to rethink, to unlearn, and to learn again.
We need magazines such as BW Hotel because hospitality industry needs representation, and I think BW does a fantastic job of it. We must say I was very happy and very delighted and grateful to be heading the jury for West. I think two things that I very clearly observed, and I've heard that from other jury members also. One was, of course, the fact that they moved the whole process forward and made it very seamless, because today you see digitization has actually helped, and doing a lot of the homework that BW team has done behind the scenes has actually made the job of the jury so much more simpler. I would say it's difficult to choose when you're choosing from the best, but I think the whole process that they have actually said that these are the shortlisted candidates for you. They step back and they say, yes, we only want the process, and then the rest is the jury to do. I also feel that the hospitality Summit and Awards in 2020, fifth one now, I think it's a brilliant effort in these times, particularly when we have such a difficult time to go digital, virtual actually, and have a summit over 5 days. And that's a commendable effort from, I must say, from Bhuvnesh and his team, who actually built this brand. And we're looking forward to really exciting 5 days ahead. Interactions were so interesting and so encouraging, and also to just see so many young professionals kind of apply for getting this recognition. And also, I think for me it was also a learning process. Let me be honest with you. I was learning in this process, whether it was application of chief engineer, whether it was an HR manager doing something very interesting, very different to the times that when we used to work in the operations. I think very, very interesting and learning process.
To do sort of an award program, and that too BWIHE, which everyone looks forward to in a big way. And no doubt you are the established and the best of the best awards that all hoteliers and all hospitality personnel look forward to. it's commendable on your part. Despite the fact that people are going through extremely trying times, you had a very fair selection. Probably, as I was told, the highest ever numbers that came in Northeast in the fifth edition of BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit, Indian Hospitality. And yes, thank for imagining. It's been very good.
Kind of effort that has gone in. That only shows that I think how concerned the senior leadership and also the BW Hotelier are concerned about the rewards and recognition of the people who are working in the industry. I'm so happy to run through the entire process because I think for the first time in many years I found that already many of the entries have already been filtered. So the senior jury of the region that I worked very closely, I realized that I think so much of work has already been put into this business. So the focus that each individual jury member can give to a very targeted numbers has been absolutely brilliant.
Most difficult times when unfortunately the hoteliers are not getting any support, financial or otherwise. Hotels are closed, they are working under pressures. Some of them are doing literally jobs which most hospitals would do, yet they are working 24/7. And BW Hotelier Hospitality, I think Hotelier has recognized this, and I think I must compliment them for this wonderful job. The nominations came in really large number. There's a 40% growth of nominations. Questionnaires that were designed were, I think, very well done. It covered both things. It covered performance from January 2019 to December, and it also covered from 2020 January till now, the post-COVID time, and how each individual has performed and changed its way to look at the world during the post-COVID times.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are now going to be resuming back with all our awards. May I request Dr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, and our National Jury Chair, K.D. Kashru, on the stage, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are right now at EHA 2020. Thank you so much for joining us. So, Bhuvnesh and Mr. Kashru, it's now time for us to go ahead with our awards, and we are going to be now calling upon our jury, Suresh Kumar, former MD, Fortune Park Hotels, and currently founder, Q Management Services, founder and mentor, Rosa Q Hospitalities, to join us. Thank you so much, Suresh ji, for joining us again.
Thank you. Welcome back, Suresh sir. आपको छोड़ेंगे नहीं हम.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Please sing.
I said that yesterday in any case.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, we're going to be now going to the next set of category. Hotel Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Hotel Manager of the Year at EHA 2020, Sujit Chandrasekharan from Holiday Inn, New Delhi, Aerocity.
Namaste.
Sujit, heartiest congratulations.
Namaste.
Namaste, sir.
Congratulations, Sujit.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Ms. Kashru. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Well, firstly, I will have to say hats off to the entire team of BW. I think so till the time this 5-day event did not start off, nobody would have imagined it could have happened in such a big scale. I have attended so many sessions, and thank you so much for organizing this. And of course, thank you to all the jury members for showing trust in me and for what I've done. And I'm highly obliged to have received this from such a prestigious organization, sir. I'm a person who believes that, yeah, in spite of what you do, the platform that you're given to perform is also equally important for you to perform. And in that manner, I would like to thank the complete team of Holiday in Aero City, my general manager Vikas Oswal, the ownership team, and of course the entire team of IHG, my family members, everybody who supported me. It was tough days, especially in the last 3-4 months, and I think so. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to each and everybody who have helped me reach this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sujit. I'd request our jury, National Jury Chair, K.D. Kachruji, to say a few words.
Well, I know you have been operating under very adverse circumstances in the last few months. And what amazed everybody in the jury was the dedication, honesty, and how you managed to get your people to serve under very difficult conditions. That was one of the major issues. In terms of performance related, we had, as Suresh ji just mentioned, we had a very, very transparent and research-oriented structure. And you outshone everybody. Many congratulations and proud of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our jury, Suresh Kumarji, if you can say a few words, please, sir.
Yeah, Sujit, first of all, congratulations. Very well
Thank you,
deserved, as Raju said. I think the circumstances under which you worked are difficult circumstances. But I think the way you put your team together, integrated all efforts, still maintained occupancies of 86% plus. And I think the GOP of the hotel itself is a testimony of the effort that have gone in. So I think it's an overall play of people with property, good product, and great service. I think it shows the passion and the desire to excel every time you get it. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Very
much.
well done, and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sureshji. I'd request now Bhuvnesh, if you can say a few words, please.
You know, Sujit, your hotel's been through some tight spots, right? And you're in a catchment which is extremely busy.
Absolutely.
Not just busy, it's extremely catchment. I think this should be one of the most concentrated pockets of the hospitality industry in our part of Asia. I can't really, I know Europe and America have similar catchments, but in this catchment, the Aero City is really tough, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So getting your ARRs and RevPARs right is not an easy task. But I'm sure if you've come through all that in that catchment, you must be bloody good, right? And your submissions show that. Suresh knows, Kachru Saab knows, I have no role. I'm just sitting over here as a bystander on behalf of having organized this. But you must thank them. But I can only congratulate you with the word "do well."
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really means a lot to me.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much. And once again, congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to move on to our next category. After Sujit, we are going to DOSM of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, DOSM of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Astad Wadia, Taj Lands and Mumbai. Astad, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to extend my real heartfelt appreciation to the respected members of this jury. In fact, legends of our industry, I should say. The PW team has done a fantastic job and we really thank you for it. I also am really, really grateful to my general manager and area director for West India, Mr. Parveen Chandar, who has actually been a guiding light for us, for all of us, and a true inspiration on our day-to-day lives. He leads us by example and continues to encourage us to keep pushing ourselves and challenging us to do more. I'm also very grateful and very lucky to be working in IHCL and having a wonderful team at the Taj Lands. And I strongly believe all of us together can really rise and do the unthinkable again, once again. Lastly, just a quick thank you to my family for always standing by me. The team at BW, thank you once again. I really appreciate giving me this opportunity.
Thank you and congratulations. May I request our National
Thank
Jury
you,
Chair,
Jury.
K.V. Kachru? Yes, Jury Chair, Mr. Kachru?
Suresh and his team, they all have done a lot of work on this. And Ashad, I must say that with the amount of rooms you have in the hotel, the inventory you have, managing the RevPAR and ARR simultaneously and marching ahead is commendable. Congratulations. You have set an example for others. Thank you. Sureshji?
Sureshji?
Ashad, congratulations first of all. And I think as Mr. the jury chairman very beautifully said, in a large hotel to have that kind of occupancy and also your RevPARs, but I think 7.2% vis-a-vis competitive about 4.8%. I think to that extent, it was good to go through the entire thing of seeing as a marketing chief trying to integrate everything, including ancillary revenues, banquet revenues, which was the highest, I think, this year. And also taking every other department, wherever there was a revenue, there was an opportunity. I think you had orchestrated your team in such a fashion that I think you were a natural choice through your efforts. I think that was far more important when we were looking at the entire thing, saying that there was a singular focus of enhanced revenues from every opportunity that you saw in every revenue generating department. Well done.
Really appreciate it.
Very and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you again, sir.
Bhuvnesh?
So I don't know, you were talking about Parveen Chandra being your guiding light.
Yes.
I think he's shown a little too much of light on all of you. With the way you guys are excelling, he's a very fine general manager.
Absolutely.
Very focused general manager. Serious hai, kafi.
He drives us every day, so absolutely.
But does he put a lot of pressure?
Pressure is always good, sir.
Oh, that's good. You have no choice, by the way. You have no choice, right? Chalo, good. Do well. Keep coming back.
Thank you. Thank you
Keep
again, sir.
shining, do well. God bless
Thank
you.
All the best.
Bye.
Thank you and congratulations once again, Ashad.
Thank you, Bhavna.
And with this, I'd also like to extend a big thank you to our jury, Sureshji, for joining us today.
Suresh sir, one moment.
Thank you.
Suresh sir, thank you for everything.
Sir,
I have very few words to fill in with a bigger thank you than I can.
Are so sweet. We are always there. Thank you for getting us to work harder. Thank you.
I mean, the amount of hours that you have done, ये सारी दाढ़ी उसी करके बढ़ी है.
Sir, Chairman sir, thank you so much. And thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you. And I must say, he volunteered to do so many things. And I think he needs a special appreciation for that. Thank you,
Thank you
Suresh.
so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Suresh sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this now, I'd request our jury, V. Vijay Singh, former CEO of Vivanta by Taj and currently Chief Executive Officer of Trans Hotels, to kindly join us. Welcome, V. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Bhavna. Hello, Bhuvnesh. Hello, Mr. Kachru. Wonderful to be back again.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time, as we have Veer as well joining us, it is now time for the Executive Chef of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? National Executive Chef of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Chef Anurag Narsankani from GW Marriott, Pune. Anurag, heartiest congratulations. Chef Anurag, thank you so much for joining us.
Big thank you to the jury members. Thank you, big thank you. As it's always said, if the bottom is strong, the top is strong. So I want to thank my team in the first place, because they are the one who work tirelessly to make us shine and make the hotel shine. Second, also, I want to thank my mentors, Mr. Vineet Mishra and Mr. Ranjit Batra, who have supported me in every endeavor that I have done. Thirdly, I want to thank my wife, Komal, who stood with me for everything that I've done, especially during this pandemic time. Fourth, foremost, I want to thank God for all the blessings that I've been showered with. Big thank you. और एक पुरानी बात बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारे दादाजी बोलते थे, जब भी कुछ अच्छा काम करने जाओ, पहले मंदिर जाओ, प्रसादा बनाओ. So I made some prasada over here. Of course, I can't. The only thing I can do it little virtually offer you before I came here. And this is with me. Every good thing has to start with kuch meetha ho jaye. So that's there with me. Thank you for this lovely award. And I'm really honored and humbled to receive this.
You're a worthy winner.
Thank you and congratulations, Chef Anurag. May I request our jury chair, KV Kachroji, to kindly say a few words, please.
Well, it's always great to talk about people who actually hold everything together. And I think being an executive chef of a successful hotel is a huge responsibility. And what I heard from your regional jury and regional jury chairman, outstanding appreciation received by you and the hotel. And what I'm most impressed is that you're grounded. Your feet are absolutely grounded. You believe in what needs to be done and how does it work. And I think I, as jury chairman, would also like to thank your wife, Komal, for really supporting you in these days, real difficult days. Many congratulations. And I am sure you will lead your team to better and better things.
Thank you, Mr.
Vijay, thank you.
Yes, Hukum ji, as everyone says. Please.
Bhavna, you don't pull my leg, but thank you so much, Mr. Kachru. Anurag, I think we know that this is the time for Shraddhs, and we also did our puja today, and we also had our prasad. So it was really very touching to see that you prepared this prasad. You've done a wonderful job. I've been to your hotel a couple of times, and I've seen the changes. I've been there when it was inaugurated. I've been there a couple of times. I used to come there for some work with the Taj as well as for the Pride later on. You have nearly 6-7 Marriott hotels in Pune. You have a couple of Western hotels. You have the Conrad, the Ritz, the Taj, and everybody. But I've seen the kind of competition that you had, yet the kind of things that you have done. I mean, food promotions, different restaurants. I've been to your coffee shop, the all-day diner, and I've seen some of the best buffet presentations. And the price that you gave, the value for money, outstanding. And we've seen the way your banquet has grown exponentially. Great growth in banquet sales, and maintain your cost. So I think kudos to you. You richly deserve this award, and wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you so much. Bhuvnesh?
So Anurag, coming through such a hard adjudication process and winning, let me tell you, is no kid stuff. All right. So you've actually gone through a lot of hard and rigorous adjudication, and obviously your results are good. I am nobody to comment upon them, because these two gentlemen sitting over there, it's their doing, right? I mean, it's a jury of 36 almost, right?
Yes.
Having said that, I was particularly touched about your prashada, jo langar mein hota hai, right? Prashada, for all those ones who are not aware, in langar is jo hum roti bolte hai na, जो लंगर में रोटी सर्व होती है, उसको पंजाब में गुरुद्वारे में लंगर में प्रसादा बोला जाता है. तो मेरे ख्याल राइट प्रसादा आप बोलते हो या आप मिठो लोलो बोलते हो, क्या बोलते हो?
प्रसादा बोलते हैं, मिठो लोलो बोलते हैं, प्रसाद ज्यादा बोलते हैं.
हाँ, so in Sindhi it is called मिठो लोलो. So God bless you. You obviously your father's given you great set of values and you will go far. Keep doing well. Your hotel is doing so damn well. मेरी कल रात को ही रंजीत बत्रा से बात हो रही थी. मैंने कहा तुमने क्या किया? कहता जी मुझे कोई पता ही नहीं. But obviously great hotel, great leadership. Keep doing well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Big thank you. Big thank you once again. I'm humbled.
Congratulations,
Thank you very much.
Chef Anurag. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now go to the next category, which is F&B Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? F&B Manager of the Year, the winner, AV, please. Ladies and gentlemen, F&B Manager of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Upender Singh Tomar, ITC Gardenia, a luxury collection hotel. Heartiest congratulations, Upender. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. And, namaste, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start, thanking the honorable jury of PW Hotelier Award for selecting me for this prestigious award. It is really an honor to receive this award, F&B Manager of the Year. And on this occasion, I would like to thank my team, ITC Gardenia, for their support, without which this wouldn't have been possible. I would also like to thank my organization, ITC Hotels, for nominating me. I would like to take the opportunity to thank all my mentors over the years for their guidance, which has made this possible. And last but not the least, I would like to thank BW Hotelier for organizing this award function, especially in such difficult times, and make that effort to recognize the hard work done by all the hoteliers across the country. So I think a big thank you to all of you. And I would like to congratulate all the winners who've been part of this wonderful award function. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. May I request our National Jury Chair, K.D. Kachruji, to kindly say a few words.
Well, many congratulations, Upender. I mean, South is really focused, and you are one of the leading lights. And I have actually stayed in your hotel a few times, and I can tell you, your operation is very good, and your numbers speak for you. And the entire team, which actually analyzed your set, the structure was very difficult, particularly in food and beverage, because you are competing against the best. So congratulations again. And I think Veer would elaborate a little bit more on the real stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kachru. I think Upender, food and beverage, I think is my favorite. And in my last 45 years that I've spent, the best time I remember is as a food and beverage manager of Taj Mahal, Delhi. So I think, I know it's one of the most difficult jobs. We had the privilege of assessing your scores, Mr. Anil Bhandari, Mr. Gautam Anand, and myself. And as Mr. Kachru rightly said, our chairman rightly said, it was a very tough competition. But I must say that you performed exceptionally well. Your ideas have resulted in great financial results, especially for Nectar High, which saw a 143% growth. In the TripAdvisor, exponentially, there has been an increase under your leadership. The kebab and curries came up to the top position. It was 6th last year. And the Kabon Pavilion came 2nd. It was 22nd last year. And also accolades were won by Highland Nectar as the best bar, and the Edo as the Japanese restaurant. by Times of India Awards. And the best what we liked about is that during the COVID times, your work-life balance has shown great results. And not only were you taking a lot of care personally and the family, but you also continuously became a better leader and took a lot of care for learning and development for your food and beverage department. You richly deserve this award, and we wish you all the very best. We want to see you as a general manager one day. All the very best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for such wonderful words, and thank you so much for your blessings. And I look forward to be here again. And as I said that during these COVID times, you've been all around, and you could take all the efforts to put in and bring all of us together in a way, though virtually, but that also sounds so great about the entire setup. So thank you once again on behalf of all the hotelier friends and colleagues. And it's really an honor to be part of this platform. Thank you once again.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
So Upendra, ITC, F&B, food are all synonymous with each other, right? So, and at one point in time, Anil Chadda was the head of South, right? So it doesn't get better, right? So it's like a chain, right? So I'm not surprised that you've grabbed this, right? The only thing is you've got to go far, right? So up your game, right? Like Veer sir said, I'd like to see you as a general manager someday soon, right? So keep shining and do well. Is I always tell everybody कि खूब चमको, खूब तरक्की करो. चढ़दी कला मैं बोलता हूँ, जैसे हम पंजाबी में बोलते हैं, right? God bless you, dear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations once again. With this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Veer Vijay Singh, for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veer sir.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for everything, Veer sir. Thank you for all your long hours. I have really stretched you to the hill, but the results are sweet, right?
It is totally a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's a privilege. Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. Thank you, Bhavna, and thank you so much, Chairman, Mr. Kachru. My regards to Mrs. Kachru, who has been my teacher in Pusa.
Oh, okay.
Wow, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much.
Wow. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, with this, I'd request our jury, Farhad Jamal.
हमें पता ही नहीं थी.
Absolutely. So we
अब
request
आहिस्ता-आहिस्ता
Farhad
और भी
Jamal.
चीजें पता लगेगी.
दो गुरु.
असली गुरु.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to request Farhad Jamal, former senior Vice President Operations IHCL, Taj Group and current Supervisor Hospitality in Hero Money Group to join us. Thank you so much, Farhad.
Hi, Farhad.
How are you?
Hi.
Lovely to see you as always. Both of you, actually.
Good to see you, Farhad.
Wonderful to be with you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Farhad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we are going to be going to our category, which is Executive Housekeeper of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Housekeeper of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Juna Banerjee, IDC, Sonar and Royal Bengal. Thank you so much, Juna, and heartiest congratulations, ma'am.
Namaste, everybody. Greetings from IDC Kolkata. One complex. Happiness is Kolkata, city of joy. Thank you all jury members who, out of so many deserving housekeepers, awarded the honor to ITC Hotels. I am truly grateful and deeply humbled. All of us, the housekeepers, are the unsung heroes. We always diligently and consistently deliver, and all of us actually deserve this honor. I would take this opportunity to thank the senior leadership of ITC Hotels who entrusted their faith in my ability and gave me the opportunity to open one-of-a-kind ITC Royal Bengal, the most beautiful and iconic hotel of ITC, and a landmark now adorning the city skyline of Kolkata. It goes without saying, I accept this award for the entire ITC Hotels housekeeping fraternity, who so generously send all the possible help and support from all. We have a grand opening of this iconic hotel, ITC Royal Bengal.
She'll come back.
A huge round of applause to my entire housekeeping team of ITC Shonar and ITC Royal Bengal, who diligently worked and helped create the first ever one complex for ITC hotels in India, where ITC Shonar, a little under 20-year hotel, and an ITC Royal Bengal, less than about 20 months old property, bring in two unique experiences to our guests under one roof, but also coexist and work seamlessly.
Juna,
the entire world was grappling with the pandemic, we in West Bengal also had to overcome the devastation from Super Cyclone Amphan. That's when I realized the true strength of teamwork, where everyone came to work together, breaking all departmental barriers to save our property before the cyclone, and then work together again to restore over 4.5 acres of our lush green landscape back to its old glory. I could see amazing camaraderie, and the true essence of complexing came out shining. It's well said, difficult times bring out the best in us. I would like to also give a shout out to the entire management team of One Complex, headed by our area manager and cluster general manager, Mr. Tejinder Singh, who are currently sitting in the boardroom, probably cheering me up. And the pillar of strength in my life, the two most favorite men, my son Ishan and my husband Aru, who have always believed in me and have encouraged and supported me to chase my dreams and accomplish my goals. Currently, it's early morning in Toronto. Both have woken up early to watch this award show live. Hi guys, thank you for being there for me. And lastly, I would like to thank all my mentors and well-wishers during my entire career. Without your help and guidance, I will not be here. Thank you once again, Leon.
Thank you so much, Juna. Bhuvnesh, if you can unmute.
Oh, she's logged out. She'll log in again. She's just logging in. I must tell you all over here, with the permission of the jury chair, Kachru Saab, ITC Royal Bengal is one of the biggest ships built. It's a ship. It's a colossus ship. It is huge, right? And it's a very modern product which has been made by this famous general manager of ITC, and now of course Teji is there, Atul Bhalla, who's moved to the west, and under Juna are the ITC Royal Bengal and the ITC Sonar. There are almost 700 rooms that this lady manages. Correct me if I'm wrong, Farhat. We can have a bit of a chat till
860 rooms.
Sorry? 860 rooms. Can you imagine?
Yeah, between the
860 rooms. दुनिया के बड़े से बड़े लास वेगास में भी कई होटलों में इतने.
It's literally the largest hotel inventory at one location, one place.
It is Mr. Katsu. And it is. It's a very complex job, and complex itself. I think Juna has got a task cut out for herself. Pre-opening, setting a new processes and systems and housekeeping standards, and get people to be trained. When you open a new hotel, when you have an existing hotel by the side, so even benchmarks are even more difficult.
Yes.
So Farhat, imagine the executive housekeeper of the Moria छोड़ के कौन जाता है कलकत्ता? It's obviously a huge job for Juna.
Likes of Juna are chosen for the challenge. You see?
Yeah.
Yes. So actually, yes.
Yes, they are chosen for the challenge.
It is.
Mr. Kachum, for you.
Yeah, I think first of all, Juna, many congratulations, and don't
Thank you so much, sir.
underestimate what you said, unsung heroes. You are actually somebody the whole country has acknowledged today, and I'm really glad that your son and husband are watching this from Canada. I mean, what a proud moment for them to be with you, and I would also like to say hello to them, and they need to be proud of you. I think managing not just such a huge inventory, what it really works. I worked in Calcutta for a short while, about a year or so. I know the issues, the challenges of particularly working in that area, and managing people, managing with excellence, and what stories I heard from some of the jury members who have known you better, and how you saved money on flowers and things like that. It was, and having little plants in the rooms, and very innovative. We're really proud. Congratulations. And as I said earlier, you in your vertical have established new challenges for the people to follow you. Congratulations.
Thank
Farhat,
you so
you would
much,
like
sir.
to
Thank you so
add?
much.
Farhat, requesting to kindly unmute yourself, please.
Farhat, unmute.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Thank you, Bhuvnesh. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be with you and with this fantastic event. Juna, when we saw your nomination, we were not just impressed, but I think I was amazed at the fact that you set a new benchmark in housekeeping standards. And a benchmark is possibly the right word, because I've always have felt when you enter a hotel, you can actually sense who's the housekeeper of this hotel, because housekeeping is such an important task, and truly, I would say from many hotels that I have seen, I think the housekeeping really defines the quality of the hotel. And you've done an amazing job as Sonar, and of course opening this new Royal Bengal, which is a really like a jewel in the crown for the ITC.
Yes, absolutely.
To look at your nomination and the kind of work from hydroponic plants to 20 lakhs of saving in 6 months, and working with that Italian company, what's its name, is Bellinzoni.
Yes,
Yeah, you worked with them, and then 0 kilometer radius concept of yeah, that was a brilliant concept of doing vegetables and herbs, etc. for the chef, and also I think what is the most important thing that the jury felt, and I personally saw it, that entire what you call results in terms of your cleanliness standards were above 90%, and that's very hard to achieve in a large hotel complex like yours. So it speaks about your leadership. It speaks about your eye for detail. It speaks about your fanatic, what you call a sense of cleanliness. You have to be fanatic. You have to be possessed. And if a housekeeper is not possessed, you can't achieve those standards. And you lead a team which is so diverse. It's a diverse team always at different levels. So congratulations to you and to the entire team at the ITC Sonar, and to your colleagues at the ITC. And you've done ITC Group proud. And I'm sure may this award give you even more wings to fly. And may you have a fantastic career ahead. So rejoice,
so much,
celebrate, and stay safe and well. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal.
So,
Thank you so
Juna,
much for the kind words, Bhuvnesh.
I'll have to say a few words. I can't go away without speaking for Juna. Juna कैसे मैनेज करती है?
पता नहीं, हो जाता है. I think it just comes across.
मेरे से भी सब लोग यही पूछ रहे हैं, हो जाता है. So, you reported to two great area general managers, right?
Yes.
Atul Bhalla, who's very quiet. वो बहुत शांत है ना?
Mr. Bhalla नहीं, शांत नहीं है वो भी.
Is it? And now of course Teji शांत नहीं है, but Teji अलग है, right? So, great job. I've seen your work at Moria. but I was told by the jury that your nomination submission was a model submission which should be shared with everybody.
Oh, thank you so much. It's entirely team. My entire team actually worked on it. So I'll be very honest. It was put so well by the entire team. And that's why I said the whole credit goes to my team, because it's 2 hotels, but all of us work so seamlessly well. And they have actually put in together this presentation for me, which I cannot take the entire credit for. So I'll be honest on that.
So God bless you. Do well.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much, sir.
congratulations all the way across to Canada.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Congratulations, Yuna.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Kachru.
so much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to once again thank our jury, Farhad Jamal, for joining us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Farhad. Thank you for all your time. I'm grateful to you. Right? You headed the West jury. You partaken in the national jury, and you've really slogged it out. It's been a joy working with you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Hope to see you soon. Thank you.
See you soon, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now request our jury, Mandeep Lamba, President, South Asia HVS Anarok, to kindly join us. Mandeep, on the screen, please.
Thanks, Bhavna. Very good evening, Mr. Kachru. Hi, Bhuvnesh. Good to see you all.
Good to see you, Mandeep.
Pleasure entirely mine.
Thank you so much, Mandeep, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, with Mandeep also joining us on the screen, now it is time to announce the PR Marcom Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AB, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, PR Marcom Manager of the Year at EHA 2020 goes to Sangeeta Ghoshal from the Oberoi, New Delhi. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Very good evening.
Hi, good evening, Sangeeta.
Thank you so much. Very good evening to all eminent personalities, Mr. Lamba, Mr. Kachru, Mr. Khanna, hello Bhavna. Thank you so very much for this platform and the recognition. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Mr.
There are
Kachru,
just two personalities over here, by the way.
Well, they know it right.
Sorry, sir, I didn't get that.
I said there are just two personalities.
Bhuvnesh is just trying to be his modest self, nothing else. Don't take him seriously. None of us do. We know exactly who he is.
I think Mandeep is modesty
Right, sir.
overflows at times.
Absolutely, sir.
so could I request jury chair, Mr. Kachru, please?
Yeah, and we're really happy to really appreciate the great work you have done and recognize you have actually, while relaunching of the hotel and in terms of actually achieving back not only the positioning it had earlier, you have upped it, and communications with your peers and media, all publications, everybody has really been appreciative of the work you have done. I just
Thank you so much, sir.
Convey to you on behalf of the jury that you have done a wonderful job and we're really proud of you. Congratulations. And Mandeep would like to say a few words in specific about you.
No, surely I think Mr. Kachru, you already said it all. Sanita, I think the jury was extremely impressed with the relaunch of the hotel and the kind of work that went. And in bringing that iconic property back, there were a lot of expectations while the time the hotel was sort of, out of circulation. And just rebuilding and coming back into that market was just awesome. You were head and shoulders above the rest. The PR and communication, the role that you guys do is always a very difficult one. Your job is to make everyone and everything around you look good. And you're always shining light
Yes.
on others rather than yourself. And I think this is a very well-deserved moment for you where the light must shine on you for a change, as against everybody else that you continuously make look much better at times. So extremely, extremely delighted to be here today as part of the jury and as part of this little panel of people who is felicitating you. It's a real honor. Keep up the great work, Sanita, and all the very best to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot.
Sanita, when you said 3 personalities, what I meant was, I'm not a hotelier per se, right? So when you are judged by people like the jury chair, Mr. Kachru and Mandeep, they are hoteliers of great stock, right? In their own space, they are legends, right? Mandeep leads HVS Anarok, which is a huge role, right? Is a great organization, right? So it's not easy. So your submission has gone through a lot of grind, right? Lot of grind. So if you have come through that sieve, right? Obviously you're good. But I just have one question.
Yes.
What is it with Oberoi? How do you guys do? How do you make such submissions?
Well, I think Udiksha spoke yesterday.
So I asked
yes. So I think yes. So it's like she said, it's all a team effort. There's a lot of collating of data. There's a lot of collating of numbers. I think something that I ensure in my nomination is that every marketing actually is looked at, or PR and marketing is usually looked at as a cost center. So for me, anytime that I put out a statement over there for the judges and for the jury to really judge me or assess a document, I just feel it's important that it's backed by data, it's backed by stats, it's backed by reports. So, which is what I think I kind of factored that into my nomination, and which is what we usually do. That of course aesthetics have to be in place, but then the numbers need to speak.
So which is why
yes.
I asked you, so that people can hear you on what an ideal application can be, which is why we asked Udiksha also. So even submission of a nomination is a Herculean effort and a team effort. Thank you for being here, Sanita.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, do well.
Thank you so much, jury, and many congratulations to BW Hotelier. I think I've been watching all the show since Monday. So I've been logging in. Yes, I've been logging in and I have been watching everything. It's been incredibly put together. The amount of coordination that's happening at the back end, how seamless it seems to people who are watching you, incredible, effort over there, so beautifully, virtually done. So thank you so very much. Thank you so much, jury. And last but not the least, for a few of my team members who may be watching and listening in, a big shout out to them as well, and a big thank you to everyone who has been a part of this effort.
Thank you, and congratulations once again.
Do well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Mandeep ji. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Just before I have to say this to you, Bhuvnesh, it is day 5. It's coming to an end. You must be a very relieved man, but one, I think, who must be immensely, immensely proud of your achievement. I don't think there is a parallel to what you have pulled off. I don't think there will be a parallel in a hurry. And with the peace, the calm and the quiet at which you do it, the ease with which it all sort of flows through, all hats off to you. And when you have people like Mr. Kachru standing, by and, lending all their support, it's just been magnificent to just watch all this, going through every day, day after day for 5 days. So before I sign off, a very, very big, congratulations to you, kudos to you and all your team, every single member who worked out, not just
Ajit and the entire team, Tanvi, Prerna, Bhargav, Nitin,
possible.
everybody.
My personal congratulations to every single person. God bless you all, and I hope you can keep doing this as often as you can.
Thank you. I have your support. Please pull it off here.
All the awardees are very best. God bless you. And those who didn't make it, better luck next time. You were there. You were very close. You almost did. So don't lose heart.
And Mandeep, one word for Bhavna.
Bhavna has been the anchor. She's been the sort of sheet anchor to this. It wouldn't have happened without her. She's almost the face of this as much as you are. So kudos to you too, Bhavna. Of course, you very, very well deserved. You carried it out.
We've just registered her as a BW.
Sorry?
We've just registered her as a BW ownership.
Okay. Fabulous. Good luck, everyone. All the best.
And thanks for all your support and being there all the long hours.
Always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mandeep. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to call our jury, Jaideep Dang, Managing Director, Hotels and Hospitality Group India, JLL, to kindly join us. Jaideep, on the stage, please.
Hi, Jaideep.
Bhuvneshji, thank you very much for inviting me. Good evening, Chairman Mr. Kachru. What a pleasure to see you on screen, off screen, live. Delight. Always a delight.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Hello, Bhavna.
Hi. Hello. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but I see that you're playing a test match and you're only glowing by every day. So you're shining. So, Bhuvneshji, this is a fantastic effort. What a great team you have. Lovely.
Well, it's I just happened to clog all the attention. Anyway, so Praveen is there.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going now to the Chief Engineer of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've got two winners for Chief Engineer of the Year at EHA 2020. First up, Parveen Kumar, ITC Grand Bharat. Congratulations, Parveen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, good evening. I'm audible now?
You are, but you're not visible.
Probably there's some problem in my camera. I think its video is not working, but I'll speak.
ये अब तुम्हारे IT वाले को award नहीं मिलेगा.
And secondly, chief engineers should never have this excuse. You do everything right, and that's why you're here.
Yes.
ले लो इसका award. नहीं मजाक कर रहा हूँ मैं. प्रवीण ऐसा करते हैं, हम शारिक को खत्म कर देते हैं, तुम अपने को दोबारा लॉगिन करो.
Sure, we can do that. We can do that. Yes, let's do that.
हाँ, दोबारा लॉगिन करते हैं.
Okay, sir.
शारिक को लेके आओ कुणाल.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, also the joint winner of Chief Engineer of the Year, Sharik Karshid from Taj Krishna, Hyderabad. Sharik, congratulations.
First of all, I'm very excited to be here. So allow me to speak. Good evening, respected juries, panelists, all members of BW Hoteliers, and the viewers across the world. I believe across the world. First of all, I'd like to thank God for blessing me one of the most prestigious awards by the BW Hotelier in the hotel industry. I thank my parents, my mom, my dad, my family, my entire family, my wife for the unconditional support.
Very
Basically, the edge of hospitality I learned from my family. So, and all they all are watching from across the country, across the world. Um, as we believe and we say, Atiti Devo Bhava in our country comes from our family. हमारे परिवार से वो सीखने मिलता है. So the foundation of my hospitality is my family. Second, I like to thank the BW Hotelier for the amazing platform. It's a hats off effort of your all team. Being a technical person, I can imagine the effort of behind the scenes. So it's an amazing platform. Though I'm missing the stage and the beautiful trophy. I would like to thank rather than thank, I would like to dedicate this award to my entire Indian Hotel Company Limited, Taj Group, naming for my first boss, Mr. Rajkishore Dhiman, my mentors, Mr. Digvijay Singh, Mr. Satyajit Krishnan, Mr. Ritesh Sharma, Mr. Sarabjit Singh, Mr. Mohan Chandran, Mr. Alok, my entire team of Taj Krishna, HOD team of Taj Krishna, my friends of Taj, my present boss, my general manager of Taj Krishna, Mr. Ian Deer, Mr. Darasbir Singh. Basically, they have provided me open wings to work. They trusted me, they supported me, they guided me unconditionally. So that's why the results are openly shown. Finally, team engineering. As I believe, any chief engineer role is to provide the thoughts, plan of action, and monitor it. But the delivering part is done by the engineering team. So I request, I like to dedicate this moment to my team. You are here and you are watching live. So this award is because of them and for them, for entire Taj and for entire Taj Hotel. Again, thanks for the love and bless from you all. Thank you.
आपको खूब मुबारक हो शारिक और आपकी टीम को जो सब देख रहे हैं आप सबको मुबारक हो.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Wow, this is so brilliant, Sharik. Now I'd request our National Jury Chair, K.V. Kachuri, to say a few words, please.
Kachur sir.
I think it's really brilliant.
Brilliant.
It's really, Bhunesh, brilliant to actually not only do it, exhibit it to people who have stood by you, who are standing by you. You have actually today done something which lots of people must learn, because this is how you create your teams. And what I hear about you and what you have done in a hotel which has been established so long back, now maintaining a hotel which is not new, where the machinery is old, and you yet you have to show that as young and fresh. And that's exactly uninterrupted functioning of the hotel. You and your other colleagues are heart of the house, but in that particular heart, you are the artery which actually flows right. If it doesn't flow right, you can't make it. And many congratulations. Jaideep, would you like to add something?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mr. Kachru. Sharik, I must tell you on behalf of the jury कि हम impress किस तरह हुए. So you see, you've done two things very, very well. One, Chairman Mr. Kachru very rightly pointed out that you were basically running an old ship.
True.
What goes behind the engine, only an engineer knows. As a guest, the experience that I get, we all look into the front of house and we all get mesmerized by the lighting and by the air conditioning and everything being prim and proper. But what goes behind the engine, only you guys know. And it is so difficult because I've not seen that hotel in a while, but I've worked with Oberoi Hotels for a very long time. So I know what running these old jewels could mean and the importance that an engineer could give to these things can make them even better. So that was one very important feature why we thought that you're absolutely relevant for this award. Second, your application was so objective. I think that should be a learning for all other applicants as well. The way you have thanked your team, it was very much showing even in your application. So I would have been very surprised if your team wouldn't have been here, because then it would have been two different things. Your application was absolutely about teamwork, what you could bring on the table, and how your people supported you. I think it was absolutely well deserved. You have done a phenomenal job, and I think you've been with that hotel for I think 4 years or 5 years.
It's
Am
5
I
years
correct?
in, 5 years
5
with
years
us.
in counting. So that means a lot. And plus that city, Chairman Mr. Kachu has also seen a lot of new competition in last 5 years, and you have bigger hotels, perhaps better hotels when it comes from a product perspective. But the way you have managed this and made it relevant even today, I think absolutely well deserved. Well done, Sharik.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jerry. May I request Bhuvnesh?
तारिक मैंने पहले ही बोल दिया है, मुबारक हो, खूब तरक्की करो। ये वो जयदीप ने इतना बोल दिया है, मेरे लिए भी बोल दिया कि पुराना जहाज है, तो इसके ऊपर काफी काम करना पड़ता है और इंजीनियर की नौकरी आसान नहीं है। ठीक है, अगर आपकी टीम आपके साथ जिस तरह पीछे खड़ी थी, अगर खड़ी है तो तुम्हारा इंजन कभी नहीं रुकेगा, चलता रहेगा।
So old ships are easy to understand.
So you do well.
Old ships are easy to understand. The new technology, new ships are very difficult to understand.
और सिर्फ एक ही दिक्कत है, तुम्हारे को यहाँ से कहीं भेजेंगे नहीं, तुम यहीं पे रहोगे। चलो,
Thank you, sir. Sure. Congratulations.
Thanks for all this.
Bye. Congratulations. Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now on the screen, we'd like to bring Chief Engineer of the Year once again, Parveen Kumar. If you can join us, Parveen.
Yes, sir. Like I've tried, my video is still not working, but I'll continue with audio, sir.
हाँ, चलो, कुछ नहीं, तुम्हारी तस्वीर दिखा देंगे हम बाद में। हाँ जी, बताओ।
So on this platform, like I would like to thank BW Hotelier team, program jury, and ITC Hotels for such a significant appreciation. For me, it's like a dream come true. It became reality only due to the kind of mentoring we get in ITC Hotels, the culture where we get full empowerment to convert company vision into reality. ITC Hotels has given me opportunity to work in ITC Grand Bharat, India's first all-suite luxury retreat. In the time where uncertainty prevails and hospitality sector is impacted heavily, we all have to keep learning and keep finding solutions appropriately to coexist with situation, and would have to emerge stronger. Going forward, health, hygiene, safety, low touch, no touch, disinfection, and sustainability will be our key focus while keeping our luxury and warmth at highest level. Thank you so much once again, BW Hotelier team. Thank you so much.
God bless you, Praveen. Hanji.
Thank you so much, Parveen.
Jury
Mr.
chair.
Kachru, our jury chair, please.
Sir,
requesting you to kindly unmute yourself. Yes, please. Mr. Kachru, if you can just unmute one.
I am being controlled too much by Bhunesh, it seems. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Kachru, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. I said I am being controlled too much by Bhunesh and your entire team, it seems. Okay, Praveen, many congratulations. I feel, and so does everybody in the jury feel, managing a product like ITC Grand Bharat is an institution in itself now. I mean, huge and prestigious, which has a high presence in our industry. So keeping it absolutely right and keeping your operating costs and keeping the talent and training them right has been your key credentials. Congratulations, and I'd like Jaideep to add few words.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Mr. Kachru. Praveen, heartiest congratulations. Again, I think this award for all of us as jury members was one of the most difficult awards to navigate and to provide to one person. Now, why we kind of chose the two, and I will tell you, this is a great blend, Mr. Khanna, between the old and the new. On one side, when we talked about how he's been managing the old machinery and the ship and yet made it relevant. On the other hand, there is Praveen Kumar, who's basically taking this flag of ITC. And ITC as a company is, has taken it on its own, to create better buildings, to create green buildings. Now, if you have that kind of your strategy and your mindset and your ambition, it is so important for all the people like Praveen Kumar to walk that talk of managing a green building. And the other important thing is that this resort is spread across a very vast area of land and is close to Delhi and is an all-suite hotel, which means your clientele is the top dollar paying clientele who's very difficult, or not very easy to manage and to impress. But you've been doing phenomenally well by being the captain of the engine and running it so well. Oh, so good to see you, Praveen.
My team has come, sir.
Praveen, I think you were waiting
Yes.
for the speech to come live. Otherwise, you'd made it a point that it has to be a radio show, so that nobody tells Bhuvnesh ji that you only did a TV show, radio was missing. But you've made it live.
It was a new laptop, and I forgot to switch on the camera from backside. It's like there's a switch behind the laptop also.
यार हमारे को ये मैं अब आके वहां पकड़ूंगा आईटीसी में। अच्छा वैसा है प्रवीण मियां, चीफ ये काम तुम्हारे को जरूरी सीखना पड़ेगा। अब ये आईटीसी ग्रैंड भारत जो है, इट्स अ ह्यूज प्रॉपर्टी। ये आईटीसी जैसे रॉयल बंगाल बनाया, ग्रैंड भारत बनाया, जाने क्या क्या बन रहा है नकुलानंद साहब और अनिल चड्डा साहब के चार्ज में। आई एम श्योर दे विल डू वेल। दे ग्रेट hoteliers, great brand, do well. You're obviously managing a large brand new ship, so your challenges are different, right? Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you, Parveen. Congratulations, Parveen. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Jaideep, for joining us. Thank you so much, Jaideep, for joining us today.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you for being there. See you next year.
Thank you.
छेती मिलने हैं।
बिल्कुल sir.
So thank you, Jaideep.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to call upon Sandeep Mukherjee, Director, Hospitality Techno India Group and Sister Nivedita University, Kolkata, to kindly join us. Sandeep Mukherjee, on your screen, please. Our jury, thank you. Hello, Sandeep. Thank you for joining us.
Namaskar from Kolkata. Hi, Sandeep. बुलाओ जी आप।
Yes, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, now with Sandeep also joining us, it is now time for HR Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? and gentlemen, HR Manager of the Year at EHA 2020 is Kanchan Chidnis from the Oberoi Mumbai and Trident Nariman Point Mumbai. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. Chidnis.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you very much. Acha, I'd like to thank the BW Hotelier and the jury for recognizing me. It's a great honor to receive such a prestigious award. I've been associated with this group for last almost 25 years. And it's a privilege to work with such an esteemed organization which has always believed in its customers and the value for its people. Over these years, I have worked with several icons in this industry, with Mr. Sanju Malhotra, Mr. Ratan Keswani, now with Mr. Devendra Bharma. They've been great coaches. They've always guided me, both in my personal life as well as my professional life. All this would not have been happened if I was not guided and assisted with an efficient and dedicated HR team. Actually, they are the one who really works hard, and I'm just a showpiece on the stage. And they're the great people I've really worked with. I also like to take this opportunity to thank my wife Ruta and my son Lochan, with whom I like to share this award, who have always been there with me throughout my professional career of 25 years. And HR being a very difficult profession, they were always there in my good and bad times. I'd like to thank both of them from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. May I request our jury chair, Mr. K.V. Kachruji, to kindly say a few words, please.
Hi, Kanchan, congratulations for actually getting the People's Award. I call this particular vertical that without this vertical, if you don't bond with people who really matter and produce for you, you can't run the ship. As Bhunesh said earlier, you know, it's the people, it's putting them together. And I think you have exhibited all through your career, actually. And you have had, as you mentioned, great mentors, and I'm sure they had lots to contribute to it. You work for a great company, and you have exhibited the patience, the tolerance, and motivated people to really perform. And while that was one part, the second part is you have worked for developing talent of people to move up. So thank you for your contribution to the industry, and we are very pleased to really recognize your services. So Sandeep, would you like to add some more specifics?
Sandeep, requesting you to unmute yourself, please.
If you could,
Good.
Yeah, is it audible now?
Yeah.
The host has unmuted my. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Mr. Kachru. It's a pleasure being on with all of you, and Kanchan, it's a pleasure, you know, handing over this. So on behalf of the entire team that has worked to go through and sifted all the applications and all the applicants all across the nation at this point of time, and with Bhuvnesh having putting in so much of effort to get all of you HR managers having actually put in the applications from various properties, north, south, cutting east, west. It was a very, very fine race, let me tell you. But you have excelled. All of us take a bow to you and, of course, to your organization, without doubt. So congratulations. It's a Hoteliers Award. It's a People's Award, which actually goes to the People's Manager of the Year. That's you. You have excelled not only in doing taking care of your people, but even at this point of time, during the great pandemic, you have made sure that all your training programs get rolled out well. You yourself have taken the pain to be in the hotel for a huge amount of time. I believe you have actually housed yourself within the hotel. That's what the application says. And people on the road and on the streets also, you have gone out and you have helped them, including the Bombay police, who have actually worked tirelessly. You have actually made sure that they get their meals in time. So a lot of this unsung stuff, which we won't have actually heard, it's been a learning for us. We only read what comes out in the papers, right? To a large extent that X company or Y company has done. But when we look at it, things like this, we feel so proud, you know, as hoteliers. Mr. Kachru was mentioning some time back, someone said that he's an ex-hotelier, but all of us who have worked in hotels consider ourselves as hoteliers still at this point of time. And we feel so proud that a person like you have done all these things. Your attrition has been low. Your training has been high. You've made sure that you actually do good work for people at this point of time. And so, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our jury, Sandeep. Bhuvnesh, over to you.
Congratulations, Mr. Chitnis. Great organization, great job, and a great win, right? I'm hardly anybody to add my 2 words to what the jury chair, Mr. Kachru, and Shandeep have said. But, and you've also worked under the stalwarts like Ratan Keswani. I really look up to him, right? So keep doing well and see you back next year, hopefully.
Sure,
all right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to also thank Sandeep ji for joining us. Thank you for that. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd request our jury, Yatindra, Principal YS and Associate Paul, Switzerland, to kindly join us.
Hi, Yati.
Hi,
so,
Yati.
So Yati logs back in for the second time from Switzerland yesterday. And so
you and Mr. Kachru wake me up every morning.
Come on. It's hardly morning now, it's your afternoon. So Yati was here day before yesterday in India.
I'm sorry,
He's back home in
Wi-Fi
Switzerland now.
Mr. Kachru,
your video is off, Kachru, sir.
My Wi-Fi is not as reliable, so you have to bear.
Yeah, no problem. Don't worry.
With me.
No, don't worry at all. Good to see you, Yati. Always nice.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Likewise, let's get on with the awards. Bhavna,
Yeah.
you're the master of ceremonies. Go for it.
Thank you
And
so
Bhavna,
much.
it's only about what, half an hour left, right? After that, you can breathe again. So congratulations on an awesome job.
I want to make one announcement to everybody. You beared with us for 5 days. End of the awards function. Please stay with us. We are going to do a short 7 to 8 minute Thanksgiving for the entire BW team, which has put this entire thing. You will see what each one of them have done. Ye log hain kaun? Who are they all? I would want you to stay and put your hands together to all those people who have helped the country to put their hands together for you.
Wow.
That'll be an honor for all of us.
Yeah.
We're there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well said.
Okay.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're moving to our next category, which is IT Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, IT Manager of the Year at EHA 2020, we are having Santosh Kumar Nayak, Sheraton Grand Bengaluru.
Thank you so much.
Convention. Thank you so much, Santosh. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Santosh, we'd love to hear a few words from you, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. You were amazing. I have been following this since day one. I love your entire presentation and how you talk. I really admire that. Please allow me to thank entire BW hotelier community and respected jury member for recognizing me for this award out of this talented lot. So thank you so much. I'm truly grateful and honored to achieve this prestigious award. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my entire Marriott IT leadership team, Mr. Mansoor Beg, who is my direct boss, and Mr. Ashish Kale, who was in the show earlier. So thank you to them and my entire IT team. Without them, it would not have been possible. So thanks to them and my GM and my entire operation team. So big thanks to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I request now our jury chair, please, Mr. KV Kachruji.
Hi, Santosh. Lots of congratulations. And IT is something which is evolving and changing not only every day, it's every moment. So, and you are actually competing against yourself. What you did half an hour back, things may have changed. So when the entire jury was looking into what others are doing and who were competing with you, you actually outshone them by setting up things which were really, really appreciative.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for leading your team. Thank you for making us proud in the industry of what you have done in your vertical. So
Thank you so
let's
much, sir.
have you say something.
Yati, over to you, please.
Yati,
So many congratulations, Santosh. First and foremost, this is one of those jobs in our trade where people only remember you when things don't work, right?
Absolutely.
So you get cursed all the time, but you seldom get praises. So this is your moment to get that praise, and I would say you're getting it on behalf of the entire IT as well as hospitality fraternity. That you are the manager of the year, and we're extremely proud of you, and we're delighted to award this to you. Because when we looked at it, it was close, the race was close, but you were ahead. And it's maybe poetic justice that you're sitting in Bangalore, which is our IT capital. So I'm hoping that all the other cities come through in the next few years as well and beat you at your game. But this year you're a deserved winner. Many congratulations.
How well said. How well said, Yati. You know, there are very few people who can articulate better than Yati, right? So I actually could learn a hell of a lot. I mean, 10 on 10 I could learn from him. Having said that, Santosh, if the IT job, like he said, is a very, very difficult job, right? If your network would have malfunctioned, you would have been in trouble with the award, right? So good it did, right? So the world is watching you. Go and celebrate this award with your team, with your management, and more than anything else, with your immediate family.
Absolutely, sir.
All
It
right.
doesn't it doesn't seem good, sir, when I'm here, Mr. Kachru's Wi-Fi is not working well.
No, that's okay. It happens. Even Hercules dropped it. I've said it.
See, I'm back. I think I'm
Yeah.
back. You really meant to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Don't rub it in. These are the vagaries of time. So,
Yes.
all right. God bless you, Santosh.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you and congratulations, Santosh.
And
also thank you so much, Yati, for joining us.
One moment.
Yes.
Wait.
Thank you, Yati.
Yati,
Thank you so much.
your participation has been between the two continents, between three cities, right? You started when you were in Switzerland. You came home to see your dad, right? Now you've gone back. We'll keep coming back to you. I lean on you.
Is it your lunchtime?
He's back.
A little later, Kachru sir. It's soon going to be a beer o'clock.
This year, Bhunesh has deprived of us of lunches and dinners and cocktails.
Well, if this gives you any consolation, I've had breakfast and I've only had water after that. I've not even had lunch.
And you had no sleep either for the two of you on screen.
But that's okay. Until now, I've done 46 hours in the last 5 days on screen. That is without the back end. Back end is extra. And if you tell me I can do another 10 on the trot.
Okay, you can keep going, but I think we need to let Bhavna go. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me on board. See you soon.
Keep coming back.
Bye, Yati. Thank you.
See you.
Bye, Yati.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this now, I request our next jury, Anil Bhandari, former CMD, ITDC, and currently the chairman of AB Smart Concepts, to kindly join us.
Hi, Anil sir. Bhandari sir, unmute kar lo.
Yes, Mr. Bhandari.
Thank you very much.
Welcome,
for
sir.
inviting me to be.
This is your show.
It's a pleasure.
Pleasure,
Yeah.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with Mr. Bhandari joining us, let's move on to the next category, which is Procurement Manager of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Procurement Manager of the Year. Could we have the AV, please, ladies and Chairman, so can you talk in 2020 saying JW Marriott?
Good evening, everyone.
लक्ष्य अपना पीछे आपके पीछे कोई डिवाइस
मेरे पीछे
कोई डिवाइस चल रही है
फेसबुक नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कोई डिवाइस नहीं।
भंडारी साहब आपके हाँ जी बोलो। हाँ जी सर।
Good evening, everyone. Namaste. Sat Sri Akal. I would like to actually thank everyone at the BW Hotelier team, the jury, and everyone who's honored me with this award. It's such a prestigious award, and it truly humbles me. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much,
Well, you know, आपके बगैर तो कुछ ना होटल के अंदर आएगा और ना वो यूज करने के लिए कोई आएंगे. I think you know the nature of your job and keeping things under control and running a better GOP is dependent hugely on somebody like you, and you have excelled within your comp set the best, and we are very happy to recognize you for this award. I would ask Mr. Bhandari, who is a legend in our industry, and he has managed, seen, and actually marked people who have grown from nowhere to somewhere. So I think it's a pleasure for me to have Mr. Bhandari here, Anil here. I'd like him to say a few words about this.
Thank you, Kevi. Thank you, Bhuvnesh, for inviting me. Thank you, Bhavna. You're doing a great and fantastic job, Bhuvnesh. It's outstanding. This morning only I messaged to Bhuvnesh. I said, you can be a part of the Guinness Book record because the way amount of that you have created, the webinar which has happened in so many number of hours and getting the entire hospitality industry together is superb, excellent. Hats off to you and to your team. All the best. So Laksh, you have done a great job. You are fantastic. We must congratulate you on this your achievement. The job of a procurement manager is a very difficult and a tedious. Reason? He has to scan the entire world and find the finest, the best material for everybody at the best price. They are the people they get involved from the day one the hotel comes under construction. They buy everything for us. They find the best of the best at the best price. And therefore, eye for detail, especially at JW Marriott Calcutta, which I see the romantic hotel which you have created. Each piece of art is something outstanding. I'm sure you must have worked very hard searching for all these nice, beautiful things which are hanging around or being displayed over there. Right? Friends, as we say that the housekeepers are unsung heroes, the procurement managers who are the back of the house are the real unsung heroes. They start adding to the profits of a property from day one. They buy at the right price, that goes directly into our profits. Real compliment to all the procurement managers for the hard work they do. And thank you, Laksh. You are a super job done. You have done in your property. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all your kind words. And yes,
so Laksh, आपके ऑडियो में दिक्कत है, मैं जरा बोल लूं. हाँ, अब ऐसा है लक्ष्य, your obviously procurement is not an easy assignment, right? मुझे ये पता है, it may not be an easy assignment, पर मुझे ये पता है कि 2 या 5 मिनट के अंदर तुम्हारा वीडियो बन के सर्कुलेट हो जाएगा. ये प्रोक्योरमेंट वालों की एसोसिएशन कर देगी. अभी ये HPMF और ये साले लग गए होंगे सारे के सारे, और ये छाप देंगे अभी सब जगह. सर्टिफिकेट भी छप जाएगा, सब कुछ छप जाएगा. ऑलराइट, गॉड ब्लेस यू. खूब तरक्की करो, चढ़ती कला, सरबत दा
Thank you
भला.
so much
All the
and
best.
congratulations. Thank you.
All the best.
God bless.
And with this, I'd also like to thank our jury, Anil Bhandari ji, for joining us. Thank you so much, Anil.
Bhandari sahab, thank you for being there, for all your blessings. For those of you who have not known Bhandari sahab, everybody knows, but some outsiders who are watching, he's a legend. He was the chairman of ITDC. Right? Thank you for all your blessings.
Thank you very much. Thank you,
Thank you
Bhuvnesh.
so much.
Thank you, Bhavna. All the best.
Bye, sir.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, now I'd like to invite Dilip Puri, former Managing Director of Starwood Hotels and Resorts South Asia, and currently the founder and CEO of Indian School of Hospitality, as our jury to join us.
Hi, Dilip.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
we can hear you. We can hear you very well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now with everyone being in play, let's get the final two categories. The first up, I'm talking about the front office manager of the year. Could we have the winner, AJ, please? Ladies and gentlemen, front office manager of the year at EHA 2020, Swati Thakur, Taj Lands in Mumbai. Swati, heartiest congratulations.
Congratulations, Swati.
Bhavna and all the gentlemen, good evening, and thank you so much for having me here. And just a few words, I just wanted to thank everybody. This morning I was thinking about my team, और मैं सोच रही थी कहाँ तक पहुँचा दिया उन्होंने मुझे. I'm right here in front of all of you. And I just wanted to take this moment, Mr. Khanna, also to let you know that your team is doing a fantastic job. And please
Yeah,
pass sincere
I
regards.
completely agree.
Yeah. And I have...
Dilip's team, the ISH, the Indian School of Hospitality.
Doing a great job here, sir. We you know, it made it so easy. And winning this award feels great. And I just wanted to thank all my family, friends, and the team member. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Swati, for that incredible note. Could I request our National Jury Chair, Mr. Kachru, so please, if we can hear a few words from you.
Kachru sahab.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes,
we can.
sir.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations, Swati. I think you have been tremendous, amazing in terms of your achievements. And we were just a little while back talking about your hotel on how, with such a huge inventory, how you are managing your occupancy and RevPAR at the same time. And I think you have done a tremendous job. Congratulations. And you stood the best amongst your own comp set. And I think you must have really worked hard, your team. And I'm glad you thanked everybody who actually made you the best. And we are so happy as jury to recognize you as the front office manager of the year. So Dilip would get into specifics. He is a master of structuring and analyzing, and his team has done a fabulous job in actually presenting to all of us what actually works right and how transparent we have been able to make it this year in terms of numbers, in terms of delivery, in terms of the bottom line. And thank you once again, and congratulations, Dilip.
Thank you, Mr. Kachru. Means a lot coming from you.
Thank you, Dilip. Our jury, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kachru and Bhuvnesh and Bhavna. Swati, I actually did not adjudicate your particular award. These are the last two awards, so somewhere there was a little confusion, but because ISH had done all the preliminary work, I was able to access your nomination. And I'll tell you, when we looked at the process, and even now when I look at and reflect upon your win, you presented your evidence of your performance very well. Almost all your answers were very relevant and to the point of what a jury would have liked to see. And more importantly, you were able to communicate your achievements in a very effective way. And truly, as you can appreciate, for a jury, it's not easy to judge nominees without having the foresight to be able to interview you or to even have any idea of who you are. And so when I looked at your application form, very impressed. I've always been impressed with your hotel. I've known most of your bosses who work there, and I'm sure all the leadership team in IHCL will also be very proud. You're a proud winner. So many of your colleagues and fellow sister hotels, executives in other categories have won. So good show. All the best in the rest of your career. And I really hope we'll see you as the general manager sooner rather than later. Good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Bhupesh.
These are two big names talking for you, right? So all that I can say is, what is it that Taj Lands End serves all its staff that they do what they are doing and winning, right? Obviously, there's a lot of rigor going in, and you're led brilliantly by a general manager who's shining, right? So I guess maybe because he's a Delhi boy. But,
I'm doing the Delhi family thing.
yeah, you're also from Delhi, are you?
No, sir, I'm not from Delhi.
All right. So anyway, on a lighter note, front office jobs are not easy to do.
Absolutely.
But, all right. So keep shining and do well, and
Thank
keep coming back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
God bless you. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
So,
yes, please, Dinesh, you were saying something? Okay. Thank you, Swati. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are moving to our final category today, which is Spa Manager of the Year. I now request the winner AV for Spa Manager of the Year. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we've got two winners at the Spa Manager of the Year at EHA 2020. First up, if I may request Manaswini Ati from Mayfair Lagoon, Bhubaneswar to kindly join us. Manaswini.
Namaskar.
Congratulations. We have to hear
congratulations, Manaswini.
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Manashwini Hati and I lead as the Spa Manager of Mayfair Lagoon, Bhubaneswar. I would like to thank BW Hotelier for giving me this award, and I would like during these difficult times when our hotel and this industry was in a very difficult phase. So you BW Hotelier, they gave us the encouragement to they gave us the encouragement to upgrade ourselves and all. So I just want to thank the jury and the BW Hotelier for the award. And I would like to thank Mayfair also and my team for supporting me in my endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. I request our jury chair, Mr. Kachurji, to say a few words.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations. You know, what pleases me the most as being part of the jury is I think it's very rare that this award goes to a person from a city which is not one of the large metro cities and the bigger brands and large inventories. I think where you have scored over relaxation and being system oriented is a hotel in one of the state capitals which has established a niche for itself, and you have managed to help them position at such a place that people who visit Bhubaneswar, they say they want to go to your spa for a relaxation. I think besides positioning it, you have ensured the profitability of the spa, number of people, given that you have small inventory, the number of people who visit you and experience your spa. Many congratulations. You have actually walked ahead of others, even big brands. And please congratulate your family, your team, your hotel, company on our behalf. Dilip, you may like to add something.
No, I think Mr. Kachru said it all. What's most striking is, as he said, a brand which is not, let's say, a mainstream national brand in a tier 2 market, yet to kind of create the product you have with your spa. I read the interesting things you've done in preparation for reopening of your spa with all the precautions for COVID. I think from a spa perspective, that's really going to be important. But I think most importantly, you've created a whole sub-brand name and a reputation for yourself in a market like Bhubaneswar. Keep it up and good luck, and may you continue with your success.
Thank you so much.
Bhuvnesh?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Manaswini, I was telling somebody the other day. I mean, I really like the Mayfair Lagoon. All right, I've been there. I've stayed there for 2 or 3 nights. Mayfair actually lifts the bar. People don't even realize because people don't go to that part of the world. Today is an occasion when people are unable to go to a Thailand or a Europe or an Australia or anywhere for a holiday. They must go and see these places. People have not even discovered Mayfair, right? I compare it with Club Med, which is an all-inclusive business, right? And it's French. They have some of the finest and the largest properties. Mayfair is a shade lower, or maybe a shade different, I should say, but as good. And being a spa manager over there is a very busy business. You must be doing extremely well. All right.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you. Congratulations.
Please,
Again.
sir.
Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now request the joint winner of the Spa Manager of the Year, Reena Shet, to kindly join us from the Taj Mahal Palace, Mumbai. Reena, congratulations. Requesting you to kindly unmute yourself, Reena.
Can't hear.
Yes, we'll just get that sorted, Reena.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Namaste, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for this award. I'm very grateful to BW Hotelier and all the panelists who have considered my case. I'm also very thankful to my family, to my colleagues, my team members, as well as my mentors over the years. I'm truly honored to take this award back home to my hotel, the iconic Taj Mahal Palace, Mumbai, whose legacy in fine living and gracious hospitality is something that all of us strive to uphold every single day. Once again, thank you, everybody.
Congratulations, Reena.
Thank you,
Reena. Yes.
Many congratulations to you. And I think as your hotel leads the way in that part of the country, I think you have done them proud and you have done a wonderful job. Congratulations for receiving
so much,
and
sir.
being recognized by BW this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Our jury, Dilip Puri, sir. if you can say a few words, please.
Yeah, once again, I think what impressed me most was your application. That's what we had to go on. Very articulate. You presented some very strong data. What was very impressive is your guest satisfaction scores. But I think the relevance, the evidence, everything we saw in your form suggested that you're a very worthy winner of this award. Congratulations and more
Thank you
success
so
to you.
much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bhuvnesh?
Reena, now, first of all, you're in an iconic property, right? And the guests staying over there, visiting over there, are extremely demanding and they're like very niche. Um, they're very upmarket, So for a loss of other words, and it's not very easy to lift your game, but. And also the competition in that catchment with the Oberois, the Trident, and all that, the Intercontinental. So, but you've won. You've obviously done quite a bit. So maybe not this life. The next life, I will come over there and use the spa.
So you should definitely come over as soon as the
I need it after. I'm just seeing it's
We'll be
47
there. We
hours.
all will be there.
I think all of you need it.
Congratulations.
Absolutely, Reena. I'm
See all
also.
of you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
Perfect.
congratulations to Kaljinder and
Thank
Meher.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reena. So,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come towards the end. Bhuvnesh, we've got a jury out here, our eminent jury.
Bhunesh, I can't hear you at all.
मेरी रिकॉर्डिंग सुन लेना आप अभी मैं जरा पहले दिलीप पुरी को बोल दूं जरा ये दिलीप पुरी जाए नहीं कहीं
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
So Dilip Puri was one of the first people that I met, right? I met him in his Gurgaon office. He was the managing director of Starwood. So Anirudh was there, Dilip, Anjali Mehra was there, Shudip Jain was there. So we had a meeting and I'd come with Virat Verma is how I started with BW Hotelier, right? And it was just an idea then. To where we are today is testimony to whatever inputs you gave me, right? And today you share a day with me on screen along with Kachru Saab, which in the life of BW Hotelier is perhaps one of the proudest days for us all, right? It's the proudest day for BW Hotelier as a team unit in its 5th year as we bring curtains down on the BW Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards 2020, EHA 2020. Could my master have planned for a better knowledge partner than ISH? The answer is no. I don't know what the same man up there must have been playing a game because he was obviously playing a game with you. And I remember over a short call, Dilip telling me कि यार ये बैकएंड वाले अवार्ड्स तो हम बैकएंड पे हम क्रंच कर सकते हैं आईएसएच में. मैंने कहा दिलीप आई एम ऑन, आर यू ऑन? ही सेड आई एम वेरी मच ऑन. तो वो कहाँ बात निकली और कहाँ से कहाँ चली गई वो गुलजार का शेर भूल जाता हूँ. So I will be in another slide thanking Anupam, Munisha and that entire team, right? Be there. And Dilip, I owe you a lot. And thank you for being with me. Sorry, not me, being with us, being with BW Hotelier, being part of the jury. You toiled a lot. You spent hours even while you were in Goa. I owe you. And we are coming back to rejig this entire process for the next year. Right? Thank you again. You meant a lot for us. And ISH, may ISH go Bulandiyan Chue.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
कचरू साहब सुन पा रहे हो नहीं? मैं कचरू साहब के लिए भी बोल पाता हूँ. मैं बोल देता हूँ. बाद में सुन लेंगे. कचरू साहब, you are a father figure not just for the industry, but for BW Hotelier and for me, right? You've meant a lot. You've led us. You've blessed us. You've guided us. And thank you for graciously accepting in less than a second. Will you be on our jury? You said absolutely. I said but आपने jury chair करनी है, बड़ा काम है. आपने बोला यार तू शुरू कर, मैं तेरे साथ हूँ. और आपने कितना समय लगाया है, कितने घंटे लगाए हैं, कितनी मशक्कत की है. मैं आपका तहे दिल से हाथ जोड़ के दोनों आभारी हूँ कचरू साहब. कचरू साहब सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं, पर रिकॉर्डिंग जरूर सुनेंगे. चलो भावना, everybody stay around, Dilip. We'll be doing the Thanksgiving for the entire team, right? And I shall also do a small exit speech, a Thanksgiving speech. Thank you, Dilip.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dilip. Thank you, Mr. Kachru.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, now Bhuvnesh, what a spectacular 5 days this has been, and there's no person better than you right now. If you could conclude this event, what a great event.
You know, where do I start? Where do I finish? Do I start by thanking my team? Do I start by thanking the jury? Do I start by thanking the industry? Who do I thank? There are so many people. The time is short. Can you, you know, I want to thank Amitabh Kant, sir, and Veer for doing a spectacular opening to the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit at 10 a.m. on Monday, August 31. The entire week is gone, right? I've already done 9 hours, 2 minutes, 50 seconds since I came live. I want to thank the Minister of Tourism, Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji. I want to thank everybody on the jury, right? By name I would, but I will start with Mr. Kachru, the National Jury Chair. If somebody, and then I want to thank the regional juries, led by Suresh, Farad Jamal, Apna Veer Vijay Singh, Shudip Mukherjee. On the national jury, I want to thank everybody, right? I want to start with Kachru Saab, Rajiv Kaul, Gautam, my senior from school, Dilip Puri, Mandeep Lamba. मैं जहां रुक जाऊं भाई मेरे को रिमाइंड कर देना, नहीं तो मेरे को मोबाइल निकालना पड़ेगा. अपना क्या कहते हैं, एक सेकंड ठहर जाओ, कोई रिमाइंड तो कर दो, कोई क्यू दे दो मेरे को. देन अपना फरद जमाल, सुरेश, अपना क्या नाम है, वीर विजय सिंह, अपना शुदीप मुखर्जी, अपना जयदीप डैंग. ये सारे के सारे मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं और कहां से कहां ले गए इस जूरी को, मेरे को समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा कि मैं कैसे शुक्रिया अदा करूं इन लोगों का जिन्होंने मेरा मार्गदर्शन करवाया, मेरे को सब कराया. सारे सेशन वालों को कि भाई मैं कितना आभारी हूं इन लोगों का, मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता. राजीव कौल और गौतम आज नहीं आ पाए. मैं अभी टीम से पूछूंगा क्यों नहीं आ पाए. राजीव कौल ने तो मेरे को कह दिया था कि भाई मैं आज नहीं आ पाऊंगा बिकॉज आई हैव ऑलरेडी एनरोल्ड फॉर अ योगा थिंग, सो वो उस पे हैं. हाँ, मैं यति को भूल गया, वो बेचारे को मैं वहां से पकड़ लेता हूँ, स्विट्जरलैंड से, वो लोजेन में है, राइट. सो अब मैं अपने स्पॉन्सर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूँ कि आपका बहुत धन्यवाद है. थैंक यू सो मच ब्लू स्टार, यू सपोर्टेड अस, राइट. बीनली, I want to thank Dilip Puri. I've already thanked him, the Indian School of Hospitality. I want to thank all people who all over the time have thanked me. I have supported BW Hotelier with their advertising, all the brands, right? So let me I had asked Ajit to send me a message. Kya naam hai? I'll start with Hitachi, Daikin. वन मोमेंट अजीत, कहाँ गया तेरा मैसेज? क्या यार तू मैसेज कहाँ भेजता है, कहाँ आता है? हाँ चलो अब मैं शुरू करता हूँ. There are a whole lot of brands which have helped us: Daikin, Hitachi, Mitsubishi, Voltas, Blue Star, Green Lamp, Decowood, सारे के सारे ब्रांड्स जिन्होंने हमारे साथ एडवर्टाइजिंग की है. और मैं इसके अंदर एक और थैंक यू बोलना चाहता हूं टू ITC होटल्स, IHCL ताज, ओबरॉय, द लीला, लेमन ट्री, द ललित, द पार्क, प्राइड, महाराजा गद सिंह जी की इंडियन हेरिटेज होटल्स एसोसिएशन, रॉयल ऑर्किड, नीम राना अमन की मेफेयर, सीजीएच अर्थ, द फर्न, इंडेको, ट्री ऑफ लाइफ, महाराज कुमार लक्ष्यराज सिंह जी के एचआरएच, जीआरटी। अब मैं विदेशी कंपनियों में आ जाऊं, इंटरनेशनल कंपनियों, ऑफ कोर्स आई डोंट नो वेदर आई फॉरगॉटन टू से लीला, लेमन ट्री एंड ललित, राइट? Marriott, right? Great support. Accor, huge support. All of these brands, ITC, IHCL, the Oberoi, Leela, सारों ने काफी सपोर्ट किया हमें। लेमन ट्री, ललित ने, हायत ने बहुत सपोर्ट किया, रेडिसन ने किया, IHG ने, चॉइस ने, बेस्ट वेस्टर्न ने, हिल्टन ने भी सपोर्ट किया, राइट? अब मैं चाहता हूं वो तन्वी कोई मेरे को स्लाइड दिखा सकता है, वो जो दिखानी है, कैसे करना है बताओ। Let's start from here. And I also want to thank the team. We'll be doing a video. Now, here, I want to read out these very fine ladies and gentlemen, more ladies than gentlemen, right? Richa Sharma, you from ITC, Rakhi Lalwani, IHCL, and Kirti Dhingra along with her. Khushnuma Kapadia, right? Noel Rock, Afsha Khalfe, Silky Sehgal, Rajyasri Sen, Amisha Gudgutia, Aradhana Lal, Akriti Arora, Sumika Rajput, Kalpana Negi, Ruchika Mehta, Pratima Arora, Tehmeen Mehtab, Cham Parisa Dubai में, अंकिता चोपड़ा दुबई में, रुचि कक्कड़, दिव्या आघा, अंजलि मेहरा, निधि वर्मा, गौतम मिश्रा, मनीषा शर्मा, रंजीता शॉ, अभिनंदन सैकिया, शिवाली वर्मा, प्राची चतुर्वेदी, नमिता गर्ग, कैप्टन सेतु माधवन, जसमीत चौधरी, डॉली माथुर, जगत राठौर, रणधीर विक्रम सिंह, पुष्पेंद्र सिंह, संतोष at Indeco, Selvam, Monisha Devan and Anupam. Monisha Devan and Anupam have been a great support. Ladies and gentlemen, I have both my hands folded for you, all of you. I have named you. I want to do more, but for want of time, right? I also want to. Yes, the other point that I want to make, there have been 900 nominations, right? And I also want to tell you that I have zero, VW Hotelier. A lot of people will say कि यार मेरे को award नहीं मिला, मैं भी बड़ा अच्छा था। भैया देखो, मेरे हाथ में नहीं है, अजीत के हाथ में नहीं है, हमारे हाथ में नहीं है। हम लोगों ने एक चीज किया कि कल को कोई हमें बायस का ना बोल सके, हम एक जूरी ले आए हैं 36 लोगों की, जो इस इंडस्ट्री के वरिष्ठ और सीनियर लोगों से भरी हुई है। आप उनसे जाके बात करो, ठीक है ना? बट मेरा ये कहना है कि अगले साल, एक साल में नहीं, मैं थोड़े महीनों में अगला वाला इहा करने वाला हूं, राइट? हाँ, कितने 6-7 महीने, 8 महीने, 9 महीने, डिपेंड करता है। अभी तो मैं 5-6 दिन सांस लूंगा, but you have to get better at filing your nominations. Look at the way Juna Banerjee, Udiksha, and all these girls and all these boys, जिन्होंने किए हैं, their applications have been, they have expressed themselves. Wish I could bring all of you on video for you to speak, which Dilip had told me, but it's already a huge exercise. I also want to thank my colleagues, right? There is a video coming up over there. One thing, and I want to tell you, I don't know which power has got us to do what we have done, from where we started to what this has become. There obviously is a power over there which has been playing games with me, with us, right? Which has brought us all together. I only have happy memories. I've enjoyed every bit of the time. I hope you've enjoyed all the time that we've spent live on the screen. And thank you for your blessings. Thank you for the good wishes. I already have about 200-300 messages I haven't read. Bhandari was saying कि मैंने कि सुबह तेरे को मैसेज भेजा है, बट मेरे को अभी आप बोलो ना, मैं 10 घंटे और कर दूं। इतनी मोटिवेशन है हम लोगों में, right? And for the industry, I wish I could do more, but keep watching us. BW Hotelier is not going to sit down on its laurels. We are not going to sit on our haunches. We will do more across categories, across domains. We will even do a marketplace, a e-marketplace, right? We will do travel and tourism. We will do F&B. We will do architecture, design. I want to say with humility, we've done well. I have a huge team which is backing me. And I want to thank a special person, Ajit. Ajit, I owe you a lot. You're a champion. You have worked when you were not well. You have worked hard. Prerna. सारे मैं सबके नाम दिखा रहा हूँ आप देखो अभी अनुराग बत्रा thank you for giving me the freedom to do what I'm not a very easy person to work with. Anurag knows it, Hoshi knows it, they all know it. Tanvi se pucho. So anybody who knows it, I'm fairly demanding. And last but not the least, I want to thank my master and my late parents, my wife and my children, right? I want to thank my colleagues who are my immediate family, right? Thank you all. God bless you. Keep coming back. And over to you, Bhavna. Oh, Bhavna, yes. I want to thank you, Bhavna. You've been a wonderful moderator. You're a permanent fixture, right? And yes, last but not the least, lest I forget, Abhinav Jain, Kunal, Pranav, the entire team of Almond Vertex. What a great platform. मैंने तुम्हारी सुनी नहीं, तुमने बोला खन्ना साहब एक बार हमें आजमा लो, हम आपको फेल नहीं होने देंगे. नहीं फेल होने दिया, नहीं फेल होने दिया. मैं तुम्हारे को नमन करता हूं सबको. I bow my head to you. Thank you, Anurag Batra, for introducing us to Almond Vertex. You're a brilliant platform. You will go far in life. And Bhavna, you will do extremely well. You're a brilliant girl. Keep doing well. 9 hours 13 minutes 30 seconds. Chalo ji.
Thank you so much, Bhuvnesh. Thank you for your kind words. It's always so incredible. And ladies and gentlemen, as Bhuvnesh rightly said, it's all about the team. And we've got this special AV for you. You have to glue your eyes to this screen. Yes.
I have forgotten 1 or 2 points.
Yes, please.
This was one event, 5 days, 5 juries, right? 180 plus speakers and over 100 awards, right?
Yes.
Let me tell you, our viewership is already touching almost 300,000. So that's it's a great show. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be coming towards seeing this special video. Now it's time to have that video on your screen. Could we have the team AV, So ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a great time at EHA 2020. What an incredible day this has been, and what 5 days this has been. It's truly been historic, and thank you so much for viewing in, and congratulations once again to all the winners. A big thank you, and this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, on behalf of the BW Hotelier team signing off for today. Thank you once again.
Customers from across India and the world have been leaning on us for over 75 years. Blue Star, built on trust.
I heard about you long before we met. When I've had enough of your beauty,